Good morning, everyone. Today is Wednesday, January 28th, 2025. Today is the Fed rate cut decision at 2 p.m. All right, let's do a quick legal disclaimer as people come into the live stream. A quick legal disclaimer. Please consult your personal financial advisor before you make any decisions regarding your personal financial situation. I am not a financial advisor, and I do not recommend that you buy or sell any securities or investments. This video is for information and educational purposes only, and I am not a financial advisor.
Spiking low ahead of today's opening bell, the Fed will announce its latest interest rate decision. That's coming at 2 p.m.
Good
Eastern
morning,
time.
Syed. Good morning,
Investors
Edison.
expecting
Good morning,
no
Jordan.
change in the federal funds rate, but we will be paying close attention to Fed Chair Jay Powell's news
Good
conference.
morning,
for any
everyone on the
clues about
YouTube that is starting to come in. Good morning, Oscar. Good morning, Francisco.
Elevance Health, formerly known as Anthem, out with its fourth quarter results. Those earnings beat expectations. Revenue was a little bit light. Elevance shares, though, were down 14% yesterday after the Trump administration proposed nearly flat rates for Medicare Advantage insurers for this year. Other health insurers also saw big losses, and this morning you could see Elevance Health down by another 6.5%. South Korea's SK Hynix moving higher after earnings. The company reported record full-year profit. It also announced that it will be setting up a new U.S.-based company focused on AI. Shares of Dutch chip giant ASML popping after the company reported orders that more than doubled analyst expectation. That stock right now up by about 6%. And then you have Texas Instruments earnings and revenue missing estimates, but the current quarter guidance that it's giving is lifting the stock. It's up by about 8.5%. Texas Instruments is projecting growth of 4.3 to 4.7 billion in the
all-time high
quarter.
test on QQQ.
Those gains by ASML and Texas Instruments lifting the entire chip sector right now. You can see these gains across the board. Western Digital up by about 8%. Seagate up by close to 10.5%.
S&P 500 futures climb ahead of Fed rate cut decision. Major tech earnings. Market is opening here in 3 minutes.
Let's bring in Kevin Green, senior markets correspondent, right away to help set up the action today. All right, KG, tell me, should we be on a record watch once again today?
Well, it appears so. We are trying to, test this neckline that was an area of resistance here in the past, and if we're able to actually break above that level, then yes, we do see
I am really hurt on gold.
Potential for the S&P 500 here, and this is going to be on the back of earnings, as well as maybe shrugging off some of the geopolitical risk fears that we've seen over the last couple of weeks or so here. Also, kind of note once again the outperformance when you're looking at technology and the fact that we are starting to see
my profit for the literal last month and a half is actually fucking
for that matter. I think is also driving the index higher, even though you are still seeing some of this vacation out of the broadening trade back into a narrowing type of market here, which is not a bad sign to say the least. At the end of the day, it does allow us to kind of move higher a little bit more aggressively.
Good morning, everybody.
Broadening trade, but we will
Today's
have some
FOMC rate cut decision at 2 p.m. It is Jay Powell's last federal rate cut decision.
The markets just in general, and then we also have the Fed meeting, which right now the market's not really pricing in anything aggressive when it comes to the reaction of the FOMC meeting here, or even Chairman Powell's comments.
Okay, let's get into these results from ASML. Strong numbers, it looks like here. What's your takeaways?
Yeah, very strong numbers. Actually, the backlog of orders is really what has surprised the street to the upside. If you're looking at revenue, that did beat the street's expectations, coming in at $11.4 billion. The street was looking for $11.1 billion. And the adjusted earnings per share came in at $8.61. It actually did miss the street's expectations, but once again, the booking number came in at $15.7 billion. That's 2 times more than analyst expectations. And that bookings number really is actually a forecast over the next 12 to 16 months of potential revenue that can hit the business. Obviously, you are seeing a massive amount of demand coming from the AI data center
some fuck shit.
here.
I literally had about 10.
Look at the amount of sales that are going to
today,
China.
and I
they're
have
still
a fuck ton into
decelerating
Friday
at this
still,
point in time because of the export restrictions restrictions, but on the
It's
conference
bad.
call, they did mention that it's normalizing. So meaning they have a base that they're able to work through and guide towards moving forward, which was one of the big headwinds for the stock last year. So overall, demand continues to rise to the upside here. They talk about the normalization, the stock's moving higher. Obviously, the memory names have definitely seen a little bit of a bid. ASML is the one
There
that's
we go.
really kind
Market
of
open.
driving a lot of those tools going to those fabrication units that are building out memory chips, as well as the GPUs as well. But memory is really the shining light within this report, and as well as within the industry right now.
How much does it matter that we won't get that key number that everyone looks out for from ASML? It feels like they're pulling back a number. Like, for instance, it reminds me of when Netflix was pulling back a number that Wall Street used to kind of gauge, do a temperature check. What's your thought on that?
I think right now, if you're kind of looking at the backlog of orders, that's all that the market really cares about. Even if you're kind of looking at the adjusted earnings per share or even some of the margins that are a little bit compressed, in the near term, that might not be too much of a surprise if they are kind of building out and expenses are rising.
Market
If
open.
expenses are rising because they do see future
Everything
demand
is
actually
pointing
being
northward.
relatively sticky, if you will, or stable,
Yeah,
then I
IWM
think
opened
that's
up
also going to
crazy
be a
high.
positive driver for
Or
this name. Now,
SPX.
the stock, once again, kind of moving to the upside
I don't know why
pretty
SPX
aggressively.
pulled
It's
back while it's
also
going up.
for
It's
relatively
weird.
a thinly traded stock. Not a lot of retail traders kind of get into this name, so it doesn't take much to really move it to the upside or downside. But I don't think it's a really big issue or hurdle right now. Backlog of orders is really the key metric that the market cares about, at least at the moment. Now, if we do see a stalling there, then we'll start focusing more on the operating margins of their business, the profitability to drive bottom line growth. Right now, it's all about top line growth over the next 2 years, 3 years.
Okay, and let's talk Seagate's latest quarterly results. I know you got into them right away when they dropped yesterday after the bell. Now the market having some time to process this. What's your take?
Yeah, you're seeing
Man,
shares up
market is
about
so bullish right now.
9.7% at this point in time here. Obviously, the earnings were actually better than the street's expectations, but their guidance moving forward also exceeded the street's expectations. Revenue came in at $2.83 billion. Street was looking at 70% of their
We're at
shipments were related to data centers alone. So that's
6,999.5.
kind of giving you a sense that the market within the AI front, especially when it comes to data center spend, is still very healthy, and they believe that that's going to continue over the long term here. They also have some demand for some specific chips, not chips, but specific hard drives and things of that nature that are catching a pretty decent bid. Gross margin is actually coming in at 42.2% here. They are looking at operating margins trending towards mid 30%, so starting to see some stabilization there. But once again, the channel checks are showing that demand is very
going
strong
higher.
when it comes to this space,
Market
and
is.
they are a direct beneficiary of that and driving a lot of
That
these
is
other
so
memory names higher
interesting.
today.
I want to short
Okay,
QQQ
and
today,
then
0 DT,
outside
but I'm
of
waiting.
the
That
tech
shit is
space,
going
I
north,
know you're
all-time
across
highs
G,
too.
Vernova. Those shares under a little bit of pressure in the pre-market off the back of the quarterly results. Take us through the numbers here.
Wow.
Yeah, you're seeing a lot of
Ripping up.
volatility in pre-market trading when it comes to GE Vernova. Let's see how this actually shakes out when the equity market opens. We have a little bit more volume coming into this market, but their announcement really did exceed the street's expectations. Now, the adjusted earnings per share came in at $13.39 billion, but there's
bears
not
are
a
here, I
really
guess,
good
on
direct
QQQ.
comp to that when you're looking at analyst expectations. That's because of a
Things are.
$2.5 billion tax benefit within their numbers here. But the revenue did come in at $10.96 billion. She was looking for $10.21 billion. And the power generation business is actually growing at around 5.9% revenue growth on a year-over-year basis. Electrification growing at around 35% on a year-over-year basis. That's really the driver of their growth. They are seeing very strong demand there, and they did see about $2 billion in electrification orders that were signed directly to data centers in 2025. They expect that to increase here. Now, the weak part of their business right now is wind generation. We know that policies have shifted in Washington,
I'm short on
D.C.,
QQQ
and they
0
are actually
DT now.
seeing an impact within their business when it comes to wind. So they have actually kind of
At
increased
632
certain
puts.
parts like electrification, but reducing their wind exposure here a tad bit, or their growth within that business because of some of the headwinds when it comes to not only projects that are
About
already
3K.
in the works, but also
I'm
future
riding this
projects
bitch.
that have been projected out here. So I think you're just getting a little bit of a gyration. The stock has been doing a phenomenal job. It's one of the better industrial names that are trading at a healthy premium at this point in time, and the backlog of orders continues to rise to the upside. In fact, it was reported at around $150 billion. So overall, really decent strength. Seeing a little bit of a sell-off. The conference call talking about the wind business might be dampening expectations here in the near term, but I wouldn't be too concerned about
0.5 fib IWM is at.
All right, great perspective there. All right, let's circle back to kind of the setup for today. I know we always talk through the
Nvidia,
levels,
gold.
and I led into this
Market is
asking if we're on
fighting like
record watch.
crazy.
So tell us about what
At the
levels you're
all-time highs
watching
on
today to the
QQQ. This is
upside and
all-time
potentially
highs
to the
open
downside.
on QQQ too.
Yeah, to the upside,
SPY
I'm looking at
broke up.
70.35 to the downside, 69.50. Over the last two trading sessions, Diane, we have seen the 7,000 level on the call front getting a lot of attention for the S&P 500, and so that might come to fruition here today. To the downside, 69.50. I want to make sure I highlight that. What's actually very interesting here is the difference between the implied volatility move that we are seeing at the money straddles right now for the S&P 500 and what the VIX is actually projecting. VIX is projecting around a 1% move to the upside or downside. S&P 500 implied move right now is sitting at around 0.8%. That just kind of represents that we do have some call side skew taking place. Markets build up going into the Fed meeting here today, and let's see if that's actually going to come to fruition.
Okay. All right. Thank you, KG. That is Kevin Green, our senior markets correspondent, with the levels you need to be on the watch for today, rather.
All right. SPX is pushing down and SPY is holding right now.
Time now for Options Corner. Joining us to take a deeper look at the chart of Tesla. It's Rick Ducat, lead
It's going.
Welcome
Time
back.
is
Let's talk about this chart. What do you
9:35.
notice?
Yeah, good morning, Diane. And the first thing I notice is if we look at our comparison chart of Tesla versus its other peers in this electric vehicle space, we can kind of see that things seem to be moderating somewhat. The likes of
9:35 rejected into 9:35. They could algo range here.
More toward the mean.
Candles are humongous, going south already. 9:35 into 9:35. They could trap at 9:35. They'll go lower into 9:40 and then figure out.
A weak player in this group for now in terms of its performance. But if we move on and look at our candle chart more specifically, what we would see then, typically I like to look at a 1-year chart. In this case, I've chosen to extend it to 2 years here because there's some very notable high points that you can see back further on our chart from December of 2024.
Time is 9:40. 9:40 is deciding whether to test to break 9:35 low on SPY. It's breaking 9:35 low in direction to south in the morning.
Got stuck once again recently and failed to overtake those areas. Now we've retreated back below that 463 area. We're still struggling to cross over that point. Our blue trend line is still in play. I think you could argue they're starting with that low point there near early April and trending upwards. You could also say, though, that our shorter term downward sloping
I'm up 26% on QQQ. I'm
has
still
now
in.
been broken as well without
Morning
really
just
a big
happened.
reaction one way or the other. If we advance to our next
I am
chart,
stuck as
we can
fuck
see our
on
moving
Nvidia.
averages are clustered
Dead into
together.
Friday.
They're right
Literally
on top
dead
of each
2
other,
days.
speaking to
I'm dead
lack
into
of
gold
clear
today.
trend
Friday.
direction, more of a
I still have
sideways
puts.
movement
It's
here.
fucked.
So look for the shorter
IWM
term
heading
moving
lower.
averages to start
SPX
finding
heading
some
lower.
directional push
QQQ
for
trying to
clues
go
of
lower.
a breakout potential. Notice as well
I'm in
that
SPY here
RSI
too,
has
and
broken above
fucking
its
QQQ
downward
now.
sloping trend line there and is
SPX I
starting
did
to
not leave yesterday.
reestablish itself toward the upside,
I'm
but did not
completely in
cross
from
over
yesterday.
the 50
Still
midline. Finally, last chart.
ripping up
Volume
all-time
nodes
highs.
come in right around 440. Our point of control is around 335. 440 is the notable area that the bulls would want to break above, or at least hold on to as we go forward today.
All right. Thank you, Rick. And now take us through an example trade. We've got Tom White, senior options contributor and co-host of Fast Market. All right, Tom.
9:35 is bound strength. 9:40 is bound strength.
Example trade for Tesla.
With a divergence at the floor.
It depends on what side of the coin you are. Do you see this as an AI company? Do you see this as a car
There's a
company?
divergence at the roof
how
as
do you
well.
wanna, approach this one?
Well, I think that's always been, the causality here for Tesla. It's a divergent type
I'll
of
go
stock.
ranging at
You're
morning
either
open.
basing the valuation on an EV side of it, where they're, actually creating money, versus the expectations, whether it's the Optimus robot, whether it's full self-driving and the robo-taxis. So you're always going to have that additional volatility in this name. The option market's priced in about a plus or minus 5.3% move either way on a one-day basis. Into that earnings, nearly $23 either way. So implied volatility levels relatively elevated at this point. So I looked at a strategy that takes advantage of maybe some consolidation. I think the expectations for lower EV sales are already there, right? They gave that that data earlier this month, falling 15% from year-ago levels on the last read. So I looked at something that just takes advantage of a collapse in implied volatility, a little consolidation in the stock on this one. This is a neutral short iron condor where I went to the January 30th weekly options that expire in just 2 days. And we're going to sell an out-of-the-money put vertical, sell the 410 put, buy the 405 strike put, and then we're going to sell an out-of-the-money call
QQQ
vertical
bulls coming at
on the upside. Sell the
935 into
buy the
940.
460 strike.
SPY is bouncing at
call.
940 trying.
So short $5 wide neutral iron condor. You're going to collect roughly, if the stock opens up here about 431, you're going to collect a credit of about $2.10. That's what you can make, $210 per spread with about
IWM bouncing at
$290 in risk. But
940.
that risk is all the way below 405 on the downside or all the way above 460 on the upside. Now, if I collect that 210 credit, my break-evens become 407.90 on the downside and 457.10 on the
Kevin Hanks, CBOE, our pre-bell playbook. Good morning to you, Kevin Hanks.
Good morning, Nicole. You know, looking at this market as we get ready for the trading day, it's starting slow, but it's only going to pick up pace throughout the day, all the way till after the bell when we get large cap tech earnings. But before that, we've got many stocks moving. We have mortgage applications data coming in a bit soft. Why is that? Well, if you look at the 10-year yield, the 10-year yield's gone from 6.13
showing bullish.
up to 6.3,
Strong into
now
roof.
to 6.25 in the last 10 days. That brings mortgage rates, 30-year mortgage rates, from 6.16 to 6.24%.
Algo range at 935 too.
Overall
We're
mortgage
stuck in
apps. After a
double
big
algo
jump
range on
in
SPY.
mortgage apps a week ago, these numbers down 8.5% on the composite. Purchases only down 0.4, but a big hit to refinances, down 15.7%, Nicole. So a little softness this week in mortgage applications, very sensitive.
Bulls are trying to show into 945 now on everything.
Mortgage rates, as you know. So a lot going on there to start the day, but that's the easy part of the day. Now it gets really interesting as we get to the earnings that we're going to look at to start the day. I think the news from NVIDIA and China is really good. So watch NVIDIA, watch AMD, watch Broadcom going higher. And then all the memory stocks are higher again. Nicole, you and I spoke about those yesterday. So there's so much going on. That's before we get to a Fed meeting and before we
Crazy
get
ass
to
open
earnings
already.
after the bell, Nicole.
Yeah, it's pretty
A lot of shit
exciting
going on.
to see what we're seeing in this way, right? And you have 5 days of gains, at least for the NASDAQ. Let's talk about the U.S. dollar, which has been falling now at 4-year lows. We still have the Japan yen story. You know, what do we make of it? I mean, it might be good for multinational companies, right?
Right. It's important for perspective when you look at the U.S. dollar. A lot of headlines, you know, talking about,
Roof is
the
testing.
dollar is weak.
When direction is not
Remember,
north or south,
the U.S. dollar,
deciding.
it's kind of a counterintuitive discussion that we're
QQQ
having.
trying to show
If you
north,
look at a
SPY is trying to
10-year
show
chart
north,
of the US
IWM
dollar,
is trying to
10-year, go out a little further,
not.
it gives you more perspective. In 2018 and early 2018, the dollar traded 88 for a significant amount of time. In the end of 2020, early 2021, it traded between 90 and 93 for a big part of that chunk of time. So the dollar has been lower, and like you mentioned, it makes our goods and services cheaper.
Squeeze coming into 945. 945 is higher than 940.
To cheer for a lower dollar. And
whether there is an
everyone
algo range
in
or
the
whether that's
administration
not,
always
I don't
says
know,
they want
but they're
a
doing something
stronger
here.
dollar. But make no mistake, a lower dollar.
All right, rejection
doesn't
coming
hurt
at
the US.
945.
It makes our goods,
No confirmation
cheaper
rejection.
to
This is
foreign
just
buyers,
roof cycling, roof testing.
Right, that's
Also
what I was
pivot point
saying.
trading at the
By
roof.
the way, I mentioned ASML.
Volume is
earlier.
bullish,
That's
environment
up
is bullish.
4.5% right now.
QQQ is bullish as fuck right now with the
trade
MACD.
here.
Like, look at this
Also,
shit.
we have the mega cap earnings that begin after the bell
I don't know.
today. Tell us more.
Confirmation
There's
is
a lot of
building
good
up or
stories
down.
coming out this morning. You mentioned ASML. Starbucks is up higher this morning.
Bull control. 945. Divergence cleared at the roof.
Getting to the end of the day, right? These are the names that
Now that
we'll
the
be
roof
looking
has
at.
cleared,
Microsoft,
setup has cleared the
Meta
upside. I
Platforms,
don't know if this
Tesla,
is a
also
2/3
Lam
building into
Research,
3/3. I'm
IBM.
not sure if this is
Those
3/3.
names will coming out, but the
QQQ
the
volume
mass
coming
of
in crazy
everything we're
bullish
going to be
after it
talking
went
about is going to
bearish
be in these
market
large
open.
cap tech names.
More than
Microsoft
SPY.
has had a nice rally the last couple days into their earnings report. Meta Platforms has a lot going on. Is Mark Zuckerberg going to be more responsible with his spending? And then, of course, Tesla. Tesla, when are they going to start
Spiking fucking
showing
higher.
that
7,000
everything they're
SPX.
doing for the future of Tesla is starting to show up, and
That's
they're
so
more
fucking
than
nuts.
just an EV company. Right now, EVs is how they make their money, and EVs are in a bit of a winter cycle. So when are all the
7,000
other things like
SPX.
full self-driving moving to subscriptions, like robo-taxis, like Optimus robots, all these other things that are in the future for Tesla? We're waiting for all those. Does Elon Musk talk about them? Does he
940
mention
low
a
of the day.
SpaceX
That is a
IPO?
divergence at
There's
the
so
floor.
much there but remember, Tesla has sold off the last few weeks going into this earnings report. So it's going to be a big day, Nicole. Too much to talk about. How much time you have? I could talk for another hour.
And the question is, when does this fucking divergence clear? How and when later? And how they're gonna fucking do this shit is the question that everyone in the world is asking now. There's so much fucking shit going on.
Melania, which is coming out on January 30th. So we're on lockdown here, Secret Service everywhere. It's an exciting morning here. So I'll pay attention to you until maybe Melania walks
So
by.
much
Then I
shit
might
going
have
on
to be
right now.
distracted, Kevin.
Seems fair.
Good to see you.
Five-minute volume came in bullish and is holding up. QQQ came in bearish and is now going bullish. IWM is IWMing. The 0.5 fib. Oh my god, I don't even know. I don't even know if this is gonna break the floor. It went. I'm scared as shit. It went crazy north. We hit 7,000 SPX. Is that the setup? Clear the SPX. Clear the HOD divergence and then rejection try, but there's no fucking confirmation rejection. They're just dumping fucking crazy off the top to algo range. This is brain dead. We're at the middle. 50-50 still.
So big day today.
50-50 still, unless they cross VWAP. This is sad.
We know the outcome is generally we're expecting nothing
75-25
of rates. Now you say the Fed's hands
75-25 bearish.
Tied.
80-20 bearish.
Why are they tied? Is it about the data or something
Time
else?
is 9:50.
No, it really is about
Hell yeah.
political assault.
And that's how they do time confirmation.
That's very public.
Traps, I think.
And I think
SPX
that
never. Oh my god.
There's nervousness
Look
right
at
now,
this shit go crazy now.
because
IWM.
we don't know what Jay Powell behind the podium is going to say.
Did you guys see? You guys saw this
The
shit,
press
right? How
conference, because
SPX
he's
was
never
bullish
been-
and then
he's
hovered
never
down.
acknowledged
QQQ
political
just went
influence
bearish and bullish.
after the FOMC meetings.
Yeah.
But then he
I mean,
broke the
you see the
silence.
same
A few
shit on
weeks ago
SPY
when
looking like
criminal
that, but
were alleged
LOD
against
breaking.
him, and so now we
They want to
don't
go
know what
lower.
he's
They're
going
about to
say,
dump a
but the
little
Fed's
bit.
hands
All
really
right,
are
dump
tied
a little
because,
bit
again,
bearish.
this administration has made a very public
950
siege
LOD
on
testing
Federal Reserve
from the
independence.
roof
And so I think that
in
that makes it
5
very
minutes
difficult for people to come out
or
and
less.
say, we recognize the data, we don't, because there's this bigger elephant in the room.
That's a great point that you mentioned about the bigger elephant in the room, because there's also the conversation we've been having about who's going to be the new head of the Fed, and the can keeps getting kicked down the road on
Holy
when that
crap.
decision is going to be. And then at first, the top of the
Crazy
leaderboard was
fast.
jockeying between the Kevins, right? Which Kevin was it going? Is it going to be? Now Rick Reeder's kind of taken pole position in
LOD
terms
broke.
of some of the
Wind
views. When you
direction
look
is
at
south
prediction
on
markets, right,
SPY.
there are some
Wind
analysts who
direction
say,
is mixed
no,
on. There's a
you're
divergence. They're going to go
misinterpreting
lower,
some of
right?
the
Divergence.
president's comments.
No, but
the wind.
I think prediction markets have actually been pretty
There's a divergence with the wind
predictable lately.
direction
In fact,
showing.
this morning, Waller's name's starting to pop up. You know, if Waller wants to make his own final stand, to jockey to get in front of Rick Reeder, especially with the newswires carrying stories this
There's an
morning about
LOD
how
divergence
many
and they're doing something
Democrats
crazy.
Reeder has donated to politically
I
in
don't
the
know.
past. This
They're
is
cycling
Waller's chance. So either
At
he
the
descends
algo range
today
perfectly
or
on
he doesn't.
QQQ too.
Odds that he's going to descend are
This is
rising,
fucking
and
terrifying.
that's got him rising in terms of being the potential nominee. Word on the street is that's Bessent's choice.
Yeah.
This means one of them's
so
lying.
we will see.
Either
We
the wind
know
direction is
Stephen
north with
Myron's going
QQQ
to
or wind
DeSantis'
direction is south with
his
SPY.
exit
One of them's
as
lying
well.
big
His
time.
term
It's still
ends in just a few
50-50 now.
days. The end of this month, Michelle Bowman may join Waller another Trump appointee.
Which she has in the past,
which she
but
has
not
in the
always.
past.
Yeah.
But
I don't
it's
even
all
know
eyes
what
on Waller
directions
today
what.
to see if he's going
What's
to
real.
make a
I gotta let
stand
them
for
do its
himself
thing
to
right
be
here, right
nominated
now.
as the next chair of the Fed. And by the way, I tweeted this out earlier. Of all of the candidates, the two Kevins, Rick Reeder and Christopher Waller, only one has never made a political donation to either party. Which, as a former,
Which one was that?
That's Christopher
It's
Waller.
Waller.
7,000
And as a former
SPX
Fed insider,
in
that was
liquidity
the creed.
building with
We
an
never
algo
made
range.
stances one
That's
way or
a
another.
fucking
It was
classic.
strictly prohibited to make political donations of any kind to any party because the Fed, according to
It's
the
an independent
1913,
body.
is an independent apolitical
That
entity,
is a fucking
and therefore
classic.
officials are not supposed to be
You're
making
building
any
liquidity
political
at the
statements, all
top
the way
at
down to having a bumper
7,000
sticker on your car.
SPX using all these
Wow,
algo
okay.
ranges.
And
Think
so
about this
let me
shit.
ask you this,
Who the
because
fuck would go
the
long
one
or short up here with anything
message
going
that
on?
does seem to
Nobody,
be
just
consistent
candle
that I've heard
trading.
from those who have
Basically,
spoke
everybody in the
is
world looking at candles at
in
the same
terms of the
shit,
candidates, they do
forming the
still
same shit,
want
but
an
this is
independent
literally
Fed,
just algo
right?
range
Even though
liquidity
their
building.
views seem to be aligned with cutting rates, kind of no matter what.
And those are not in conflict with one
It's
another,
crazy.
right? I mean, we had consumer confidence yesterday absolutely
Look at
collapse.
QQQ bouncing.
We've never had the
950
labor market
bounces to
differential and the
950.
consumer confidence
Shit is
report
wild.
have
There's
a
another
three
algo
handle
range
without the
building.
United States being in recession and data back to the 60s. So there's every rationale for paying heed to that employment mandate. Unless Congress has removed it when we were sleeping, they have that employment mandate.
QQQ is now showing
Truthflation,
bullish.
TRU,
And SPY
which is
is
a blockchain-enabled real-time
bear
inflation
trapping
metric,
since
was at
950.
1.15 this
Holy
morning.
Okay.
So inflation's not the problem. Corporations have been telling us that inflation's not the problem, but they're still cutting
IWM
costs,
breaking the floor.
as we've seen with so many earnings
QQQ and
announcements.
SPY
So for
is still
people at
mixed.
home, when they look at, the
QQQ is
inflationary
bullish.
pressures
SPY
they
may
have,
go
one of the
bearish here
things
with
that's still been
IWM.
sticky is
Let's see.
shelter, right?
Of course.
And that's
IWM
been a challenge.
testing the floor.
Well, what we're
and-
Market
talking
doing
about is
nothing.
the difference between latent inflation,
Okay.
inflation
Previous
that built
high
up over
today
years,
on IWM
and what
is
we're
testing
now
now.
seeing on
SPY,
a real-time basis. And on a real-time basis,
QQQ
people are
is testing
struggling
the
so much
fucking
with
roof,
the
and
cost of
SPY is at the
essentials, they can't
midpoint.
afford to pay higher rents.
It's
So
crazy.
rents are
It's
falling.
not
That's
even the
going
same.
to filter through to the CPI
Different power,
with a lag.
different cycle.
Grocery store prices
At
are
some
still
point,
highly
they're
problematic.
going to
But
align
again,
real directions in a
that's
show,
not a
yes,
recent
but
phenomenon. It's just the
it's
buildup
mass
that occurred
confusion
in the
right now.
post-COVID era, and now the icing on the cake, if you will, is we've got West Texas Intermediate popping up.
Yeah.
So that's the last thing that average working Americans need right now is to go fill up at the gas pump and see that gasoline prices have
I think
risen.
I have to draw
as
this
well. But
algo
that's
range at
again, very
950 if it
recent.
rejects at
But
952.
the underlying
This is
dynamic
disgusting.
is 30,000 at UPS, 16,000 at
Look at
Amazon,
Tesla at the setup
which made
box.
it 30,000
Trap
Yeah.
bulls,
since its
trap
announcement.
bears.
These are
and they're in the middle.
high-paying corporate jobs, the middle-income worker, and they're being lost.
Danielle, let me ask you this. The view is that we
QQQ
probably
is
won't
actually
see a rate
so
cut
aggressive
until
bullish today, yeah.
June. So when you think about this meeting and looking beyond it, is your expectation that we may not see any
Another
meaningful
1 minute
rate
gap on
cuts
SPY,
until
and the
Powell's
gap
term
filled.
ends?
Time is 9:55.
You know, if that's the case, that would be a
9:53.
shame, because
This
even
is so
Powell
crazy. They don't
acknowledged
even
the
create
labor
an
market
algo range,
weakness
but they
at
go
his
higher
last
for
press
one more
conference.
minute and then
Should he
rejecting that minute
choose
with no cycle
to
confirmation
try
using the
and-
algo range like they did at
and make a
9:45, and
stand
then some
just to make a
crazy ass shit in the
stand?
middle.
Then he's in dereliction
We're
of his
still in
duty
the middle
to
on
make
SPY.
monetary policy in the
QQQ's at the
public
roof.
interest. What Powell can do today is acknowledge that he's become part
Bears
of
are
the
here on
political
IWM. Bulls are
fire,
here on
but at the
QQQ.
same time wave to increasing risks on the employment mandate side and allude to his willingness,
Let's do a
regardless
poll.
of what happens.
What's
in
the real
political arena,
direction
his
here?
willingness
QQQ?
to lower rates and ease policy
Or
before
SPY and
he steps down
IWM?
as chair.
Right. In your
Otherwise,
personal
his
opinion.
legacy is going to be tarnished, in my view.
Okay, we'll leave our conversation there for time. Danielle, it's always great to have you
What
on.
is
That's
real
Danielle
here?
DiMartino Booth, CEO and Chief Strategist of QI Research. Always great to hear from Danielle.
First poll of the day, guys.
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. It's time now for the big picture. Let's welcome in the team from Charles Schwab. Joe Mazzola, head trading derivatives strategist, Schwab Center for Financial Research, or I should say Charles Schwab, and Cooper Howard, director of fixed income research and strategy, Schwab Center for Financial Research. Joe, let's start with you. A lot of information this morning. Obviously, a very diverse earnings day. We've also had a little bit of data out as far as consumer
Man, this is
confidence, not feeling
QQQ
so good
control.
about those kitchen table type issues.
This is, for now,
Obviously,
it's
then
looking
we've
crazy.
had some other trade headlines
955.
too. We've got the metals pulling back a bit off the back of this record run. So it's pick
Previous
your own adventure this morning.
day
What's
HOD
standing
testing
out
or
to you?
something.
Well, let's stick to maybe something that is we know comes out every 3 months, and that's earnings. All the other noise, I mean, that can come out any minute, probably even while we're talking right here. But so far, Sam, with earnings, we got about 80% bottom line
We
earnings
have one
beat.
person
We
voting
got about
QQQ is the
65%
real
top line
direction
revenue
here.
beats. They're both good.
We have 7 people saying
What we're not
IWM and
seeing, though, and I
SPY is
think
the real.
this is what is interesting, is we're not seeing the markets reward.
Fuck. I want to vote
The
IWM and
stocks in the
SPY,
same
but
easy fashion that
mentally
we've
it's
seen in
making
the
me
past.
feel
So
like QQQ is the real one here. They could
that
both be
upside
real for now,
move, but you are getting
temporarily,
punished
and
if
then
you
at
don't
some
meet,
point,
right?
one of
So
them lets
there's a
go. You
little
know what
bit
I mean?
of
It could chop for 20,
maybe some
30
investor
minutes. It
pessimism
could.
coming into these
Both
markets,
be
and maybe
both
maybe it's
bullish and
just
bearish somehow.
a
SPY
feeling
going
that the bar
nowhere,
was set so
so
high with a 22 forward
we're not
PE,
saying that,
but it
one's
sets
gonna
up a
do
lot for this
either
week,
or
knowing that
right
we
now,
have
right
Ford
here.
is
We're
seven,
just
Mag
saying at
seven.
some point one
I
of
think
them might
tomorrow
be
with Meta
like
and Microsoft
misleading.
is really critical for the market, especially kind of given peak AI
That's what
trade
we're
has
saying.
fallen out of favor a little bit. So those are really big
Coming in with the W
data
on
points that are coming out
SPX.
tomorrow.
Yeah, we want to hear about some of the demand. We want to hear about, obviously, the capex. We want to hear
We have
about
one
the
person
memory
voting
prices, how
QQQ
they're
is
feeding
real
through,
here.
and also, of course, the applications and
Aruba.
use cases. But
And we
no
have
doubt,
12
Cooper,
people voting
something will take a
IWM and
lot of
SPY is
attention
the
too,
real
the fact that the
here.
Fed
The other
members
one is
get their
fake.
feet under the desk today.
I was about to
And
call
obviously
Aruba
going
the
to be
chicken little
talking,
of the day
and
today.
giving us a decision tomorrow. It's pretty much
1v20
well
again.
baked
No,
in at
I'm
this
kidding. But
stage what
Syed
they're going
voted
to
too,
do.
so now it's
What are you looking
2v12.
out for as far as what they say?
Yeah, it definitely is pretty much well baked in that they are going to hold rates steady. That's our expectation. And I think Joe hit the nail on the head, is that there's so much other stuff going on that really this week
W
what
formed
the Fed
and
does is
divergence
really
at the
going to take
roof
a
did
back
not
seat.
break yet.
If I look at the
Clear.
statement, I'm expecting
Yet.
very little change with the statement. Now, we do get the press conference. That's always going to be a potential wild card to see how does Chairman Powell describe the policy rate and the outlook for inflation, as well as the outlook for the economy.
I'm still
I
on
do think that
QQQ.
they're
I did
going to
not
keep
leave at
optionality
23,
open.
20%
If we look at the
profit,
statement,
and now
I
I'm down
also expect that there's
17%
going to
on
be a
this
few
shit, and I'm
dissents.
still in
We know, for example,
632.
Stephen Myron has been very
I
much
don't know
in
how
favor
it didn't
of
get
much
killed
lower
that hard,
interest
but it
rates
is
than
literally
where we're
just
at right
not
now.
yet.
But I don't expect
There's a
too many
divergence at the
fireworks
roof.
as
I'm
far
scared
as
as
the
fuck.
meeting itself.
I
Now,
think
looking
options should have been
further
killed by
out,
now,
I think what's important to
but
watch regarding the Fed is the composition
there is
of
some
the
sort of
Fed.
volatility
We know
today
that
too.
Chairman
Some
Powell's
sort
term
of
is going to end this
anticipation.
year. Who does he get
Options
replaced by?
chains are
Rick Reader is
expensive.
gaining a little bit more
Shit.
momentum in the marketplace, in the betting markets, as far as that goes. So that's potentially a person to watch going forward. Also, what are some of the makeups of the other governors? We know the issues with Lisa Cook and mortgage issues there. Stephen Myron's term is also expected to end this month.
Damn,
He is
Aruba said
expected to
I
stay
voted
on a little bit.
QQQ
So
bullish,
the
even though I am
composition and the
downside.
makeup,
Wow,
because
right, thank
as
you.
I've
So
discussed
that's
with
what I
this
mean. We
before,
want
Sam,
personal
it
opinion
is
based
not
on that
just one
moment, right?
individual who's
Based
setting the
on
policy
what you
rate.
see and
It's a
believe
committee.
and
So
what you
who
truly
makes up
think
that
in that
committee, I
moment.
think, is what the bond
That's why
market
we do the
is
poll
going
in
to
the
be
moments
closely
that are
watching
really
over the
important.
rest
So
of the year.
Yeah, that's
Media
certainly
Dreamer
something to
says
keep an eye on,
IWM is
particularly this
super,
week if we get any
super
clues
scary to
about that.
chase
Joe,
down here.
just getting
True.
back to you
There's
and
so much room.
where you
Where are
left
they
off
going?
with saying, the
624.15, I
markets have sort of
think,
fallen out of
is the
favor with big
CPI
cap
candle
tech.
from a long fucking time
Where
ago.
does
They
this
broke out of
leave
it
the
today. There's a
rotation
lot of
trade
bulls
then?
trapped here
Because
now.
it looked like we were
There's a
rotating
lot of
back
bears trapped
into
yesterday
some of
too.
our mega cap
But
tech
that does
players
not mean
yesterday,
that has to do it
ahead of
now.
the sort of
IWM
positioning
could chop for
for
fucking
these
2 hours, 1 hour,
forecasts.
20 minutes, blah, blah, blah,
But
blah, blah,
given,
blah, and then do it later.
obviously
But
all the
it's
questions
right
in the
there.
market
Everyone in
around
the
the
world probably
ROI
seeing
and
it.
then the elephant in the room being
It's
the
only 50
power
cents away.
needed, the energy
It ain't that
from all these
much.
data centers as well.
But I mean,
Where does
that's
that
the
leave
first
things
target,
as far
or
as
first
rotation
support,
and
first
small cap?
level of bounce and interest to see
Well, let's talk about maybe
if the
just some
bulls come
option
back. But when
positions
they're
that
going
are people
downwards on
buying kind of heading
IWM, and
into
they're going
earnings
downwards on IWM right
expectations
now. So
for, like I said, to
that
me,
would,
the two
my
big ones
opinion,
this week,
my
then
personal
this
opinion,
week
be
are
my
at
first.
LA.
Are
So
they gonna
those are, I think,
bounce? Or
those are the two that
they're
investors
gonna
should
do
really be
something playing.
the most
The second
effective, just
level
because of
would
kind
be
of what
actually the
happened
first level would
on
be
the
here,
last earnings
point
cycle and
6 something,
expectations. So
618, which they've
expectations
been
for
playing
Meta
with
is
the last
around a
2 days. So
7% move.
probably
Microsoft's on
somewhere
a
here
5.5%
in
move
point
just based on the
two
options market. But
six four
what's interesting is
35
what I'm seeing from a
264 somewhere at
positioning
16,
standpoint is you
right?
see a lot of upside call
We'll see
buying.
what
So the
happens on
skew
IWM. It clearly
basically
looks like they
recancels
were faking the
the
fuck out
out-of-money
of
puts relative
QQQ
to the
though,
out-of-money calls
and
in
they
call
were.
volatility,
right?
that
Real
investors are
direction
willing
is
to pay for
south,
that
looks
direction,
like.
kind of
And we had
moving it a little bit more towards
13
the
people vote
upside, the call
IWM, and
side
SPY is
than
the
what we
real
traditionally see.
direction. What's
So
faking out?
there's
The
some
pool was at
expectation,
the
but I think at least from
pure
the
top
options
at
market that these
955 when it was
reports could
super
be
green,
pretty
right?
darn good.
We had
And so
13
when you
people
EV
vote
local, I think
IWM, and
it's, you know,
SPY
if you're
is the
looking
real
for
direction going
Microsoft
southward.
or you're watching
It's showing
outdoor
that
cloud
4
growth,
minutes
if you're
later,
looking
right,
for
at 10 a.m.
Meta's
now.
capex
And
spending
QQQ is
plan
doing
and
the
whether or
same
not they're
shit. And
generating
then
any
now,
meaningful revenue from that. So those
look
are
how
the
they
big things
fucking
that I
fit.
think you really want to
This
pay
is a
attention to.
pure
Whether or
example
not
of
that tips the
candle
scale for the
trading
rotation trade, I
versus
think time will
candle and
tell,
cycle
because
analysis. I'm not saying they're
even
gonna break
today,
the
as
floor here.
I
There's still a
continue to
divergence at
just
the
look
HOD, but
at
this is what I mean because in
where we're
those
seeing
certain
percentages of
moments,
stocks above 50
it
day,
looks
50-day
bullish
moving
as
averages,
shit
where
and
we're
it
seeing
looks
best
bearish as
correction,
shit due to
relative
candles.
strength. It still
But there are
continues
the
to be in
minority, and there are the
materials, industrials,
deductors in
energy.
life
Those are
that
the
come to
sectors that
the
are carrying the load
analyzation
right
and the
now.
realization
And,
that there's something deeper than just,
Sam, we've talked about this before. I'm not
looking
positive
green
that
or
you can
red
get
based on one
new all-time
index or
highs
not
with some
because they could be faking
sustainability
out.
if you don't
That's the
get
truth, right?
IT and
So
communication services
I
in
don't
there, and
fucking
that's what
know
this
if QQQ is
reteching is
gonna
going
break
for.
the LOD here or not.
All right,
I
well, so
can't
far, as
lie.
you say, an
It's
80%
not looking
beat
bearish
rates
on
as far as these
QQQ.
earnings
It's
are
looking
concerned. Let's
bearish
see
as
what Meta
fuck
and
on
Microsoft
IWM,
say tomorrow.
but
No doubt a bit of a high
it's
bar, particularly
like,
given the capex
what
sort
is
of
this,
indigestion we
right?
saw
What is
last
this?
quarter. Really appreciate it,
Like,
gentlemen.
it's
Thanks for
not the
joining me today.
best.
Joe Mazzola, head trading
QQQ
derivatives
looking
strategist
crazy.
Charles
Like,
Schwab,
what the
and Cooper
fuck is
Howard,
this?
director
This
of
is
fixed
not the
income
best.
research and strategy, Schwab Center
I
for
would like
Financial
QQQ to
Research.
go here and now, but it's not. So, what can I do? Market is just all over the place and things are different. Different how? They just built different, man. They're built different than fucking candles. They're clearly just something deeper than candles going on every day. It's not just bullish, bullish, bearish, bearish. It's literally at 7,000 SPX. There's algo ranges. There's a bunch of shit going on. IWM showing bearish, QQQ showing bullish. Like, a bunch of shit going on. So, man. Some bullshit from yesterday.
How do you play the memory boom without chasing the
Bears are here. Let's see if they break the floor.
Players in the space, Micron, Western Digital, Seagate, just reported, and SanDisk, each one tripled last year, and they keep running in 2026.
There's a lot of room.
At the beginning of the year, SanDisk is more than double. The other three are up anywhere from 35 to 50%.
Look at IWM right now. It's at the 0.6 something, 618. Look at this shit right now. Look at IWM going from the 0.5 to the 0.618, like crazy. Let's see if this shit bounces here, right? But this is what people want. Like, look how terrifying the 3/3 is. Just liquidation down, but like this is literally 3/3 deduction. Like, where are they going? They could deduct, but there's something here, right? So, something is here. 0.618. CPI candle. They're huge things. 10 a.m. candle is huge.
But there is a relatively safer way to play the same theme. These are not safe stocks, but safer versus those others.
Right now, the bulls and bears are all getting excited. This is the most important moment going into the rest of the morning now.
Later, these companies start buying more manufacturing equipment in order to boost production. That's why ASML,
bullish or bearish, it's 50-50 right now. As of now, 10 was the 3/3.
Big orders as the year goes on. The big four semiconductor capital equipment makers rallied like crazy last year.
New cycle building.
Anywhere from 29 to 39% just since the beginning of January. You're not early.
All right, with the bears involved now, there's a new cycle building with all the bulls trapped, with all the bears trapped, and nobody knows yet. We're in the middle. It did go lower from 945 into 10. 10 is deciding what to do. It is very dangerous to call this bullish or bearish right now.
In building out the production capacity. For this year,
look at IWM bouncing fucking perfectly right now.
$56 billion in capital expenditures. That'd be up 27 to 37% from last year. Wall Street was expecting less than $45 billion.
Island hover up on SPX, QQQ. There's still a lot of room south, but they are cycling here. They're deciding right now whether to continue lower or not. This is still pivot point trading. They could not cycle here and go lower. They could do it later.
Again, great news for the semiconductor capital equipment makers.
10 a.m. created an algo range.
Commentary was about Taiwan Semi investing to meet demand for AI semiconductors, not necessarily memory or data storage chips. But if anything, that's better for the capital equipment makers because manufacturing AI chips requires more advanced hardware. ASML is best positioned for this type of leading-edge equipment, but all of the big four semiconductor capital equipment.
Why do I have Jim Cramer on right now? Because I'm scared as fuck.
Let me be.
I need some audio on.
We got another big clue the very next day. When I got a chance to interview Sanjay Mehrotra,
Psycho deduct. It's terrifying as fuck.
What a company on Squawk on the Street. That's when Micron broke ground on a $100 billion semiconductor foundry in our state, New York. While that facility won't be up and running until 2030, you better believe it needs equipment. On top of that,
Best
Micron's
believe this
working
shit
on
is
new fab in
terrifying as a
Boise,
motherfucker.
Idaho,
I
which
haven't
will
left
begin
jack
adding
fucking
output
shit
by the second
on
half of
SPX.
2027.
I'm
Micron
still
also
in
broke
from
ground on a new
literally
fab in
yesterday. I was
Singapore
in
yesterday.
profit
That's to
barely
start
and I did
producing
not
in the
fucking
second half
leave.
of 2028.
I'm in on
Dizzying, right?
QQQ,
The key
3K from
takeaway,
market open on
Micron's
0
investing in new
DT.
production now.
This shit is
And it'll continue
grinding
investing in new
up
production
and
for several
down
years
and
into
down.
the future.
I'm down
Which
8%
means
now on
consistent
QQQ
orders
still.
for Lam Research,
Nvidia,
KLA, and Applied
I don't even want
Materials.
to talk about it. Gold, I'm fucked. I don't even
Finally,
talk
when
about it,
Intel
but this shit
reported
is
last
really
Thursday,
bad.
the stock
My
got
shit's
clobbered.
over
Remember,
here.
it was down 17% on Friday,
My
another
shit's
5% on
literally,
Monday,
yeah.
before stabilizing today.
It's some
That's not
bullshit
because
though.
the numbers
Every
were
fucking
bad.
day
The
gold
quarter
up
results
like
were actually
this
quite
up
good.
2.25%.
Instead,
Like
Intel
it's
gave
just
dismal
actually draining
guidance
fucking
because
bears.
they
It's fucking
just
nuts.
don't have the ability to
Gold
meet
is
the demand
actually
for
brain
chips.
dead retarded.
From my own reporting,
I'm
I've
sorry
found
I'm
out that
saying
Intel
that,
simply
but
doesn't
like,
have enough
yeah.
manufacturing equipment.
In one
It
day,
doesn't predict
there
the
was
strength
one
of its own
move where it
markets
did
correctly.
100%
Again,
and
as with
like
Taiwan Semi,
it
this
just
isn't
fucking
about
literally
memory
ate it
chips.
all.
In this case, it's CPUs
Like how the fuck?
that Intel can't make enough
What
of.
kind of
That
bullshit?
means
Like
more business for the capital equipment makers,
One Direction is
especially
still
Lam
out trying. All right,
Research.
LOD is
CPUs are their
breaking.
bread
This
and
does
butter.
not mean they're
Lam's
gonna
also one
dump
of the
here and
leading
break the
providers
floor,
of
but
the
they
type of
could.
equipment used to
All
make
right,
memory
I don't
chips.
know
So
if they
they'll be
want to
one of the
bear
first
trap
companies to
here and then
benefit
cycle
as
up and
memory
then
and
do
data
something.
storage
I'm not
companies
sure.
look to boost
Looks
their
like bears are
production, which they
coming
know
though,
they
but
want
it's
to.
sus as
That's
shit.
why the stock rallied
There's an algo
137%
range at
last
10.
year before tacking on another 39% gain in January. Now, some of these
Crazy ass
semiconductor
algo
capital
range
equipment
right at
companies will be
930
reporting
open
earnings
level.
in the next few days. ASML reports tonight, overnight, from Europe. So we'll have numbers when we get in tomorrow.
10 bounced to
Lam reports
1005.
after the close
1005
tomorrow.
rejected into
KLA reports on Thursday
1005.
night.
1005 is bounce
We don't hear
strike.
from until mid-February.
This is
while I
pivot
expect
point cycle
all
trading.
these companies to report great numbers, the bar is now incredibly high, given how much their stocks have run. So I can't say for sure.
Let's hit the
how
like
those
button
stocks
on the
will
video,
react,
folks. I
as
thought
they are
Aruba
what
was
I
saying,
say,
please drop the like.
coming in hot. That
Please
brings me to
drop
a
the
very
like.
smart analyst note from
Shit.
Links
Let
Equity
the market do its
Strategist
thing.
that came into my inbox was published this
IWM
morning.
deciding
The
whether
Links
it wants
analyst
to
says
break
that
the
a beat and
high
raise
of the
result is already
CPI
baked into
candle
Lam Research stock.
from
I agree with that. It's hard to argue.
January
But the
13th.
analyst is still very bullish on Lam, and that's because they expect much better numbers in 2027 than the rest of Wall
Very,
Street's
very
looking for.
important
I agree
now.
with that. If management gives a
IWM, SPX is
qualitative
going lower.
view of
QQQ is
wafer
not.
fab equipment into 2027, and we hope that not everybody is starting to
Time is
build
10:10.
out at
They're now
once.
doing this
The
shit. They're
Links
doing it
analyst
slow
argues
as
that the
fuck,
stock
and now
could
we're
soar.
below the
Otherwise,
algo range. What
I
if they
expect it
pop
to sell
here
off
and bear
because it's
trap
up
everybody?
39% of the pitch.
I want QQQ to
If
drop
Lam
through.
Research
If it
does
drops
sell
through,
off,
it's
though,
bearish as
that
shit
may be
here.
the
But I
real
mean,
opportunity. I would be a buyer.
it's a
I
fucking
believe in
hope.
this group long term, and Lam is my personal favorite. It's incredibly
10-10.
well run, and its antecedent, Novellus, if anyone who watched the show all the way
QQQ.
back in 2005 to 2012,
Sick.
was my favorite semi-cap equipment company of all time. Here's the bottom line. If you want to play the memory and data storage without chasing stocks that have tripled or quadrupled in barely more than a year, I think the semiconductor capital equipment makers will be more durable winners here. I think Wall Street might not be able to appreciate the long-term capacity expansions coming through the entire semiconductor ecosystem. While I don't know how these companies will do when most of
Spike
them
candle
report this
coming
week,
again.
that doesn't interest me. I hope the stocks pull back, because then you've got
Within
my
10
blessing
minutes-
to buy them
10
for the
minutes of
long
each
haul,
other.
which is what we care about on Mad Money. Mad Money's back after the break.
Coming up, gold and silver have soared to record highs, but
Sandler, Joel Colina of Wedbush, and Brian Gardner of Stifel. And we still have so much to get to here before the end of the hour. We just talked about dollar right before the break. So, Craig, I'm going to come to you on this one because you got the dollar index falling below key technical level, 4-year low, and this decoupling again between the dollar and treasuries, which reminds me of Liberation Day, post-Liberation Day market trading last year.
Spike down
Morgan,
below
this
CPI
comes back
candle
to
now.
sort of Trump 1.0, 2.0 sort of scenario in here, and that Trump wanted a weaker dollar in his first administration. We definitely got that in the first year. We got that in the second term's first year also.
Everybody
So
at 7,000
breaking below this
SPX.
kind of key technical support, we've got to be watching 96 spot, 35.
Oh my God,
That
QQQ
is
is
the
the
level to
slowest
watch.
today.
also
on,
is
baby.
very oversold
I
at this
love
point in time.
IWM. Do
So
your
from a
thing,
technical
IWM. Do
perspective,
your thing,
we haven't
baby.
been this
Do your thing.
oversold
Do your
since
thing. No,
April
no
of
1 minute
last
cap.
year
There's a
and
1 minute cap
August
here.
of
Do your
2024.
thing,
We're probably
IWM.
going
Do
to get
your
a little bit of a
thing.
relief rally in here,
IWM
and I
1
think
minute
that's
cap.
how traders are sort of setting this up. So while the dollar's weak, we got to be very careful thinking about gold and silver as those markets have gone parabolic. But coming back to the dollar,
sorry, not
look for
0.28.
some
It's at the
further
20.
weakness given this
Oh my
break
god, I
in
can't even
here
fucking
over
talk.
the
It's at the point.
intermediate term.
I can't even
Short
fucking
term,
talk. It's at the
relief rally,
23,
intermediate
28
term
EMA.
could
All
probably
right.
trade
Holy
down
shit.
toward 95.0.
Okay. Weaker dollar, Joel. What does it mean for
Am I
all
even
these
saying the
mega
correct
cap tech
EMA here?
companies that are
I'm talking
throwing
about the EMA
hundreds of
between the
billions
20
of
and the
dollars
50.
at AI build out?
Yeah, I
They
mean,
want
it
to
just,
go lower.
most
Come on,
importantly,
bro.
it significantly boosts our export competitiveness versus other nations. It's obviously going to trickle
All
down
right,
on the
wind
bottom
direction
line
is
as
south
well.
turning. What's the?
And again,
There's
as
no
I stated
divergence at
kind
the
of
roof.
before
There's
the
a
break, it
divergence at
just
the
sort
floor.
of
They want to go
reinforces
lower.
tech leadership
QQQ is the
on a
one that
global
is not
stage,
holding,
and
and
it
that
kind of
is not
plays right
helping.
into Trump's playbook to kind of keep this engine humming along. And again, I'm not a macro expert by any means, but a weaker dollar historically just bodes very well for the tech sector, and most importantly, probably the most important companies on the planet right now.
Yeah, Brian, it's interesting because just a couple hours ago, maybe an hour ago, you had a senior official from the ECB talking about a weaker dollar against the euro.
Holy
It's a
shit,
lower
that was a fast
sign
drop,
of
but
lower
nothing.
confidence in unpredictability in the U.S. economy, and whether it's the AI trade and the geopolitical implications of that, whether it's the ripping up of the foreign policy playbook that's existed for decades, or whether it is all of these trade uncertainties and new deals that are being struck
I somehow
right now. How does
expect
all of this funnel
QQQ to
back
go
into the
more than
financial
SPY
markets?
today, though. That's the crazy part.
In the short
QQQ
term,
is showing so fucking
I think it
bullish.
has limited implications. The markets have been strong for quite some time. It was noted before. The economy is firing on all cylinders. Longer term, I think there are bigger questions.
I'm in profit
Trump has
now
always
by
wanted,
9%
I
on
think, a
QQQ2.
weaker dollar.
Waiting on
And I think
SPX
in the short term, that
continuously.
has not
Waiting on
been
SPY
an issue. But longer
continuously.
term, I think it's something that we're going to have to watch. Certainly in the short term, as Joel just mentioned,
I
great
fucking
for
burnt it all
exports, and
today and brought
that's
it
kind
back
of
to
the
fucking
Trump
life on
focus
SPY, man, but not
is
QQQ.
fueling exports out of the United States, growing the economy that way. But longer term, the status of the dollar, the status of it being the reserve currency around the world, I think that is a longer term issue, especially given the fiscal situation in the United States. So short term, I don't think there are a lot of risks. I think there are bigger questions, but investors don't care about the long term right now. They really are more short term focused.
Yeah,
let's go, please. Let's go. Let me scream, please.
Kind of
We'll
giving
break
a
our
nod,
LOD,
Joel,
please.
to ByteDance, Alibaba, and Tencent to buy these NVIDIA H200 chips. Yesterday was the one-year anniversary of the DeepSeek
bear cycle on
shakeout
everything.
here in the markets. So how to
especially
navigate
IWM.
these dynamics right now?
Yeah, it's like, God, I can't believe
especially
it's
IWM since market opens up.
Yeah, it's the AI trade is just come
just
out of the
going
gate strong
fucking
this
melting
year.
down.
And to me, we had that first big kind of funding kind of headlines regarding OpenAI hit in mid-December.
Look at that fucking crazy ass dump from 7,000. Look at the goddamn algo range they created at the fucking top today, bro. Look at who believes in deductions now in fucking goddamn candle trading. You understand this shit look bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish, bullish, 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 and then now look at the fucking algo range they created at 7,000. I said, who the fuck goes long or short down here based on nothing but nothing? They create something.
Claudebot kind of has gone viral in the past week
create
or so.
something.
So the AI trade, I don't think it's ever been stronger. And I
That's
highly suggest
crazy.
everyone who isn't bullish, listen to ASML conference call, which is at 9
That's
a.m.
fucking
this morning.
crazy. I think they're going to go lower on QQQ, but I mean, this is a 330. They could bounce it here big time. Zero DTs are here.
And they're not slowing. And to me, that's what makes Anthropic's
LOD broken to
so
QQQ. 10-10.
It's just going to give people a lot
Wind
more
direction is now south with the divergence on the floor broke. Cleared. All right. LOD divergence cleared. Wind direction is south. On IWM, QQQ, and SPY, everything.
Joining me right now to take a look at some names in the news, Diane King Hall. Texas Instruments is first up. Diane, great to see you.
Yeah, good to be with you. And similar to the broad market momentum, we've got some gains for Texas Instruments off the back of its quarterly results. And it's more about
they want to go lower, man.
the road ahead look like. It's a strong outlook for Texas
Holy
Instruments.
shit. I don't know how much lower, but I'm fucking hoping now on a fucking crazy dump. On a crazy dumb. I know it sounds fucking crazy, but like, look at this fucking crazy ass fucking. We opened above 7,000, that's for sure.
About the outlook from here, their Q1
But
revenue
what the
guidance,
fuck?
they're guiding for between 4.32
Is this
to
1 hour
4.68
squeeze up
billion.
and 1 hour fucking pullback
So
to
that
all-time
is better than
high
what the street
territories?
was looking for. EPS
That's the.
Q1,
This has to
they're
be the
guiding
most
for
insane moment of the year. This
$1.22
has
to
to be the most
$1.48,
insane fucking moment of
versus
the year.
midpoint the street was looking
Oh
for
my
between
fuck!
$1.35
The
to
1 hour
$1.26.
candle.
So again, it's really
Yo.
about the forecast from here. And Texas Instruments,
Exchange the
while it
hands
doesn't
of the
make
world.
these
I'm
AI
telling you.
GPUs, it's
Time is 10,
analog, it's
15.
power management chips. They're critical to data center infrastructure. So that business is growing, and it is growing
Balancing
fast.
Shrine.
Data center revenue surged 70%
On.
last quarter. Makes up
Spy.
a good portion of
IWM.
sales. So management is starting to break that out separately. So it's not the same old company.
Algo range.
It is leaning into where the future is here. So the AI data center is essentially showing up as a
There's
new
some sort of
growth
algo
engine
range at
for
1010
Texas
that I never drew, it
Instruments.
looks like, but they're doing a cycle creation off the floor too. Every single bounce coming in with a fucking pop.
Breaking out that data center revenue going forward.
Just
so
like
we'll start
yesterday.
to see what that looks like more. The industrial market recovery, you saw that gain some steam here. That rose in the high teens.
That's crazy
percentage
work.
in the fourth quarter. It was broad-based across factory automation, industrial controls, and embedded
Very
systems
volatile
there.
there.
Analysts say that multi-year analog inventory glut is over. So that bodes well for them. There was a weak spot, personal electronics, that fell in the upper teens percentage revenue there. So that's the weak spot there for Texas Instruments. But shares moving higher today.
Yeah, look, it's the guidance. You know, no one seems to mind the miss as long as you're given some good guidance, because a lot of these names have actually been beating the street but then move lower. But I guess the good guidance really gives it. And I mean, how about a little
what is this
celebratory
trap?
moment for 7,000?
I know, right? Oh my goodness.
500 and some of the names in tech and energy and some of the areas that have really led the way this year when people were worried.
Yeah.
Next up, Starbucks. That too has an up arrow.
A Java jolt for Starbucks. And once again, this is not about the trailing quarter. This is about what do
I don't know why my
comps look
arrow
like.
is blue.
Is the turnaround story gaining more traction here? And investors seem to be on
I don't
board
know why
with
my
this.
arrow is
In
blue. I
terms
think
of
I changed the
adjusted
color to
EPS, it
blue
did come in
yesterday
at 56 cents a share.
when I
That
was changing
light
one of these
of
white lines.
expectations. Revenue did beat, so it was a mixed
Horizontal
quarter
lines.
for Starbucks. Revenue coming in at $9.92 billion versus the street looking for $9.63 billion.
What do you guys like better,
But
blue
their
or white?
Starbucks turnaround, that's gaining traction.
Does it even
Traffic
matter?
growth, you saw
They're
that
algo
higher.
ranging here
For the first
clearly.
time
This
in
is
2
perfect
years,
fucking algo range
CEO
touch
Brian
of it.
Nichols saying that
10,
the strategy is
10,
ahead
10
of
and 10.
the schedule there. So you did have some pressure
Oh my
on
God.
margins.
There's a
because of
fucking
some
another
turnaround
algo
related
range creating
costs,
off the floor
higher
and the
coffee
new
prices.
algo
They
range.
have some
Can you
tariff
believe
impact.
this?
But sales and traffic are that key bright spot there. Again, revenue better than expected.
Can you
Global
believe this?
same-store sales, that's up 4%. Traffic grew 3%.
Someone said white. Thank
so
you.
again, you know, to some
I don't
that
even
might
know
not
if they're
sound
gonna
a lot,
go
but
bearish because
like
if
a
they
lot, but
bounce
for
here off the
Starbucks,
floor and bear
this
trap
is the
everybody,
jolt
that would be
needed. It
crazy
has some
bullish off the
momentum here
floor
in the
too.
US.
But this
It
is
also had
crazy
holiday
dangerous. They
strength. They
spiked
talked
up
about that
crazy
viral.
to
You
make
remember,
people
I wish
bullish
I
or
had
some
one of
shit,
those,
and
the
then they're
Barista
pulling back
cup
too.
that was
So
shaped
this
like a
is
teddy bear.
a spike
gosh,
algo
it was
range
so
at its
cute.
finest too.
But it was a viral moment, and
10,
it
15
created,
coming in.
you know, people wanting to come in the stores. You come in for the cup. You buy something to drink. You buy, you know, a little something to eat off the menu. They said their holiday menu was the best day ever for
God
North
damn.
American stores, Nicole.
Yeah, they've really
I don't even know. I don't want to call this bearish until the LOD breaks. If the LOD breaks, it would be confirmation, rejection, crazy bearish. If the LOD somehow doesn't break and it creates a U right here at the pivot point and the 10-15 never breaks somehow, or it breaks a little bit and comes back up, then
Imagine if that's the stock you
I don't even want to think about it.
Amazing. And here
I'm
up
just
5% today. Last but not least, you
I'm
have the
waiting into
TTS
FOMC.
Yeah, it's been all over the place. In the pre-market, it was, you know, it felt like.
Oh,
investors were
waiting
trying to
into
kind of
FOMC.
make heads or tails of its
IWM.
results. So they did do better than expected. It was a solid quarter for
Chart
AT&T.
froze
They
up.
beat expectations on the top and the bottom line. Adjusted EPS coming in at
IWM is
52
so
cents a
damn
share. The
bearish.
street
They're
was
actually
looking for
testing yesterday's
46
LOD.
cents. Revenue
They
coming in
went
at
past the
3.47 billion. Street was looking for around 32 billion.
That's the
So again, it
0.748
was a
or
beat
whatever
there,
the fuck.
for AT&T. Look, listen, all of these
Big bounce on
wireless
SPY and
companies
QQQ
have
holding.
been in
IWM
a
is
pricing
going.
war for customers. Shares are moving higher now, actually up more than 2.5%. They had steady customers. They've got reliable cash flow. They've got some shareholder payouts. Profit was actually slightly lower than a year ago, but some of that has to do with some one-time issues there. They added 421,000 new postpaid phone customers. That's in line with estimates. Churn staying below 1%. That's a good sign. Customers are sticking with them. They're not taking advantage of that pricing war that they were having, the competition.
Wind direction is north or neutral since 10:15 until the low breaks or they break the HOD, changing the wind direction.
Wireless customers sticking around. The broadband growth, they had growth there, 283,000 new fiber customers, 221,000 internet air adds. So there's some growth there.
All right.
All right. Shares higher.
I didn't mean to interrupt you. Was there more?
No, that's okay. One thing that is shrinking. I always have a little bit more. One thing that is shrinking, business wireline. That's down 7.5%. But look,
all right, second poll today. Into FOMC today. Who the fuck does it burn? Bear, bull, or everybody? In your opinion, your personal opinion.
So we could get it on social, and so I wasn't 100% listening, and that's why I jumped. Diane King Hall, great to see you. Always.
They're almost burning both, to be honest. Almost. Why? Because there's puts from yesterday too. Unless they go crazy or somehow. They're bouncing big as fuck already. I don't even know. I'm scared. I want to hold into FOMC. I don't want to hold into end of the day, but this is looking like it's already fucking bear trapping big fucking time on SPX. Look at this shit. Like, what the yesterday's high, we are back above. We are back above the previous all-time high breakout point too. And these are two previous all-time high breakout points. There's a lot of setups, right? You gotta agree that there's setups on IWM, sure, and then now this is in the LOD, yesterday LOD, but there's setups happening here. There's setups here too. There's setups on QQQ happening, testing HOD all-time high. Not HOD, all-time high, so. Man, most people said everybody. That's crazy. 0 people voted burn bull. 4 people voted burn bear. And 10 people, including everyone on YouTube, that's 14 people voted burn everybody. That's crazy. Not including Dave, so including Dave, that's 15. That is crazy. Alright, I'm going to vote against everyone else. I'm going to vote burn bull. I would be the only person voting burn bull. 5 people voting burn bear, including Vinny. 15 people voting burn both. I may be positionally biased here. I don't know. That may be true. That is fucking true. I'm in QQQ and SPX heavy right now.
Wall Street, top investors watching your money. Joining us now is Payne Capital
I'm fucking heavy on everything right now. It's actually bad. I have so much shit. Like a lot of them going against me. Like 2 out of fucking 5 of them. 3 out of 5 of them actually went fucked. So it's actually fucking with me big time.
We're looking at NVIDIA with you because the stock's jumping this morning. China approved purchases of its H200 AI chips for the first time. They gave the green light to major tech firms, including Alibaba and ByteDance over in China, to be able to use these chips. More than 400,000 chips is the deal. Officials are limited, though, on how they can be used. China's pushing companies to rely more on domestic semiconductor makers, which is interesting, or products. Amazon also planning to cut about 16,000 corporate jobs. This was announced this morning. This marks the second round of large-scale layoffs since last fall. And then technology earnings are kicking off today. Microsoft, Meta, IBM, Tesla out after the bell. Apple's tomorrow. Obviously, it's going to be about AI-driven profit growth. Analysts believe this year could be the breakout year for AI returns. What do you say?
Yes, we are in the belly of the beast. This is it, right? We get big tech earnings. We have like $8 trillion worth of earnings that are going to be reported just the next 2 days. I suspect they're going to be very, very good. I mean, ASML, which is semiconductor equipment, they announced this morning amazing profits and earnings growth forecasts. They're up like 6% before the market even opened today. NVIDIA, I know we're just talking about this offset, but like, and you already mentioned, but already trading at like 24 times forward earnings, which is very cheap for that stock. And they're going to blow out their number, like 70% earnings growth year over year, which is like, That's humongous earnings growth. So I suspect here with Apple, they're going to come in with solid earnings growth here. I think you're going to see the same with Meta. The only one that's a wild card to me is Tesla. It trades at 200 times forward earnings. I don't really understand why that stock trades so high. But I think for the most part, big tech has kind of been, let's call it sideways this year, but I think earnings could be the catalyst to drive those stocks higher.
There are other investments, but still the AI trade, I mean, the trillions of dollars in investment that we're talking about is something that Maria asked Jensen Huang. She interviewed him last week in Davos at the World Economic Forum. Listen to his answer to her about global competition.
Tell us about business and what you are seeing right now from customers.
We are seeing just incredible demand, and what's going on around the world is that AI, as you know, is a 5-layer cake. It starts at energy, then chips, the layer that we're at, infrastructure, cloud infrastructure, land, power, shell, building data centers, and then of course the AI models. This last year, AI startups, we call them AI natives, these startups raised $100 billion to build on top of the AI models. Their applications for healthcare, applications for drug discovery, for transportation, financial services, helping with making healthcare more efficient, all kinds of different applications. And so the demand is just incredible.
Very bullish.
Very bullish. And applications, as he just mentioned there, the top of that 5-layer cake, as he put it, we are just barely seeing that. We're still in the build out, right? We're still building out chips and the architecture and the ecosystem that enables AI to happen. Imagine what happens when all of these applications come to life and all these companies around the world, whether it's Delta Airlines on scheduling or figuring out maintenance, or Salesforce.com helping people or helping companies rather sell more stuff to people, or Instagram using AI to target ads more effectively. I mean, on and on. There's so many use cases. We could probably.
Sorry, I ran to the bathroom, guys. If it's truly bearish, they're gonna test LOD soon. There's a lot of bulls trapped at the HOD. If it's truly bearish, QQQ or SPY is gonna test the LOD soon. And for some reason, I feel like QQQ is gonna go a little bit more minusculely.
For AI,
some reason.
Whatever your company is.
It's showing super not bearish, so.
You don't want to be left behind.
Today is major tech earnings. Today is FOMC rate cut decision day.
Well, no, 100%, but I think
I have a feeling.
We've obsessed about all the AI infrastructure.
If it's truly bearish, though, LOD might break or test
the users of AI
within 30 minutes or an hour.
Every company optimizing their margins. If we look at, we're going to have record margins right now in the S&P 500.
Call contracts are getting shredded right now since 9:45, so this is like the bounce 0.5, contracts are back 50%, and it's basically like,
globally, frankly.
If it stays up there for too long, they have too much time to escape. If it bounces too long, or if it tests LOD fast, then they're fucked.
The ancillary plays that we're seeing with energy and the data centers and stuff. And I want to get to the dollar index with you.
And they're hovering at the floor. It looks like they're fucked.
Right now. President Trump says he's not concerned. He's instead calling the dollar's decline great. He says he wants the currency to find its own level. Watch him yesterday.
I said that in the WhatsApp group about here when the first red candle came at 10:26. I said if it's truly bearish, you'll test LOD soon. SPY or QQQ, and QQQ is at the floor. So if it is gonna really trap the bulls from really up here.
And I said, not fair that you devalue because it's hard to compete when they devalue.
Down there is a whole different world, a whole different story. All right, we'll talk about it even if it fucking gets there or not. IWM is bouncing since 10:20.
What do you make of that?
Well, first of all, the president could sell
10:30.
Eskimos.
So look at how the 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 played out, right? I said, hey, we are in the 3/3 in literally everything, especially IWM. When did I say that in the WhatsApp group? I said that at 10:12. 10:12 was right here. This big ass red candle here. So I literally said we are in the 3/3 on literally everything, especially IWM, and IWM bounced at 10:20. The market bounced at 10:15, went to 10:25, and failed into 10:30. That is
U.S. bonds on a levered bet, like 3-to-1, 4-to-1, 5-to-1, and 6-to-1 in some cases.
Daddy,
and that's unwinding.
That's a motherfucking deduction.
In Japan, their yields are now starting to go up.
Daddy,
short something if the yields are going
All right,
up. So
let's
people
rip
are
this bitch down.
unwinding this trade. And part of that means they're selling
in an hour
as they sell U.S. bonds. So I think it's important for people to understand that macro concept.
Rip the Band-Aid lower.
No. I remember when the carry trade sunk our markets, and I had to go on multiple shows and explain
try to explain it. Well, there you
the
go.
fucking
We just
Band-Aid
explained
lower.
it.
Try to explain to the Fox News viewers. All right. Well, Ryan Payne, thank you for being here. It's always great to see you.
Thanks, Cheryl.
All right. Adam's going to stay with us all morning long.
Adam.
What do you think is the true reason and manifestation of this weaker dollar trend, and how long will that last?
I think around the world, I think investors, pools of money are taking a fresh look at the U.S.
Time is
there have been a
10:30.
number of events over the last couple of weeks,
10:25.
domestic and geopolitical.
10:30 for
And
5
I think
minutes.
what you're seeing, you'll notice gold is up, alternative currencies are up. I
Look at
think
that
there's a
spike
little
candle
bit
trapping.
of a
Look at
repositioning.
this
You'll
1/3,
notice stocks in
2/3.
the U.S.
That
are
spike
not
candle
down.
was
So people are
part of the
sticking with their
1/3,
risk
2/3.
positions, but I think are probably buying some tail risk protection,
All right, they're
hedging
cycling.
the dollar. I think we saw that in the first half of 2025 also. I think
And
it
then went
will
lower from
run its
10:25
course.
into 10:30 and
It puts an
10:30 trying
onus
to
on
bounce.
calming down some of the tail risk, and I think that would help this.
I mean, it is to say that it's to help boost exports too simplified explanation for what we're seeing here.
Yeah, I think, yes, it is true a weaker dollar boosts exports. However, we have, in the United States, has 39 trillion of debt on its way
We are
to
still near
40
the floor on
trillion plus.
QQQ.
And when you have
Algo
that
range
much
is playing
debt, I think
10:30.
stability of the currency probably trumps exports.
Until
and so
it
I
breaks
actually think
the bottom of the
US
930
is gonna
algo
wanna
range on
see a
QQQ,
stable
I'm going to
dollar,
continuously say QQQ
and
is
wants
playing
to
at the
see
floor
stability,
because
and
it
they
is.
want to be able to sell the long end of the Treasury
Right.
curve. Stable dollar helps.
I don't give a
there
fuck
are
if the
concerns,
candle's telling me
obviously,
this
and
bitch
there's a
going
lot
to
of
North
noise
Pole.
about it, that
I don't
this
give a
could be
fuck
the
if the
beginning of a
candle telling me it
multi-year
wants to meet Santa
structural correction
Claus.
for the
It's
dollar. You
what
don't
it's
see
doing.
that.
I don't know that that's the case, no. I think there's a lot of strengths in the United States.
changes, it changes.
In terms of innovation, very strong year for GDP growth coming, we believe, and a lot of positives. However, people around the world are not, I don't think they're running away from the U.S., but they're managing some of the
MACD
tail
is
risk.
bullish,
and
but it's in
institutional
bearish territory.
framework,
QQQ
they're
is
trying to make
dragging
sure
the
they
market,
understand it,
trying to
and
go
on the
lower.
margin are taking action to probably
Blue
hedge the
line
dollar
and yellow
or
line,
buy some
RSI,
alternative safe havens.
underneath
Gold
the
is
volume.
most
That
prominent
means the
example.
volume's going
Absolutely.
bullish,
So,
trying to
gold
be
obviously
bullish,
has
trying to
seen the
bounce,
upside.
but the
You think
MACD and RSI
6,000
is
an
still
ounce is a
in
target? I know you're not the
bear
prognosticator
territory,
of
even though the
currency
candle
or
is
commodity
literally
markets,
right
but
at the
Well, the house
0.5
view is
Fibonacci.
we could see
Probably,
gold
if we
getting
draw
into 54,
Fibonacci
5,500.
line,
I don't think
you
that's
can
an
see.
unreasonable view.
Right. Look
It's
at
had
QQQ.
quite a
If you
run
draw the
here.
Fibonacci line from the
You
top
may
to
see
the
some
bottom,
retrenchment,
QQQ is
but we
more
think
bearish
stronger
than
gold
SPY
makes
here.
sense.
Clearly
How do you
see.
read what's happening in Japan?
I
Obviously,
ain't
the
capping.
yen is a beneficiary
Am
of the
I
weaker dollar.
capping?
It's at
Fuck.
152 and
If I'm
change
capping,
right now. So
shit,
there was a
prove
lot
me
of
wrong
chatter
with the
about
candles and the
intervention when
cycle
it approached
confirmation. That
160.
say all
There's
time cycle,
fiscal
all I
challenges,
care, right?
obviously, and
They just
fiscal
bullish,
stimulus
bullish,
being
bullish,
proposed
bullish,
by
bullish,
the
bullish,
Prime
candle.
Minister, but there's been a
Bullshit.
bond market rout
the
and a
fuck
lot
outta
of
here.
turmoil. How do you see this dovetailing with what's happening
So
with
here's the
the dollar?
dilemma
don't
for
give a
Japan,
fuck.
and this is true of a lot of the
I
developed
don't
world.
care
Aging
about no
population,
candle
in
bullshit.
Japan's case, shrinking.
Wow, look at
workforce growth
IWM though.
because of
It literally
aging
tested
and very
yesterday's
high
low.
leverage.
It really did.
And so
Never broke it again
there
for
isn't
the
at
second
this
time, and then
stage
now it's
as
back
much
to the CPI
capacity
candle.
or market willingness to go along with more
Look,
fiscal
chopping
stimulus.
down, up, down, trapping
On
every
the
bull
other
on
hand,
top of
there's
it, trapping
things
every
that the
bear on
central
top,
bank would
below
normally
it.
do to protect the currency, i.e. raise rates. And I think
That is beautiful.
I think talking about excess fiscal.
Right, small
is sort
cycle,
of
real
having an
direction
effect
might
in the
go lower
market. So I
later,
think
but for
you'll see
now,
that
since
calm,
10-12,
and it
this
will
was
probably
3/3 and
need
it
a
trapped.
combination of some fiscal action and probably the central bank taking some action to protect the currency. But I think
Cycle
in the,
building
in
on
between now and the
IWM too,
election,
but in
I
a
think they
different way
just
than the
wanna
market.
calm this. But
Clearly,
ultimately, it's
QQQ
a
wants to go
symptom
lower,
of
bearish.
these structural issues, aging and leverage. This is why
QQQ broke LOD.
productivity growth, with AI being one of the catalysts,
Divergence
is
at
the
the
big
floor.
upside for many developed countries, including the world. And
Long-term,
a lot of the
medium-term Long-term
will be
calls are in
watching
danger.
how fast you develop AI to improve productivity growth.
How do you read the reports and the speculation
Long-term
that the New York
median
Fed
calls are
did a
fucked.
rate check at the behest, perhaps, of Treasury.
That's what the divergence at the floor says.
They
had a divergence at the roof yesterday, and they just kept going up.
So obviously, I've seen
SPY
the
is
same
not going
reports.
lower here, but
I would
QQQ
get-
is.
I think it's
Make
in
this
the
shit make sense.
U.S.'s
I don't know.
interest that you don't see the back end of the
634,
Japanese
35,
bond curve
634,
because
35
it will
broke the
affect
floor by
back
1
end
cent.
of the U.S. Treasury curve. And so I think some rhetorical
634,
intervention at
35,
least
634,
doesn't surprise
36.
me
This is
because I think it's in all
broke
of our
the floor
interest
by
to
one
see
single
stability.
cent and made a
In the kind of
divergence at the
environment I
floor.
talked about, aging and leverage, we're seeing duration challenges around the world, and I think we want to calm that.
Is there a risk? Last question on Japan. Is there a risk that Japan could start selling off some of its
Three-third.
$1.2
This is
trillion
three-third on the
in
bigger
treasuries
cycle. This is
as a
pivot
bit
point
of a
trading.
backstop,
Until
as a
they
bit
break
of
the
a
floor, it
way
is very
to
fucking
calm the
dangerous. And
bond or
until they
currency
break the
markets?
floor, they could bear trap the
what would
fuck
that
out of
impact be?
everybody.
I think the
And
bigger
until they break the
issue
floor,
that Japan,
I
I
am
think,
not
will
going to
have to
call this
wrestle
shit
with
super
is the
bearish.
fundamentals.
It's super bearish.
The
candles. I'm
maybe
saying this
bigger
shit based on
worker
candles
program.
alone.
We'll
Fuck.
probably talk
I'm a
about
candle trader right now, alright? This shit
faster
is super bearish on
productivity
candles
growth,
alone. Fuck it, they talking about
initiatives,
LOD test.
AI being part of it.
LOD!
I think you've got to get to the
Divergence
fundamentals, which
is
is
clearing.
a little bit better
Right now,
growth
right
in an
here,
aging
LOD
society
divergence is
with
clearing.
all the
Alright,
government
they
debt.
just
These other
created the
things are
LOD
more on the
divergence here.
edges.
They're
You probably
clearing
have
it
to
right now.
address the fundamentals.
Calm messaging from authorities.
so,
Yeah,
yes.
Time is
absolutely.
10:35.
Let's talk about the FOMC. We're going to get the decision
They trapped the
early
fuck
morning
out
Hong
of the
Kong
bulls,
time
and they're
tomorrow.
gonna go lower. Maybe if
widely
they go
believed,
lower,
as Esther
lower,
George,
lower,
we just
then
heard
this bearish.
saying,
Then
it's
it's a bull
time to
trap.
pause.
Right now, it's
You
everything
agree?
trapped.
Yeah, I do agree.
Bears
I
trapped,
think the
bulls
Fed
trapped.
right now
Until they
is
go lower and
at
lower and
neutral.
lower,
What do I
it's
mean
all
neutral?
everything trapped. It's
We're
not.
at 3.5, 3 3/4.
They're trapping the bulls
neutral
intraday,
rate
but fuck,
is,
there's
I
bears trapped
think
from yesterday.
3/4 of 1%
Fuck.
real, and then
10:35.
another. Add the
Look at
inflation rate,
QQQ
2
and SPY though.
3/4.
Look
With inflation still running to 2 3/4 and an
Q,
expectation of stronger GDP growth, which may help the job market, I don't think they want to move until they see demonstrable evidence that inflation is improving. If they see that this year, they'll move, but they don't want to act until they see it.
Is there disunity, though, among Fed participants? That was the concern. I talked to Patrick Harker, the former Philadelphia Fed president, who essentially said this causes problems. He was quite surprised in the last rate decision in December.
Run it deep.
By that disunity.
I don't think there's. I think there's debate and disagreement,
Oh my
and I
God.
think that's
Floor
a good
fucking
thing.
not breaking
And
again.
here's
Oh
why.
my.
When we were at 4, 4 1/4,
I would have loved the
4
floor
1/4,
break
4
here and
4
now,
1/2,
but
it
holy
was
fuck.
easier to go along
SPY
with
and SPX
cuts
is
to
actually
buy
bear
labor
trapping, though.
insurance because we were still the
trying to
Fed was
show.
still restrictive. The reason the tensions
This is
got
3/3
higher is
pivot
once
point
you're
trading.
getting to
This is
neutral,
why they're doing
I
this
think
shit.
a good part of the group said, I don't
Pivot
want
point
to be
trading.
at neutral.
Even though
with
they went to the
inflation
floor, they never broke
sticky,
the
and
floor.
by the way,
Floor
above
testing
target for the
cycle
last 4 or
creating. This
5
is pivot
years.
point trading
I
at
think
its
you'll
finest.
see now that they bought the insurance, I think you'll see a pretty good consensus among the group. We don't want to act until we see improvement.
And your views again on
Crazy.
Fed independence? Obviously,
Nobody
there's
knows if
been
it's
lots
down or
of
up now.
ramping up
It's
of
just
rhetoric
bouncing
coming,
off the
whether
floor
it's from
like
the
this
DOJ
shit. There's so many
and
bulls
having the
coming in, so
subpoena.
many bears thinking this
Jay
is the
Powell
fucking
stood
bust is short.
strong.
Like,
Of course, he's
fuck.
going to be handing off
This
his
is literally
position. He could
QQQ.
stay on as governor, though. How do you think this plays out?
So let's take it in
It looks
pieces. In
crazy.
December, a lot of people may not have paid
I'm
attention to
hoping
this.
on this shit
the
to be a red
governors
candle,
voted
but it just looks
unanimously to
crazy.
extend the
It might
term
even
of
just
all the
chop
bank
here.
presidents, other than Raphael Bostic,
And then
who's
decide
retiring.
later.
That might have surprised people. Unanimous vote, by the way. Okay, so I think there's more likelihood there'll be stability among the presidents.
I don't even know if this is fully bearish anymore because I said this is. If it's truly bearish, it'll test LLD soon at 1026. 1026 was literally by VWAP. We went to the floor, we bounced like crazy in 1 minute, and now it's.
Likely. I would have thought not to stay
I'm not sure.
on.
Market deciding.
And so
cycle creating in different ways.
There'll be 4 seats with the new chair.
On
It
time
means the
cycle
new chair will
confirmation,
push regulatory reform, may have more collaboration with the Treasury on the balance sheet, but on the Fed funds rate, he's not going to have 7 votes wired. He's going to have to persuade, debate, disagree. I think that's a good thing. He'll argue that the Fed should anticipate inflation improvement. The committee will want to see it, and that'll be the debate.
Wow. I'm like up by 6% on QQQ, trapped on SPY and on SPX still. Wow.
the reality is.
What is this floor bounce? Man, the ultimate cycle happening though. Oh my god.
Welcome back to Opening Bell. Tyler Herridge is with us, partner Vertical Research Advisory. We wanted to know your assessment of the markets. Look, we're hitting 7,000 today. It's a big deal. It's a nice round number.
W forming too, destroying puts and calls.
That area, but tell me more about what you think about the market and how you're feeling.
Hi, Nicole. Yes, great to be back on here with you, especially on such an exciting day. We've got big earnings, big FOMC day today as well, and we got all-time highs. I mean, what else could we ask for here? In our view, this really is still an early innings move higher. We've continued to see tech.
It's so crazy because the stronger the bounce they show me like this fast, the more it's telling me it's going to chop and go lower, but also it could fucking trap at any fucking time, and I don't know how to zero DTs in the fucking game today. This is crazy. We are chopping near the floor still, though, technically speaking.
Do you have a favorite, or,
but now it's in between the floor and the midpoint.
CapEx spend or the cyclical funding. Some of your thoughts.
Yes, we'll certainly be watching today. Our favorite one here that we'll be watching later today is Tesla. And for all of these stocks, not just Tesla, you know, looking beyond.
Look at Tesla today, though. You call this a Kathy Wood setup box.
Really be watching
smart money deduction. How long have they been doing this shit? For fucking months on it.
It's going to be the market's reaction to that news. So
how does anyone know if it's going to bounce or chop or down or up this box?
But
in the channel.
Is there really any more exciting call
in the fucking channel?
So that's really what we're looking forward to.
IWM 1040.
There, as this company is really on the verge of becoming the most transformative.
It even bounced past the CPI to the 0.618.
Looking forward to what they have to say today.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about the Fed,
bears are here. If they break the floor here, bulls are fucked.
Really could be a big
QQQ gap down on the 1 minute candle here, big time. This is looking crazy too.
There's so much that could come out of, you know, in the language today.
Exactly. I think as far as the announcement goes, it's been pretty well telegraphed. This should be uneventful. Hopefully even boring to some extent. And the real action and what we'll be watching for today, the potentially market moving action will be the Q&A. We've seen it so many times where when Powell takes the microphone, the markets move. So that's what we'll be watching for here. You know, in our view,
they
should likely be cutting rates today.
God
when
candle.
Look at their favored gauges of inflation, like
God candle.
PCE.
Bull trap.
You know, depending on which measure of PCE you're looking at.
Time is 10:45 here in 45 seconds. We'll find out soon enough.
Above the neutral rate right now.
That's a fucking God candle.
There's really one question that we would love to see
with the 1 minute gap down on QQQ.
Today, and that would be,
they want to hold this bitch and go break the floor. That's fucking nuts.
Fed
I don't know if the setup is to fucking come back up to that gap later, but they're doing this shit.
Inflation data like we see with
1040, pushing into 1045. Time is 1045 here in 25 seconds. LOD broke on everything. LOD broke on everything. Bear control.
Let's talk about your stock pick of Tesla.
Into 1045.
You know, I was just saying how SpaceX may
bear control into 1045 at the minimum.
Elon Musk says there's a
this is
very
3:30.
rare planetary alignment.
They want to break this bitch down.
You know, is this an Elon Musk year? Is Tesla your pick, at least in part, because of the excitement around SpaceX?
Oh my God.
Well,
it's so fucking crazy.
I'm a huge space nerd as well.
Oh
so
my God.
That is very exciting.
Goddamn.
But as far as Tesla goes,
coming in
I think we
off
can
of
look
1025.
beyond
I said if
SpaceX,
this is
and it
truly
is
bearish,
really
Tesla
a
LOD
Tesla
soon
story.
SPY
As I
or
said,
QQQ
this
right.
has the potential to be one of the most transformative companies.
They bounced like spiked crazy and they bull trapped.
Right now,
fucking
from
nuts.
a car/tech
they show
company
bullish on purpose and bearish on purpose.
Company,
like,
a robotics company, a logistics company, and potentially even an energy platform as well. So there's so much to be excited about. Again, I do think that it goes beyond just SpaceX or really any of the stories I just named there. So what we're looking
It
at
could
here
bounce at
today,
any
we're going to
moment.
hear more about
It
full
could.
self-driving and the rollout here where I am in Austin,
For
Texas,
now,
of the Cybercab. The Tesla Semi,
QQQ has lost
stories
it.
like that have really kind of flown under the radar a little bit.
The fuck
And
is
of
that
course,
1 minute gap?
Optimus. Then Tesla Energy and Tesla batteries. Those are the stories
So
that
close
I think will
to
continue
632.
to move this
Come on,
company
bro.
forward. So if we do see any kind of a miss on earnings today on revenue or deliveries, we're really looking past that, and we want to use
I'm trying to
any
get the fuck
weakness
out
as
here.
an opportunity to
I'm
add to
trying
our
to
position.
get out here.
All right, and
This is so fucking nuts. I am so fucking scared, man. Excited at the same time.
Yes, well, I mean,
I'm trying
what
to
an
get the fuck
incredible
out.
run
So
that
much
gold
lower.
has been on here. I think going back to the last year, there's really, you'd be hard pressed to find a bigger bull on gold than us here at the VRA, and it's even exceeded our expectations.
Squeezing
When
lower
gold
on
is on a
QQQ.
move
With
like
the
this,
1
the
minute
real
gap, they're
leverage
squeezing
exists in the
lower.
miners, and specifically the
With the
junior
1 minute
miners.
gap.
Snowline Gold has been our #1 pick, but there is a lot of
Oh my God.
undiscovered value in this group. Most of these companies were built for drilling programs
1045.
designed with gold at at or below $2,000 an ounce for below those levels for their
Wow.
break-even rates. So based off of that alone, there's a large portion of this group that is really set to print money in the coming years.
Yeah, understood. Tyler Harrich, thank you. Vertical Research Advisory. Great to see you. Really appreciate it.
Look at QQQ just digging into the ground. Fuck. Intraday is bearish still. Wind direction is south. We are in a bigger 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 cycle bullish in the middle of the day, trapped at the 0.5 Fibonacci. New floor into 1045. Time is only 1045. FOMC is at 2 p.m. in 4 hours. They want to go lower, man. I don't know how fast. I don't know if today. I mean, I know today, but I don't know how fucking slow. I don't know when, how cycle, but look at the cycle building. 1/3, 2/3, 3/3. This is fucking crazy. Someone said, bro, what the fuck IWM? IWM is being fine, man. You have to understand, IWM went first at market open. Look at how long market stayed up until 9:45, 9:55, like with QQQ. It was crazy bullish into 9:55. Am I lying? No, I'm just straight up saying the reality because we did the polls up there. This is just the truth, right? But I'm so glad that people were like, oh, SPY and IWM showing the real direction. QQQ is fake, and that's the craziest fucking poll of the day. I'm not gonna lie. That was 14 to 1. It was 14 to 1, and then I said someone's Chicken Little, and then someone voted with the one person that voted up. The one person that voted QQQ, right? And they're super south. Super south. I don't know what that means. I know that means lower. QQQ. Breaking into 633. 632. I'm fucking leaving on QQQ 0 DT. This bitch is up 47%. I'm waiting on SPY still. I'm still fucked. I'm waiting on here. This is the most craziest shit ever. But honestly, on God, the most craziest shit happens when we are at all-time highs. And look at QQQ go more right now than SPY. Right? I literally said I have a feeling QQQ is going to go more than SPY, right? And QQQ is right now going more than SPY. They were showing super bullish at market open. They were showing super bullish into the fucking day. Super bullish. 1050. It's only 1050. Look at QQQ right now, man. Technology's eating it out of fucking nowhere. Out of nowhere. Probably. In people's eyes, but this is literally just holding like crazy and then going. IWM is bouncing, trying, so SPY stopped slightly. QQQ is the one leading SPY down right now. IWM is not going nowhere. unless it decides to dump. Unless it decides to reject again at the same time here. Pushing SPY lower somehow right now.
All right, so coming into the week, folks, right, the big story this year have been small caps, right? Small caps and equal weight been killing it, but anxiety is back. You know what's interesting about anxiety? What do investors do? They flock back to growth, core, momentum, and quality. That's where they go, to the large caps, especially growth and momentum, right? Conservative folks, maybe quality names. Now, when it comes to the markets and when it comes to pasta, particularly pasta fagioli, no one's better than my next guest. So let's bring in now Slate Stone Wealth, their chief market strategist, Kenny Polcari. Kenny, we'll get to your recipe later on, but I want to get what you make of the sort of turnaround, because this was killing it.
is very oversold.
This was killing it, but we get anxious and we
Sorry,
get anxious.
QQQ is very oversold.
Well, and that makes some sense, right? Because when people get anxious, they want to go back to the big names, the largest names in every industry, because it feels safe. But look, the small caps have been outperforming.
Right.
They are blowing it away this year so far. Now, they're off a little bit from where they were, but they are still outperforming, and they're going to be expected to outperform. And, you know, those are the names that you have to have a little, you know, you have to be able to ride that wave, right?
Right.
And so I'm not really worried about it. I suspect that they're going to continue to outperform. But to your point, when people get anxious, they go right back to where they feel comfortable.
Let's talk about earnings season, because I love your note, because you pointed out some earnings that not getting a lot of press, but we're going to bring up one right now that do, you say, in many ways serve as proxies. For instance, Nucor.
Right.
So Nucor, they're expecting some big things from Nucor. They're expecting revenues to be up almost 12%, gross profits to be 80 to 82%. Operating income 70%,
right.
Earnings up 45%. So we're expecting a lot from this name.
Right. So this is just about infrastructure. It's about building. It's about bridges. It's about roads. It's about data centers. Right. It's all about steel. It's all about steel, and so it's going to perform very well. Look at the expectations are high. The stock hasn't, you know, the stock has done all right, but it speaks to kind of the core of the economy, not the total economy,
sure,
but it speaks to the core of the economy. So it's a name I think you have to look at.
Well, let's talk about another area that speaks to the other part of the economy: credit card.
Right.
The credit card merchants. On this side, we've got MasterCard. The stock is breaking down. I mean, this is a vicious breakdown. Now, I saw it break down initially last year when what was it, the CRCL,
right?
The stablecoin stock came out.
Circle.
All right, a lot of pressure. Maybe people thinking it's time for the new fintech names to come through.
Yeah.
And now it's breaking down again. Visa also breaking down big time.
So I think some of that may be some of that stablecoin stuff for sure, but some of it I think is also the recent conversation about, you know, Trump trying to cap credit card rates, and that's causing some consternation within the industry. I also think that at some point, while we're seeing great numbers of consumer sentiment, all that stuff, I do think that there is some segment of the economy, people that are using MasterCard and Visa on everyday stuff, are starting to be a little bit more cautious. That's all. I'm not necessarily really worried about it, but I think a lot of this latest move was driven by, I mean, you could see it in the last week and a half.
Right.
A lot of it, I think, driven by Trump.
So obviously, I'm getting everyone's opinions on these earnings from this week. Let's start with Meta. You say ad revenue, user engagement, monetization. Those are what we're looking at.
These are all the things that you should be looking at. Look, and I'm expecting that these numbers are going to that these reports are going to
You're
be
okay
very
with
well.
all four names?
I'm okay with all four names. Look, I own Apple and I own Microsoft. We own Apple and Microsoft, right? I don't own Meta and Tesla, but I think this is where you're going to have to look. And actually, it's going to start tonight with Seagate and Texan. We're going to see that's going to kind of lay the groundwork. What I think is then going to end up being a very strong season for the tech names.
Can these names all? I mean, they do compete on certain levels.
Market looks pretty weak.
At the same time, continue to lift all of them, or do some?
Look at the 2 hour and the 4 hour.
To distinguish themselves.
I think it's going to lift all of them. I think each one of them has their own little niche, which is going to help them. But I think for the most part, it's going to help all of them. Like, you know, Meta just made that big deal with. They just announced it.
Right. The day they had Corning.
Right.
Thank you, Captain.
Of course, the stock's been coming on big time. It was
Captain is saying Trump is speaking at 11
a.m.
Let's get ready for that.
It's really a group, and especially have been told such negative things
about the experience of raising the next generation, of experiencing pregnancy, and all of the beautiful things that come along with that. And it's pretty fun to get icing on the cake,
Trump
right?
President
Really
Nicki
big moment.
Minaj
We're
speaks
all
at
working
Trump
with it in
account.
our own way, but I think we would
That's
all say our family is certainly the most beautiful thing that has ever happened
This
to
is
our
this
lives.
shit it?
So if you can
You
share
gotta
a
be
bit
fucking
about
kidding me,
what
right?
that means for you and how you
Can you
will
check
encourage
for me,
the next
Captain?
generation to
Is this the thing you're
experience
talking
that for
about?
themselves as well. That would be phenomenal. Rebecca, we can start with you.
Thank you. So I
We
never
really
really
listening to
knew
Nicki
what I was until I
Minaj,
became a
man.
mom. And I know that may sound corny, but it's absolutely true. And I
Stop.
didn't know what I was capable
There's
of
no way.
either until I became a mom. And going back to what Cheryl was saying, I will testify on that. That was me in my 20s, and even into my early 30s, mostly my 20s. And then, you know, you should be like, this is me. It's my life. I'm, you know, going out into the world. But I didn't have that. So, but yeah, it's motherhood for me has been a constant refining process, and it's never done. Like you know, God does so many things through my children to me.
All right, so coming into the week, folks.
Oh my God, you're right. He's actually talking about Trump accounts. He's actually talking about Trump accounts. SPY is trying to bounce here and QQQ is trying to reject. That's the most wildest shit I've seen today. Dude, imagine if SPY somehow bounces or chops with IWM and QQQ goes lower. Like, that would be the least amount of shit people expect. Or SPY goes a little bit lower. I'm expecting SPX to go here at some point. Why? Because I need to leave, bro. Like, what the fuck? I need to leave. But the question becomes, once the gap fills, it's like the fucking void, like the void and the fucking abyss. So it's it's look at gold too. Look at this bullshit. Little big ass drop and then trap everything. Like I hate gold. I'm trying to get 100% on QQQ at the minimum. I am right now at 48. This shit sounds crazy, but I really am. Like, shit is FOMC. $632.4. I'm fucking leaving mostly. I'm fucking scared on QQQ. I've been in all fucking day and morning. But SPX and SPY, I am literally hoping though. This shit into Friday, into today, has been drained. Drained. Look at IWM bugging out. 1 minute gap down into 1035. Push up in 1055. Push up into 1055. Gap fill. And then 1055 rejection into 11. 11 a.m. deciding what to do on IWM and SPY and IW and SPY and QQQ is just ripping downward into the void. Alright, here they go into the void. Here comes the void. Alright, here comes the void, folks. I have no fucking clue what's gonna happen now. I don't know about no setup down there. I don't know about nothing. They might create a cycle down there and create. At this point, this is the void. Gap down there on QQQ. This is the void. There's a lot of room. No one knows what's gonna happen. IWM found support. SPX is in the void. We lost the previous all-time high. We're at yesterday's close. This shit is madness. Bull trapped fucking everything into yesterday's close. Can you fucking believe it? I don't think anyone would have believed it. From 9:55, 9:55, 9:50, 9:45, 10 a.m. I don't think anyone would have believed this thing was gonna trap everybody. Both sides going downward, right? We did the pull at 10:20. The poll at 10:20 literally says 2 people thinks into FOMC. In your opinion, is it gonna burn into FOMC? Burn bulls. I voted yes. One person voted yes. That person was Shakima Maria King. 6 people voted bears. 19 people voted both. Alright, this is the minority. Alright, this is Chicken Little. Minority. Chicken Little shit in the 3/3. The void. This is why I'm calling it the void, because I don't know anymore. This shit is just free fall, free neighborhood. I don't know. It's coming in crazy on the 4-hour too. Look at the fucking goddamn candle we're coming in with in the 4-hour. This is just unnatural. Unnatural. Trend line up, trend line up, trend line up, spike up, island up, and then just destroy it all from the top. With the 4-hour still bearish, 1 hour still, sorry, bullish, 1 hour still bullish, pulling back crazy though. It's insane. It's pretty crazy. But they've been consolidating and cracking and cooking for the last 4 days, so craziness was to be expected. Now this is the test for the bears. Bears are in control. It's up to the bears to stop or not. It's up to the bears to want to not go lower here. Jason Toe, please don't do that. But hit the like button, folks. Thank you so much. We are at 53 likes. We have 116 people here. I want to get the like up to 100 plus so that we can get ready for the FOMC meeting. Por favor, pretty please. If you have not already, please do. And the 4-hour is insane. Man, QQQ might bounce here. It's so oversold. No volume though. It just went lower. Now the question is the president going to come on? There's no divergence at the floor anymore. Notice that too. We are right above the gap and we're not gap filling. So it might cycle here for 20 minutes, 40 minutes, 1 hour and burn every bear and then gap fill later. Or it might not even not, or it might gap fill now. There's no cycle confirmation long. This is pivot point trading at the floor. We just made the floor. We're at the floor. I don't want to say the same thing goes over and over and over again, but the same things happen over and over and over again. Cycles are about the same every single 5 minutes. It's just creating. So we are very oversold. So some sort of spike up, this bounce is possible short term, or this is looking like it could be a chase too. There's a 1 minute gap here too on SPY. So at some point, this 1 minute gap is going to fill probably. If it doesn't fill today, it'll fill tomorrow. And yeah, there's no cycle confirmation long. They're just spiking up just like they did earlier to get something cooking or something. There's a lot of bears here too. The 3/3 is now cooking on SPY. IWM is chopping, channeling, snailing. Very important to watch what happens on the IWM too, but not a lot is happening on IWM yet. They're just using it to create cycles at the CPI candle top, at the 0.618 fib. I don't think that's a coincidence. SPY is chopping. QQQ oversold is coming back, trying up. Let's see if they want to fill the 1 minute gap here on SPY. It might not. This shit might hold for 15, 20 minutes, 40 minutes, 2 hours. It might not even fill at 3:30, 34. It might do something with it, but there is a 1 minute gap. What does that mean? It just means they pushed up or pushed down so damn fast there's a point of instability, point of illiquidity that the market wants to go back at some point and fill, gap fill intraday or right intra-week days or inside the day, basically same shit. They're used as a hope factor up and down. And they're used as setups. They're not filling the gap right now. Time is 11:05. We are bouncing off of 11 into 11:05. Every single one of these 1 minute candles are still 11:05. IWM looked like it was going to bounce to 11:05 and coming in with a nasty cycle. Let's see what happens here, whether it breaks higher and creates a 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 continuously, or whether it wants to break lower and go lower since 10:40. Volume is not really helping it decide either. It's just other things happening. SPY is bounce trend. QQQ is oversold. SPY is already bought back almost. Craziest shit ever. SPY's now looking super bullish, trying to bring back the oversold, and QQQ is slow as shit. I would have loved QQQ to bring back the RSI faster from oversold, but it's slowly doing that. You can see by the blue and orange line at the bottom. The RSI, blue, yellow. Still not out of bear neighborhood because of the blue line being below the volume. What happened last time at 10:25? The volume was bullish. RSI and MACD was in bear territory, and they trapped the fuck out of everybody, and I mean everybody up top in the day. So this is the most important shit to watch while this thing is in a downward trend. Why? When you see a bounce, you would rather see a consolidation, you would rather see some sort of a neutralization of the bearishness, and you would rather see some sort of a bullishness try with the MACD and RSI, not just off volume and candles. This is pivot point trading. MACD and volume is, I mean, it could be I don't know. Like, we'll see. They're growing. Certainly not bearish right here, right now, or bullish right here, right now. It is creating to be trying to be bullish. Candle after candle. Time is 11:10 in 19 seconds now, and it looks like they're trying to push this higher with the 1 minute gap down below into 11:10. In 2 minutes, they flipped it up in 2 candles with the volume looking like it pulled back and went higher. QQQ not coming back that much. That's weird. SPY is already at the volume levels almost. QQQ is down here. It looks like President Trump's going to come on in about an hour. No, I'm kidding, in about 20 minutes.
Canada seeing new trade tensions as Washington signals a tougher approach on tariffs and Ottawa's ties with China. Joining us right now is Michael Froman, Council on Foreign Relations President and former U.S. Trade Representative. There's been lots of talk, as you know, about what's happening now between the U.S. And Canada, what that relationship ultimately looks like, but maybe more importantly, what Mark Carney said last week.
They are chopping or going cycling higher since 11 for 10, 20, 15 minutes. I have no idea with the 1 minute gap
about
now.
To happen here, or is a negotiating ploy, if you will, as it relates to tariffs and trade?
Well, I think Prime Minister Carney's speech was an important speech at Davos for laying out what was on everybody's mind, which is that there has been a rupture in the way that we've done business normally in the global trading system, and that middle-sized countries like Canada need to figure out what their approach is going to be in that context. You know, for Canada, it has meant de-risking from the United States, beginning to explore other ways of diversifying its markets. But I'm afraid Canada is
do
sort
our
of condemned by geography
third poll.
and by history. And there's so much integration north-south between the United States and Canada that I think its ability to truly diversify away from the United States is really at the margins, not in some fundamental way.
And this idea,
Who is it trapping?
that we are sending our great neighbor into the hands of our great enemy, China, is that happening? Is that real?
Well, I think
Your
globally, what's happening is that countries are reevaluating and have an incentive to further their relations with other countries. It's not just Canada. The EU finally concluded a trade agreement with India. It's been on the table for 20 years. And I think what's happened is that what the Trump's approach to trade has created an incentive for them to finally get these things done. Same thing between the EU and Mercosur, the trading arrangement in Latin America and South America. And so it's not that we're sort of driving them into the hands of others. It's that we're creating an incentive for them to finally kind of finish the work of diversifying their trade relations with others.
And so how ultimately, is that going to be a loss to us? Is that a win? I mean, one of the things that we've heard from the administration is that they want Europe to be stronger, they would say, and to make their economies stronger, in part so they can help pay for some of the military and defense efforts for NATO and the like.
I think if this gives Europe the push it needs to deal with the reforms that everyone in Europe knows needs to be done, the Draghi report, the Letta report, all of these reports have been out there for years saying, here are the things that Europe needs to do to become more productive, to become more innovative. But they all involve difficult decisions, oftentimes cutting across nationalisms, where French nationalism, German nationalism comes out, and it's hard for them to overcome that. This may be an extra push from the outside that actually gets that done, and that would be a good thing and would help strengthen Europe. I do think China is benefiting from the fact that that other countries are feeling the need to de-risk from the United States and to look for other partners. I don't think it's irredeemable, and I don't think they're going to find China to be a good trading partner over the long run. I think they still prefer to be closer to the United States, but I think China is benefiting from this moment of instability.
And so, what's your? I mean, throw on top of that, whatever's happening now with South Korea. You saw that news just 24 hours ago. Where do you think all of this stands, or is it just something that's a moving jump ball for the next 3 years, if not longer?
It's hard to predict what this administration
not a single fucking soul voting trapping bears,
now, let alone even 2 months
with the gap down there. So temporarily bouncing, we have no idea if this is really going to do it or not.
Everything is beginning to
no one in the fucking world.
Some of its umph. With Korea, he announced he's going to raise tariffs from 15 to 25%, and then a day later said, but we'll work something out. And
volume stopped going
really
bearish
know how
too.
Much credibility to put behind the tariff
right
threat. The tariffs on on Canada, he announced 100% tariffs on Canada. There is no plan for that. There is no announcement of how the 100% tariffs are going to apply. Is it going to apply to trade that takes place under the USMCA free trade agreement or not? Will there be exceptions? I think they're just hoping that the announcement effect will bring Prime Minister Carney and President Trump back to the table in a way, and they'll reach some sort of accommodation.
What was your takeaway from Davos last week?
Suki says that's why they will take it up. Yeah, I mean, it could be temporary. It could be longer to medium term, but the question is into FOMC.
I don't know how much you make of that.
But we're leaving the pool where we did the pool because this is, I guess, near the floor, near the midpoint. I don't know. Like, we could have done the pool earlier, could have done the pool later, but it's just
clearly, Andrew, was that Davos was certainly President Trump's show. In the anticipation of his speech on Wednesday, there was a lot of anxiety.
It's bouncing literally $1.50 or $1 right above my price.
Was he going to announce
quote unquote target on QQQ too? Because the thing was goddamn so oversold. Look at this shit.
Off the table in his speech. Also, a little bit of a sense of despair that we were in this place.
I'm telling you, bro. Nobody knows anymore.
All eyes were focused on something like Greenland when we weren't talking about Russia, Ukraine, or Venezuela, or Iran, or China, the U.S.-China relationship, arguably the most important relationship in the world. Lots of issues being pushed off the agenda because of the particular preoccupation of the president right now.
The
So
statistic says that it'll fill today.
About that as well. But
statistic says that if it doesn't fill today, it will
show,
most definitely
it
fill
shows that
tomorrow.
even, as much as other countries,
Whatever that means, whatever that word means to you, you got to find that out on your own.
What goes on here in the United States?
Because we are at all-time highs, right? They do some things like this at all-time highs, where they triple gap up on the 1 minute, or sometimes they do whatnot, whatever the whatnot.
Fantastic person. To celebrate a thrilling new milestone for America, the first generation of Trump account children. Trump account children. For the first time ever, we're going to give every newborn American child a financial stake in the future, head start at life, a fair shot at the American dream, something people don't talk about so much, at least not for the last 4 years they haven't been, but now they're talking about it big this last period of time. It's been unbelievable. You see what's going on with our economy, the tremendous investments that's been made in our country. We have over $18 trillion coming in. The most, I think, was 3. That was 10 years ago, another country, not even our country. We have $18 trillion, and we have thousands of businesses being built all over the country, and hundreds of massive plants, so big, car plants, AI plants. With the support of the men and women here, this beautiful room, over the next 15 years, we're going to put $3 to $4 trillion of wealth into the hands
Playing inside two gaps.
Have really started out with nothing. It's really an amazing thing because it gives young children that start out with really nothing, and we give them, boy, it's more
So the
money
question
than
really is, which one is going to
anyone could
fill
imagine.
first? So,
From their standpoint, they'll have a real start in life, and that's why decades from now, I believe the Trump accounts will be remembered as one of the most transformative policy innovations of all time. And I've done a lot of them. The tax cuts, we've done a lot of them, more than I think anybody. And I think this is going to be one of the most outstanding. Last summer, I signed the Great Big Beautiful Bill, delivering. It made this possible. It actually made this possible. Without it, we wouldn't have been able to do this. Delivering the largest tax cuts in American history, including no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, no tax on Social Security for our great seniors. And, you know, we did another thing. When you buy a car now, you get a deduction on the interest payment if you borrow money. So think that rich people get so many deductions. I'm the king of deductions. I love deductions.
oh my God, guys, you guys cannot make this shit up. He said the word.
Deduction on interest. They buy a car. That's going to have a huge impact.
That's the president.
By the way, there's one proviso. It has to be made.
I couldn't put a quote mark. Deductions. That's not a motherfucking goddamn coincidence. I don't care what anyone says. We've heard the word deductions about 4 times in the last 2 weeks from the president, man. Wow. Can't make this shit up.
That's why you see these massive construction numbers, and soon when those things start opening, you're going to see employment, and you're going to see wealth creation for middle-income people like you've never seen before. Every single Democrat in Congress voted to raise taxes on hardworking citizens. Their whole campaign was raise taxes.
Speculators versus fucking deductors every day.
And I hear politicians, we will cut taxes. This is the only group I've ever seen we're going to raise your taxes. No wonder they lost.
Is that the same word as the other deductions? I don't know. It's up to you.
But together with the majority,
For me, it means the same shit.
we overcame their obstruction.
Save money, fucking be smart, same shit.
Pockets of every working American.
Really depends on who you ask, right? Individually, I guess.
Perhaps no provision.
They hear the shit I'm saying and they're like, oh, what an idiot. Deductions? He's talking about money. He's talking about other things. Yeah, sure. Whatever. Like, I give a fuck. Sure.
Every newborn American something that nobody really would have even thought of. There were some brilliant people that thought of it for a long time.
Like when we did the poll.
Introduce a couple of them, but nobody really. I mean, I've had friends, the top people in business, that came up to me. Whose idea was this?
Gap never filled.
They said, I never
The SPY gap never filled down below. QQQ gap filled, never filled up top.
A seed contribution of $1,000, which will compound and grow over the course of their lives and can grow into very, very substantial numbers. Parents, employers, churches, states, and loved ones will also be able to add up to $5,000 in additional money for those accounts. And with every modest contribution, Trump accounts should reach at least $50,000 in value by the time the child turns 18, and could be very substantially more than that. With slightly greater contributions, the typical account will grow to $100,000, $200,000, and can even grow up to past $300,000 per child. And we think most likely, the most likely case is in the $200,000, $300,000 range. The size and scale of this wealth will dwarf all government programs ever created to benefit America's youth. There's never been anything like this. That's why everybody affected, even really people who hate me are making this investment. One person hates my guts. He spent.
Guys, pretty please hit the like button on the live stream. Thank you so much. Is this live? Yes. CNBC.
They liked me more in the last year than they liked me before. Although we had a great first term, we can't forget that we're the greatest economy in the history of our country, but this is blowing it away. So, every president, thank you. Every president in modern history has left our children with nothing but debt. But under this administration, we're going to leave every child with real assets and a shot at financial freedom. We'll ensure that Americans don't just end their lives with a nest egg, but instead all Americans will begin their lives with a beautiful nest egg. There's never been anything quite like this. I want to express my tremendous gratitude to a very special couple who believed so strongly in this vision right from the beginning, that they personally donated $6.25 billion. That's $6,250,000,000. Even the 250 is a lot of money when you think. I mean, you know, Nikki, do you hear that money? That's big even compared to rapping. All the money she makes, she's hearing a number like that. She'll say, how many songs do I have to make to catch that? But amazing, amazing thing. $6,250,000,000 to fund Trump accounts for an additional 25 million children aged 10 and under. And that's Michael and Susan Dell, two incredible people. Where are you, Michael? Where's Michael? Stand up, Michael. What a great guy. What a great guy. You know, I tell you, he didn't do it for his business. He did it, I guess, probably would have been better off not to. That's a lot. But you know what? I hope everybody goes out and buys Dell computers. My son, I told you, Barron, he loves that computer. I don't know what the hell you're doing to it, but he likes it. But I just want to thank you very much, and Susan. It's unbelievable, really unbelievable what you've done. So Michael and Susan made this donation in recognition of America's 250th anniversary, because there's no better way to honor America's history than to invest in America's future. That's what they did. And this is perhaps
full on bear control. Hello, deep breaking.
But perhaps the largest private donations of all time. That's a lot. $6,250,000,000. And somebody did say that. A friend of mine, very rich, he's going to put up $100 million. And he said, geez, you know, think of it. The 250 that Michael has is a lot more than mine.
Such a fucking goddamn long wait.
$6 billion. But anyway, it's amazing when Michael can start off with very little money and build a fortune where he can, you know, routinely make such a payment and investment in the youth of our country. Michael, you're great. Thank you.
Waiting.
And I also want to say hello to and thank some very special people that have been with my administration and really become friends of mine. On occasion, I have little arguments, but generally, I would say really good. And who's doing, and start off with a man who's doing a phenomenal job, Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent. Scott, thank you very much, Scott. And he loved this right from the beginning, Scott, right?
And they're going into the ground every 20 minutes. It's so fast, too.
You know, hundreds of thousands of dollars by the time they reach
Look at the
18, but we can
QQQ
go
reloaded
21.
MACD
They can keep it
RSI,
any longer.
and they actually went fucking
But,
lower.
he saw this
Look
right,
at the MACD
right from the
RSI
beginning. He
reloaded
said,
on
wow,
QQQ.
this is great. And we have some other ideas that will be great, but this was one
Look
that
at this
just
shit
hit
on QQQ,
everybody.
man. I
This
said
was an
MACD
easy one
RSI
to think
oversold is
about.
coming back
And
up,
again,
and
that
now
bill allowed us to do
LOD
this.
again.
Otherwise,
QQQ
can you
going
imagine
lower
trying
more
to
than
get
SPY.
this approved by Democrats and Republicans? Let's get together. We got it done. Also, a man who's made your life much easier, because those of you that are building plants and equipment so you can give you
I'm
money.
really trying to
Ultimately, you're
get
giving your
fucking
money
2K
away,
on
no matter how much you
QQQ
make.
here off 3K.
But
This is so fucked.
he's made it a lot easier. You know,
This is so
approvals for
fucked.
big plants used
I'm
to
waiting
take
for
20
all
years,
my fucking shit.
25 years,
Zero
and then
DT.
you'd get rejected, actually.
Fucking Friday
You'd go 20
expiry.
years
SPY
environmentally
and
they'd reject you.
SPX.
You finally, if I think of it, a guy
Man.
starts young, he starts an approval process.
It's
By the time
so
he's middle-aged, they take a vote, and he loses. It's not worth it. But we have a man that's getting these things done in a matter of weeks. And the biggest plants in the world are being built right now, and he's getting them done fast. He's getting electric plants built so that we can buy them. They're paying for them. They want to pay for them. So they can open up their AI plants, and they can open up their automobile plants, and lesser so. The automobiles, believe it or not, take much less electricity. You're going to have to tell me why you need so much electricity to create information. I said, what's your primary product? Information. Oh, I see.
1125 is bouncing off
Better
the
be
floor,
damn good
the new floor.
information for the kind of money. But Lee Zeldin is a star, and he has been incredible. Thank you, Lee. And, you know, I have to say this, Scott and I were talking about it. So Lee went out to California after the fire, which should have never happened if they would have let the water flow from the Pacific.
What a fucking terrifying bounce.
Everybody's been telling him, including me. Now I just
What a fucking terrifying bounce.
Fuck,
dude.
But
It's so fucking getting fucked around with.
A little thing
right
called
here.
the old-fashioned way, water in the fire hydrants, as opposed to empty fire
Look
hydrants.
at the fucking
had
gap.
water, and most of the houses had the sprinklers
Oh,
on
it filled.
top. No, there was no water in their sprinkler
Gap
in
filled.
their living room. All those fires
On
when
the
they started.
intraday and the 1 minute.
But they did start, and I will say that Lee, the most difficult permit was
Fuck.
Lee. I went there a couple
This
of
shit
days
might
after
actually
the fire,
bounce
met
here.
so many people
1120.
on the streets who were,
Gap filled.
in many cases, fairly wealthy people. Some very rich people. Some of the best
Cycle
houses
building.
in California burned down. And I
Low of
said
the
to
day
him,
into
so what do you want to do?
1125.
We want to start immediately. Well, we'll get you permits. Now, the hardest permit,
That's
Lee,
crazy.
was the federal permit. Is that
I
right?
guess the gap
He
fill
got
was
everything done in
inevitable,
20
right?
days,
When direction
right?
is
The
south
whole
today,
thing?
bears are
Is
in
that a
control on IWM, SPY, and
20
QQQ,
days. So he got everything
SPX,
done,
so I guess it was inevitable
100% ready to go.
when it was nearby.
And I went for a meeting. And
Now
this
that
man,
it
who's
has
a
gap
grossly
filled,
incompetent
let's see
person,
what happens. I have no
she
fucking
said,
clue if this
"We're
shit
gonna
is
try and have the
continuously
permits
bearish or
done
not.
within
It
2
was
years."
crazy
Remember? And
bearish
I got into
already.
I said,
We
you mean
ripped
within
down
2 days, right? She said, no. And I'm meeting
7,000
all these people as I'm
to,
walking
we
along the
ripped down
streets
20
with the
points.
fire
It's just not that
departments and
much,
the
but it looks crazy
policemen,
on the 4 hour. It really
and they're
does
all
look crazy.
devastated. You know, they're still
It looks
smoldering.
crazy on the 2 hour
They
too.
weren't even allowed to go in their property. The Environmental Protection
1 hour.
Agency local said, don't go on your property, okay? We said, it's okay, don't worry about it.
Volume
Any
just
problem
dried
is
up.
gone. Any problem is burned. Any germs are burned. They're burned. They were burned. Nobody's ever seen anything like
They
it.
bounce
But
it here, they would
all so
absolutely burn the
unnecessary
shit
that it
out of me.
happened. But
They
we
would
got it all done in
absolutely,
20 days.
because
The
I did
whole
not leave
place.
here. Theta burned,
And
data
yet
burned.
now,
They
still, more
absolutely
than
burned
a
the
year
shit out
later,
of me
they don't
right
have
here.
permits. Almost nobody is building.
They really would.
So I haven't told this to Lee Zeldin yet, but
I'm hoping by some miracle,
gonna
God work,
put you in
that there's going to
charge
be
of
some sort of test
getting
down here
permits. I
today.
think we're going to
Some
override
sort of test
the
down here
local
today and
authorities
then
'cause they're
spike
never
up
gonna-
or
They're
some
never going
shit.
to have it.
By some fucking
And when I
miracle.
was told that there's a
FOMC
provision
today, so
where you
I don't
can
know if it's going to
override
be
the
into
local
FOMC
authority to
during
get
FOMC,
things
but
done in case
I'm
of-
just hoping by
because
miracle.
really, to me, it's a national emergency. What they've done to these people is horrible.
So many bears
just
now too,
horrible. And they'll
since
still
the
vote
entire
Democrat.
day,
Can you believe
right?
it?
So many
After
bulls
all
trapped,
this,
sure, but there's probably a
they
fuck
get
ton of
used
more
to it.
bears right now too.
Although I must say we converted many. We'll
bulls.
probably convert a lot more. But I
Let's
just
send the
wanted to get
SPX
into
put
their
to call
housing.
ratio now.
And I don't want a big section of
Wow,
the
he
area
listened to the
built into
president.
low-income housing. They want to put low-income housing right smack in the middle of it.
All right, we'll send it later.
And that's not the American dream.
Right
you
before
know?
the FOMC,
You didn't do that.
because I
And
can't right now.
Low-income housing is great. I built a lot of low-income housing, but you don't put it there. This is one of the richest neighborhoods in the world, and We're going to let
5
these
minutes
people, and I
bouncing to
recommend it strongly that
IWM.
everybody gets the approval,
Tested the
immediate
floor
approval to
into
build a house, and
1120.
you give them a 10% bonus.
1120.
So they can
Bounced
build
to
a house
1130.
10% larger than they had before, if they want, for all the suffering they've been caused. So they can build a little bit bigger house. So Lee, if you want, will you accept the job? He's under a lot of stress. Okay, all right? Override those people. Those people are incompetent. Between the mayor and the governor, they're incompetent. They'll never get approved.
Because there's data and so
They'll
much
never
fucking
get approved.
factors
So do
into this
whatever you
option
can.
shit.
There's a
When I
provision that
say
you're
this
allowed to
gap,
do it, and
QQQ
I'll
gap,
sign
and
it
this
in 2
SPX
seconds,
gap is
frankly.
used as a setup to hope make
It'll
bull
never
trap,
happen.
bear trap,
I also want
different
to
ways.
introduce a man.
You have to think about
Frank
the amount of people that are
Pasigno.
long into that
Now,
shit trying, the amount of people
you
that are shorting
met
from the
Frank,
1
and
minute
if you
gap
knew
that are in the
Frank,
3/3.
he's
Like
quiet,
there's a
but
lot of
he's
shit going on.
actually
So
stone cold killer.
different
He
things
was
are
one of the biggest people in business.
just
He would
happening
be
all
sitting
over the
with
place,
you. In
right?
fact,
They
now he's
filled
got a
the
better seat
SPY
because he's
SPY
working for
1
the
minute
government.
gap down
He's the head
below.
of a lot of things.
Filled the intraday
But
gap
the
on
job he's
SPX
done
from
in this
yesterday.
country is great, and he's working on Social
now
Security and a thing called the IRS. He's
QQQ
working
is
with
still
Scott
hovered
on
up.
both of them, really, but the IRS in particular. And he is a fantastic man. Where are you,
And we're
Frank?
bouncing off the
Took
low
the
today on
biggest pay cut in
1025
his
for now into 1030.
He went from being
And
paid
QQQ,
$35
I'm
million
telling
a
you,
year to
every
being
single
paid
bounce, there's bulls
about
trying for that gap.
$35 a year.
That does not mean it could
I
fill
think
now.
he may have
It does
taken the
mean
biggest
it could
pay
fill
cut in
now,
history.
but
He'd
that
be
means
close.
it is
He'd be one of
used
the
as
top
a
5. 'Cause a
up
few
or
people have
down.
done that.
They're
Few
making bulls and
few
bears
billionaires have sort of
think
left,
and
but,
hope on it
Frank
and
has
use
gone
it
from
on purpose.
one of the most successful people.
Let's see if they really go gap fill here. The volume is not that strong, but the candles are looking
That's okay. I never minded
to
that.
be.
But Frank, you are fantastic, and you're doing a great job.
It's
We
not strong.
appreciate it.
Look at
Thank you.
QQQ
Thank you to the
rejecting
family.
every single, literally.
The director
look at
of
the fucking
National
volume. I'm not
Economic
even
Council,
bullshitting right
a
now.
man who's in
on
the
bias.
news a
Look at
lot.
the fucking
You know, my
volume
only
right
problem
now.
is I
I'm
don't
not
want to
even
lose him.
bullshitting on
I will
fucking
tell you
bias.
that
I'm
he's
literally
working
just
from a
saying
big
what I see.
deficit 'cause I don't want to
That's
lose
what I
him.
do here.
He's so
I care
good,
about
Kevin
reality.
Hassett.
No bullish, bullshit. Because that's literally how you get fucking got. 9 out of 9
Friend
fucking
of
days and get
mine, a
fucked over in
senator
life.
who has been
I care about
unbelievable.
reality. And the reality
She's a
says
tremendous
deductions
woman,
are
tremendous,
correct
married to a
about
great
7 out of
football
9
player.
times.
Her
Statistics
husband
says that's about 75,
a massive
88%
man.
chance probability. And
This
I'll
guy, he
take that
played
chance every
in
goddamn
the
day over
NFL, I guess,
50-50.
for 11 years. He was top of the line player.
Every
I met him, I
goddamn
said,
day over 50-50.
That's not a normal
Fuck
situation. Look
50-50.
at this
I
guy.
used to do 50-50, but
This guy
with my
was
entire
seriously
fucking life,
powerful,
every
big,
fucking
and he's
day.
as
How the
nice
fuck
as
does
he is
anyone
big.
live like that?
And she is one
Any
of our
fucking
best
day.
senators.
You don't. You
Senator
bullshit your way
Katie
through
Britt.
life, and you fucking bullshit online, and you make out business, and
Thank
you
you,
bullshit,
darling.
and you bullshit and bullshit. But it is what it is. That's life.
From Alabama. I love Alabama.
Time is 11:30. Bears are coming.
We love Alabama.
I'm gonna get rid of this pool.
Marsha Blackburn is an incredible person. Unfortunately, she's running for governor. She's running for governor.
Time is 11:30. Bears are here.
I'd love her not to. I begged her. I said, Marsha,
No
we
volume,
don't
and they're
wanna lose you
rejecting
in the
lower.
Senate.
They want to go lower.
But I have to say,
How
they're
lower?
lucky.
I don't
They're
fucking
lucky
know.
to get you because you are a
How does
you are a
anybody know
talent
at this
and a great
fucking point?
person,
They just
and
want to
you've
go
been with
lower.
me all the
This
way,
is
and
the
I
void.
appreciate it.
The fuck we
And,
talking about? The void,
you're a
right?
very
What the fuck is
special
the void,
person.
Jeff? Like,
Marsha,
what,
stand
you
up,
want some
please.
fucking stupid shit? Like, I really am, but like, bro, the market is literally on some stupid shit right now. This is
And
the
a senator
fucking
who's a
void.
friend of mine, you wouldn't believe that. 'cause
Nobody
we went through
fucking
a lot of
knows
campaigns.
where this bitch is going.
We get
There's
along
so many
well,
bears
and
trapped
we
since
actually did
yesterday.
joint
Nobody knows at this
rallies.
fucking
Can you
point.
believe
This
it?
is the void.
He wanted to
We're
get
in the
some of the
void,
action,
right?
so he's
QQQ
smart.
gap
He
is
said,
down
"Would you
there.
do a
Let's see
rally with
what
me?"
happens. IWM
But
is
we
fucking
did joint
bounced, look
rallies,
like,
and the press used to say, "Will
like
you
it's
ever?"
just fucking crazy. IWM maybe
start
break the
fighting?
floor at the
He
same
said,
time.
"Don't
I
worry,
don't know.
it'll come." He
Who
said
knows?
the same thing. Don't worry,
Fuck
it'll
knows.
come.
LOD just happened into
He's a very
10:30.
tough guy,
There
very
is no no stability. Every single bounce is dropping lower. But what if they use this to go higher? Sure.
My whole life was a debate, but I never debated before.
This is crazy.
And I said, let me find
I can't. I want to call this shit bearish, but I mean, at this point,
many of them,
there has to be some sort of algo range happening here. There has to be some sort of algo range happening.
I said, well, why don't we start with this guy named Ted Cruz? Let me.
11:20. There it is. 11:25.
He was the best student at Harvard, #1 in his class. He was the best student at Princeton or something. And he was the national debate champion for 3 years.
There's an algo range here that people can barely see, but I mean, I'm going to draw it because it's there. You can't see it on SPY, right? 11:25 rejected into 11:26, and 11:26 went higher into 11:30, but you can see it on QQQ. Believe it or not, it's happening. Some bullshit. But we are at the floor.
That was the Rosie O'Donnell. Remember that? Only Rosie O'Donnell? Ireland, you can keep her. Ireland has done.
Ireland, you can keep her.
The head of Ireland said, "Are all you people this?"
Ireland, you can keep her. That's our president.
But
my president.
Ted Cruz has one thing
Rosie
that
O'Donnell.
if I ever have problems, because it's hard to get people approved, he's a brilliant legal mind. He's a brilliant man. If I nominate him,
11:30 bouncing to 11:35 too.
I will get 100% of the vote. The Democrats will vote for him because they want to get him the hell out, and the Republicans will vote for him because they want to get him the hell out too. Where's Ted? Where are you, Ted? And with all of that being said, he's a great guy too. He's a great guy. We've become friends, and he's a very effective person too. Thank you, Ted, very much. The man knows more about tax than anybody that I know. Jason Smith, Congressman, wonderful person. Thanks, Jason. Thank you, Jason. Great job. Idaho Governor Brad Little, terrific guy. Thank you, Brad. Georgia Lieutenant Governor Burt Jones, who hopefully will be the governor of Georgia very shortly. They have a big race. He's leading by a lot in the polls.
Just want one big ass red candle so I can leave all on QQQ, but I'm fucking terrified. I almost just left half right now. Like,
you don't know about. I have
oh
given
my fucking god, the 3/3 is just the most absolute grilling for me psychologically. This shit is just temptation.
Chief Design
and the
Officer
fucking
of the
devil
United
sitting on
States,
my fucking left-hand shoulder
Gebbia.
saying, "Mar," and on the right side, Angel saying, "You're fucking brainless." It's fucking
idea.
crazy.
Also, we have Mr. Wonderful, Kevin O'Leary.
This entire day down. Oh my god, today crazy.
He's with me 90% of the time, but when he's with me, he's really
Is this
with
open?
me. Great. And
what
we got
is
the
this
TikTok
intraday?
deal done. Who the hell thought we could do that, right? I know. I wish he wanted to buy TikTok so much, but
TikTok.
I would have done it. But his price was slightly lower.
TikTok.
Slightly. He wants.
Let's get TikTok done.
He's fantastic. What
TikTok
a good,
is
you're
U.S.
entertainer, businessman,
Green
and the whole
America
quality,
land.
So I appreciate. I know what you do.
Canada.
Having
What
done The
Canada?
Apprentice, I see you on television. You have
Let's
what
get
it
it
takes,
done.
right? So I appreciate it, and thanks for all the nice things you do. And Cheryl Hines, where's Cheryl? Wow. Married to a very, very powerful, important man. And I said, I'll tell you, Bobby, she's strong. I watched her in an interview. I said, Bobby, you keep him in line, don't you? Huh? She said, yes, I do. She's
Bobby?
got no, he's doing
Bobby
a great
Kennedy,
job
you keep him in line, don't ya?
Yeah, he's doing a great job.
President.
He's doing a very different kind of a job, too, and he's doing things that people have wanted to do for a long time.
Storyteller.
And they didn't. They didn't
Love
have
it.
the courage. So
Yesterday's
say hello to
clothes
Bobby,
broke.
okay?
We are.
We're also pleased. My daughter, she went crazy when she heard that this was happening. I want to go. You know, she happens to be in the wrong state right now. For
Going
that,
lower.
when she heard that there's a certain person that's here who's the greatest and most successful female rapper in history, Nicki Minaj. Come on. You know?
Some fucking concentrate!
And Nicki makes a lot of cash. Not as much as Michael Dell. Not quite. Not as much. But that's okay. But Nicki makes a lot of money, and she's generously stepping up. She's investing hundreds of thousands of dollars in Trump accounts to support the children and really the
What a
children
cycle.
of her incredible fans. That's great. Focus on that. Why should you give to somebody else's fans? Give to your fans. I like that. But and I just think she's great. You know, I've been hearing so much over the years because I didn't know Nicki, and I've been hearing over the years she's a big Trump supporter and a Trump fan, and she took a little heat on occasion. Her community isn't necessarily. I tell you, we did pretty damn well with that, with your community, as we say. But
I'm fucking
Nicki
wild.
has
I
been
haven't left Kiki.
unbelievable
Oh my god.
She gets almost as much as Mr. Wonderful over here. He's been another one.
$1.25 to $2.
I'd like to ask you to come
I'm
up.
greedy as a
Come on.
motherfucker. Oh my god.
She's been such a great supporter and a great supporter of Trump accounts. And I said, I'm going to let my nails grow because I love those nails. I'm going to let those nails grow. She's so good. She's been MAGA. What can I say? She's been with us all the way, right, Alex? She's been with us all.
Like, oh, make America great again. Make America great again.
Want to come up? You want to come up? Mr. Wonderful, come on up here. You've been terrific. Come on up.
Mr. Wonderful? Kevin? Oh my god, please don't tell me we got Kevin. Oh. I thought we were talking about Kevin. Mr. Wonderful. What the f... Isn't Nicki Minaj? I thought they were talking about Kevin. The guy that comes on CNBC.
Well, I don't know what to say, but I will say that I am probably the president's #1 fan. And that's not going to change. And the hate or what people have to say, it does not affect me at all. It actually motivates me to support him more. And it's going to motivate all of us to support him more. We're not going to let them get away with bullying him and, you know, the smear campaigns. It's not going to work, okay? He has a lot of force behind him, and God is protecting him. Amen?
Thank you. On behalf of all the entrepreneurs in America, I'd like to thank you, Mr. President, because we create 72% of the jobs. Companies 5 to 500 employees, and all we care about is policy. We love
Is 693
policy,
fucking
pro-business
crazy?
policy,
Like, fuck,
and these accounts
694?
are
Come
fantastic
on,
for
dude.
independence and support. I thank you very much.
Am I
It's
being
all
crazy?
about the
Like, just
entrepreneur.
break the low 105. Even below here, I'm grateful. But, like, holy shit, this is so greedy as fuck, not being grateful for all this. Like, this is so fucked for me. Oh my god, I'm a greedy
That's better than
pig.
getting Scott Bessent up.
Greedy little fucking piglet.
Thank you both very much.
Man.
Two terrific people. When Trump accounts officially launch on July 4th,
oink 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 oink! Come on, send this bitch low. Oink 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 oink! Come on,
access the funds at the
11:30,
Trump
11:40, 11:40. Come on, LOD.
gov. So it's all set
LOD.
up. It's beautiful.
IWM.
The site is beautiful. On that glorious
Oink,
day,
oink.
we also
Candles, please.
expect
Oink,
to
oink.
have commitments from generous private individuals in all 50 states, and they'll be making additional contributions for children in their own states. And already, legendary investor Ray Dalio has pledged to adopt the entire state of Connecticut. That's pretty good, Michael.
Huh?
Thank you very much, Ray. Great legend.
Bears are here.
And today, one of the original advocates of this program has
The entire
agreed to
state
adopt
of
his
Connecticut.
home state of Indiana, Brad Gerstner. And Brad's here someplace? Where's Brad? Come on. I think Michael and Brad, would you come up here, please? Come up here. I mean, this isn't exactly Mr. Wonderful and Nikki, but I think they might be worth more money than Mr. Wonderful, right? These guys are worth a lot of money. But Brad is donating, listen to this, $250 to Trump accounts for all children under 5 in Indiana. So every children, all the children under 5, $250, and he'll be donating tens of millions of dollars more in matching contributions.
I'm up 74% on the video outputs.
Children
Sorry,
all
not fucking
across
the video.
country. He's gonna make a massive
I'm looking at the video
donation
going into
already.
tomorrow, though.
We know what it is.
I
Brad
really
is
want
not
to.
only one of the
Holy
most
fuck.
successful business people, he's the founder of the Invest America
Crazy.
Foundation, and he's been working on this idea for
I'm
years.
leaving
and
all
he was the one who
QQQ
went
right
over
now
to
for
see Michael.
77%.
Michael loved it, and those two were.
I'm going into NVIDIA.
Mrs. Dell, who's been
Oh my
so
God.
great, Susan. I also delighted to report
Oh
that
my
dozens
God.
of major employers
Bears
have
are crazy.
signed up to add the Trump
SPX
account
SPY.
contributions to their employee benefit packages, including Uber, Schwab, Charter Communications, and many, many others. And just today it was announced that Intel, NVIDIA,
Wow.
Broadcom, IBM,
Bears are
Steak
here
and
big
Shake,
time on
Coinbase,
QQQ.
Continental
fucking
Resources
crazy.
and Comcast have all signed up for really big contributions. So I want to thank them. I want to have you two guys come on up. Would you say a couple of words? Brad and Michael, would you say a couple of words?
All right, fuck it. I'm all out of QQQ now. Last two contracts for
we love Indiana, but you know, how about
each.
Indiana, Iowa? No, we appreciate it. Big numbers. Thank you.
Thank you.
Crazy work.
Well, 4 years ago, we set off on a journey to reconnect every child in America with the American dream. This president ran on a Main Street agenda that too many people had been left out and left behind. And his articulation of no tax on tips, that doesn't help rich folks. That helps those left out and left behind. No tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime.
Wow.
And when Ted Cruz authored the Invest America Act in the Senate,
I'm going into 3,187.5. The video puts into Friday now.
Private sector to bear on this. We had the opportunity that this president was willing to sign. He immediately understood the impact. That this wasn't about the wealthy folks in America. This was about the 50 million American families who will be lifted up and reconnected to the American
and the video
dream,
puts into
because
187.5
this is now the law of the land.
Friday now.
Crazy. Every child in
Transferred.
America, from rural
I'm out of
Missouri to rural
God
Indiana,
bless today.
is going to start off life
632. What the fuck was it? Oh my God.
NVIDIA,
oh
Microsoft, all the greatest companies in this country.
632
right? Not
puts.
dependent on government.
Man, market open got fucking zigzagged
from
up.
government.
Crazy.
Not
I went
more
in literally
socialism.
here.
The answer to more socialism is more capitalism.
Oh my
this makes
God.
every child
Craziest
in
hold
America
ever.
a capitalist
Look
from
at
birth,
SPX.
and it would not have happened
I'm still in
without
SPX
the
and SPY.
leadership
I
of
don't
our
give
Treasury
a fuck.
Secretary Scott
I'm going
Bessent,
down here.
without the
FOMC
leadership of the
is coming.
Speaker and Ted Cruz in
Into
the Senate, but
FOMC.
most
They
importantly,
burnt the fuck out of the bulls. And we're now down
in America will tell you this.
30 points instead of 20.
Too long, they had no
IWM
access
tested the floor.
in Washington to the White House.
That's crazy.
People didn't want to hear their ideas. This president is voracious.
All right, Nostradamus getting blocked.
From
Kinda
America's leaders
control,
about how to
but
make America better. This is citizen democracy.
get your
at
candle
its
trading
best.
ass out of here, bro.
Around a kitchen
Not
table in
the right
Silicon
place for
Valley
you.
Makes its way
If that
to
was
this
a
day.
joke,
I'm
then you got to come
humbled
back
and honored to
in a
be
little
here,
bit
and
because
I'm
we don't do
grateful
that
for your
here.
leadership.
Man, the presidential live stream though is wild.
You know, as you heard from Brad,
The fucking presidential live stream is wild.
itself was a miracle, and it creates a platform.
That's crazy though. Nvidia pumped up fucking crazy into today. That's fucking crazy.
To these accounts. And in not too many years,
Wow, Ireland gapped up too.
every child
There's a
in
gap
America
below
will
at
have
188.5.
savings invested in the
Craziest
greatest
shit ever.
companies in this country. And that
Craziest
will
shit
change
ever.
the face of this country.
All right, LOD
over the next 10, 20,
into
30 years.
11:45.
We couldn't be more
Let's see what
excited
happens
about
here.
this and the opportunity to make a difference.
I mean, the whole entire day has been a 1/3, 2/3, 3/3 lower.
Is in its people.
Who knows when this thing is going to bounce? Who knows how lower this thing wants to go in the void?
Incredible platform for that to occur at enormous scale.
What is the void?
We're excited to
The void the market created from yesterday into today. This is the void. Let's look at the void. Man, are you loving the void? Yes or no, man? I am loving the void. I am really honestly getting saved by the void.
I want to give a very special thanks to some
This
of
shit
the
is melting me
CEOs
by
here this
about
morning.
5 fucking
Vlad
K now.
Tenev of
More.
Robinhood, what
It's
a
fucked.
job he's done. Where's Vlad?
I'm honestly
What a job
scared
you've
into
done.
Friday, but I'm
Young
it's
guy.
fucking craziest shit ever.
Nice
I ain't
young
gonna
guy,
lie.
too.
It's wild.
Arjun Sethi of Kraken. Arjun, thank you very much, wherever you are.
I'm still
Thank
not
you.
up green by
Anthony
a lot.
Noto
I need to
of
come up fucking
SoFi
down crazy in the
Technologies.
market to go up green.
Thank you very much, Anthony. Right. These are the ones you read about, and Bill Ackman is here, Pershing Square, and Hock Tan of
Oh my God.
Broadcom, and
Bill
so
Ackman,
many others.
Bill
that
Ackman, Bill
my
Ackman,
name
Bill
will be
Ackman.
up
Oh my
here all
God.
day, but I just
my
want
God.
to say that what a job you've all done. Incredible
Bill
job,
Ackman, man.
everybody. just about
One
everybody
third,
in
two
this room.
third,
Not
three third,
everybody,
the
I'm not
entire
in
day
love
down.
with everybody.
Right, let's do a
A
poll.
couple of them I don't like very much.
Is
but
this heading
if
higher?
they're here, I'm starting to
Is
like
this
them a lot
heading
better.
lower? From right here,
Because they're
right
here
now,
for a very
before the
good
candles
reason.
come
I'm
in? This is a
officially
personal opinion
calling
poll
on
based on
all
candles
employers all
alone.
across
Nothing else.
America
It
to
means
follow
jack
the
shit.
lead of many of these amazing companies and make matching Trump account contributions to
All right.
benefit for the
Higher or
American
lower?
worker, and they're
It's
going to
ETA
benefit
2
the
minutes
American
into 2
worker
p.m.
so much. This morning, I'm also pleased to announce that
ETA 2
Visa is
minutes.
creating a brand new platform which will allow credit card holders to deposit their cashback rewards directly into Trump accounts. That's a big deal. Visa, thank you. Where's Visa? The head of Visa. Thank you very much, Visa. These initiatives could not come at a better moment because there's never been a better time to invest in the United States of America than
See
right
folks
now.
in the
Who knew
YouTube
it would
chat
have
too,
happened
please.
this fast?
Jesse says
I
higher. It says
inherited
4
a
people
mess.
versus 5.
We were a country that was
5
laughed
people.
at a year and
Dancing
a half
Diva,
ago.
welcome
We
back,
were
brother.
laughed at.
You are
Now
going to
we're the
be
hottest country
added
anywhere
back
in the
into the
world.
group
Nobody
now.
even close. So, you know,
If
who
you
knew
can
this was going to take
message
place
me
this
who
quickly?
you are. Actually, I think I know
Right,
who you
Michael?
are.
I didn't
Let's
think it was
see.
going to go that fast. I knew we were going to do it, but I thought it would take a couple of years at least. We just a couple of days longer than the first year, so it's really amazing. And
Actually,
just
please
this morning,
message
as
me.
I'm
I don't
running
have
out,
your
I see
number
the S&P
anymore, it
500
seems
hit
like.
7,000 for the first time ever. So I say America is back. America is back. Since the election, the stock market has set 52 all-time record highs, adding $9 trillion in value. And $18 trillion of investment is pouring into the country. It's going to be higher than that. Just over 1 year ago, we were a country that lost its way. We were mocked and scorned, and every American child will now be and have access to something that is really incredible, and they can watch directly the economic boom that's taking place. This is a boom that's taking place, the likes of which we've really never seen. I don't think people, get it yet.
If you can tell me
They don't get it. They don't see the thousands of businesses
your
being built,
your
the
name on the
hundreds and
WhatsApp,
hundreds of
maybe I can
massive
look it
factories
up.
that are going up all over. But they're going to start to see it. They're starting to see it. I mean, if they're modestly intelligent, if they're very intelligent, they saw it about a year ago. With us today
Dancing
is Craig
Diva.
Smith, a fourth-generation family farmer and volunteer firefighter from Culpeper, Virginia, along with his wonderful wife, Heather. Craig and Heather have an 18-month-old son and a 1-month-old that they also welcomed just recently, twin boys. And they can't wait to
the most
activate Trump
craziest fucking
accounts
candle
for all 3 of their children
ever had.
this July 4th.
At all-time highs.
Craig and Heather. You want to come up here, Craig and Heather? Where are you, Craig?
It's the
and Heather?
most insane
Come
fucking
on up.
4-hour candle
Craig
we've
and
ever
Heather,
had
come
at
on up.
all-time highs. Please look at
Come
the
on
fucking
up.
chart, man.
It
This
meant
is the
so
most
much to them.
insane fucking
People
day
write letters. Everyone
we've
saw
ever
you get
had.
a letter.
And
It just
it's the
hit
most
you, Craig and
craziest shit
Heather.
ever
Come on
because
up.
I've shorted on 2
Thank
of
you.
these fucking insane fucking. I think I shorted here,
That's
and I
great.
did this
Wow, look
day.
at this family,
But I
huh?
can't lie. Today,
Got a
I don't
rich
even know. I
family
might
now.
have done fucking 3. I ain't gonna lie. I did short a
The
lot
kids
of
are
fucking
richer than
all-time
their
highs.
parents. This is
But man, this is the
That's what we
most
wanted.
insane fucking
Thank you
rejection
very much. Wow.
ever that we've ever had. We've ever had. The last 4 fucking months.
We just want to thank
The
President
2-hour
Trump
looking
for all of his
disgusting. Number 1.
hard work and dedication to
2-hour
American
looking
families
disgusting.
and farm families like ours. Farming is not always easy.
All right, the
Sometimes
1
it's
hour
hard,
literally
so
extended the
investing
same move down,
into our
but
children
bigger.
really help us to
Look at
buy
how
diapers and
disgusting now.
formula
The
and
1 hour
not have to
turned
worry
bearish.
about, making financial decisions for them this early. So thank you very much, President Trump.
Thank you very much.
What a dump. What a fucking dump. QQQ 631. They want to go gap fill. Where's the gap?
Thank you very
631
much. So
somewhere,
nice. Also
0.4.
joining us today is the Goins
That's
family
the
from
most
Fayetteville,
disgusting
Arkansas.
gap up and
Charlie
dump
works
on
in
QQQ
manufacturing
in
and is here
human
with his
history.
wife, Savannah.
In
his high
human
school
history.
sweetheart. In 2022,
IW never
Charlie and
broke the
Savannah
floor.
opened their
SPX
home
is
for
going
foster
lower
care,
here.
really expecting to
Human
take in
history.
one child, but
I want to
soon
look
they
in
were
the
taking
video on
in
the 1 minute
a
candle
family
tune
of
up.
3 siblings.
Bears
and
are in full
formally
flash
adopting them.
control
A short time
on the
later,
video.
Charlie and Savannah also welcomed a biological daughter. Trump accounts will give each of these children a much better start in life, and Charlie in Savannah, where are you? Are you down there? Do you want to come up? Come on up here, Charlie, real fast. We're holding up a lot of big business people. We can't hold them up. Michael will take back his donation. Say what? I want my money back. Come on up here.
What a God bless day, man.
These are great families, but there's millions and
Nvidia
millions
puts
of
up
families
25% now since I joined since
so amazed and so happy at
11:40.
what's taken place. So
Right, I
very
literally
good,
joined
I
here
think.
at 11:45 somewhere, and it's up 30. It's up crazy now. Holy fuck! It says I got the notification. I joined at 11:45 Nvidia with my QQQ profits that I literally 74%ed, and this bitch is up 24% now. Let's go! Let's go! Come on. Send this bitch to the
part of our adult lives, working to advance children
go!
in our community, and it was our faith that first led us to.
I hope they
open our
rip
home to
this
foster
bitch
care.
down
It
into
was God's
Friday.
plan that,
There's so much fucking room.
allowed us.
185, man. Even hope to God, or if some fucking crazy ass fucking
It was
news
God's
comes
plan
out,
that,
181 even possible, but like that's, yeah, I mean. Nvidia is up 0.76% right now. 0.76%. It's still green. QQQ is 0.14% green right now.
Through our experience that we've seen how
SPX is green by.
Really
SPY is red.
At the very beginning stages of their life before they even get a chance
Holy shit.
themselves. And that's why, my wife and I, along with some of the work that the First Lady is doing, we are working to help foster families.
Oh my God, sorry, the poll, man.
Foster and adoptive families, and personally in our state with protections and support in our home state of Arkansas. Every child deserves hope, stability, and a chance at a future, a strong future. And for young families, especially like ours.
QQQ, it's fine though. This is the ultimate fucking 3/3. I have no FOMO. They're knifing down like crazy on QQQ. At some point, this thing's gonna bounce at some point. But like, wow, what a fucking note. Look at the volume. Just no, the candles just teleporting, down. Oh my God, what a day. What a day.
Every single family. And my wife and I are so excited that this administration has placed families and children like ours at the
I enter mad early though. I enter by like a day early on all-time highs, and I get fucking crushed on 0DT, and the shit comes back. Like, it's actually a fucking bad habit. It's the most craziest fucking shit. That's why I did half today, half Friday, but like still, this is the most craziest shit. This honestly is.
I was wondering how much longer he could.
I did, I think 0DT somewhere here. I did 1D, I did fucking Friday here. SPY and SPX separately, and I am literally just fucking, I got crushed, and the fucking thing came back all the way back, like 0DT, fucking crazy.
But you could see a loving father there, couldn't you? The way he did that, right? Wasn't that a loving father? I watched that. He was grabbing. That's a great family. Thank you very much, both. Beautiful. So in conclusion, the ultimate success of the Trump accounts will be measured not just in the wealth created. It will be seen in young people buying houses that they could never have even dreamed of buying. It'll be seen in diplomas earned, companies founded,
and a good day
families
makes
formed, and more babies born. It'll really be
everything feel good into the rest of the day, doesn't it? When at work, it's I'm going nowhere. Look at this shit. Look at the top of the CPI candle just holding like fucking nothing.
Every community wants to see.
IWM actually got nowhere.
And it'll
though.
bring back the American dream.
Trapped
The American
bull,
dream is so
bear,
beautiful. I would
bear,
mention it all the time when I'm running. Whenever I run, I talk about the American dream because that's what we want to create.
Minus
Others don't
3-4% red.
We
So.
have the American dream back, I think, now better than
Wild
better
day,
than ever
wild
before.
day, man.
For generations, Washington politicians have done nothing to take from the hardworking people of our country. They take and take. They do nothing but take.
Video 190.
They've made workers' lives harder, sent prices higher, pushed your dreams out of reach. And both parties, I mean, they didn't do the job. Some were fighting, and sometimes we fight against some of the great
I'm taking
politicians
this
we have here. They
overnight
fight
into
with me,
NVIDIA.
most of them. and we fight to make things
into
better.
tomorrow,
But
Thursday,
we run into walls
into
of
FOMC.
other politicians that either don't want to do something or they almost feel
It's
like
reverting on me.
it's a
Trying. It's
destruction of our
11:45.
country. But now we're doing something much better than giving the
Gold.
next generation a handout.
Squeeze,
we're giving them
squeeze,
ownership
squeeze,
of America's
squeeze,
future,
squeeze, squeeze.
so that they can grow
like
up,
no tomorrow.
chart
I
their
want to
own
see what happened to
destiny, and
silver
make our
actually
nation
too.
greater and stronger and better than
Silver
ever
futures.
before. So I just want to
Same
thank
shit
all of
as
the
gold.
people that
Bugging the fuck out.
participated today, the great business leaders, the great
Tesla.
celebrities, and all of the people that are in this room. You've done so much, and I just want to also give a little bit of a shout out to a lot of great
Did we not watch Tesla
politicians that
today
are
at
right
all?
now voting on
We
some
did,
very
right?
important
Yeah, it wasn't the
issues.
gray box. I lost
Plus
it.
the politicians in this room, they have really worked hard on this. This is something that it's amazing that it got done. If you knew the political process, it was very
15
complex,
minute
very hard to get done, to get all
growing.
of those votes together. But
30
we did it,
minute
and it's gonna be
disgusting.
great for America. And Brad and Michael, thank you both very much. Special, special people. Thank you very much. And God bless everybody in the room, and God bless America. Thank you
God
very
bless
much
you,
for being here.
Mr.
Thank you.
President. God bless you. God bless our country. Thank you, sir. Let's see our president dance. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Ah, shit. I'm in 187.5 into Friday since 11:45. Alright, I posted in the WhatsApp group for myself too. About 187. 187.5. Fuck am I saying? Young man. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Young man. Da-na-na-na-na-na-na. Young man. Da-na-na-na-na-na. Da-da. Da, 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 na, 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 na. I'm gonna get copyrighted for today. It's okay. What a day. Do 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 YMCA. Why?
In America. I mean, one question people have right now is the appeal of U.S. assets, especially when they look at the U.S. dollar, which is trading at multi-year lows. I know the president sort of endorsed this as a good thing yesterday, but is it really a good thing if people are wondering if the dollar is the right place to be?
Well, again, U.S. always has a strong dollar policy, but a strong dollar policy means setting the right fundamentals. And I think that with President Trump's, with the one big beautiful bill, with our regulatory
I think the key on the video for
policies,
me is
we
to
are making
fucking
this the
in
best
and out,
place to come, build your
I
business,
end up
have tax
holding,
certainty, regulatory
and then I got
certainty,
caught on the bottom
energy
last week, so
certainty. And over time,
I think that's what the fuck they're doing on the video. There's like quick
prices on
in
the
and out
screen
plays
can
on Tesla and
fluctuate
Nvidia, and then they just
over
trap the
6 months,
fuck
a
out of
year.
it long term with data and
That-
fucking super going up
again,
and down
if
and making it
we
look
have
bullish and
sound
bearish and
policies,
rebird and fucking whatever
the
the
money
hell.
will flow in.
I think
And
genuinely
we
that's
are
what's going
bringing
on. So
down
in the
our
future,
trade deficits.
when I do
So
Nvidia and Tesla big,
the
I'm just gonna do
automatically
intraday or some
that
shit,
should
not
lead
overnight,
to more dollar
because
strength over
that's
time.
the fucking
Are we
vibe I'm
intervening
feeling.
in the currency
I
market
genuinely
right now?
feel like it was gonna
Strengthening
go
the yen?
$1 or $5
happening?
lower.
Absolutely not.
The last time
that
it went
something you're
crazy low
planning to
last
do?
week when
There
Tesla
was
and
word that
Nvidia
the
was
New York
4%
Fed
down, and
was
they
looking for
literally used
prices.
that day as a setup
Again,
into
we don't
the new one third,
comment
two third,
other
three
than
third,
say
going all-time highs.
we
So
have a strong dollar policy.
there's some fucking crazy
and
shit
again,
cooking at
I
all
think
times, up or
President
down.
Trump
Genuinely is
has
how I have to fucking
the
think on
past year,
Tesla and Nvidia.
2025
It's
was
just
about setting the table, and
options
now
are
I
just a
think
fucking feeding
we're going to have a
around.
very strong economy
Corpse
this
just
year.
lying
The
all
Democrats
around.
don't shut down the government. The Atlanta Fed GDP
It's
now,
sad as fuck to say that
now
because
numbers
like holding
5.4%.
Nvidia and
When was
Tesla,
the last time we saw
it
that?
feels like it's going up
a
into
high-growth
close.
number,
It
and
feels
one of
like
the
it's doing
questions
good
is,
for
can
the
we get
day, and then
that
seeing it
kind of
drop at the
growth
same
without
amount the
sparking
next day or some
inflation?
shit go crazy
I
down.
think we can, because
It's
what
literally
causes
just feed.
inflation is supply constraint, and with the deregulatory agenda
Greed
that we
feed.
have, we are creating supply, whether
that
it's
shit
in
happens on a lot of
financial
things,
lending,
yeah, but it's
whether
just
it's in
greed feed.
energy, we're increasing manufacturing. So again, what led to the great inflation was the Democrats
IWM
caused a demand shock
never
with
broke
government
or did
spending,
break the
where they
floor.
caused a supply constraint with all the over-regulation. We're doing the opposite. We got a private sector boom, and we are taking out dozens of regulations for every new regulation that goes in.
But there will be stimulus this year as a result of the
Everything's showing
Big Beautiful
bounce
Bill,
for
the
now.
tax refunds that are set to hit the economy. I guess the question is, can we avoid inflation in that scenario? We're already starting to see it in wages.
Sorry?
We're already starting to see the wages climb.
But we're also seeing substantial productivity. So productivity and wage growth does not lead to inflation, and
seeing some sort of
there's
volume
measured
come in on the
inflation
15
and
minute on the
observable
VIX.
inflation.
We'll see if
Measured
that
inflation
stops
is
or
with a
not.
lag, so we can see that rents are substantially down. It's different than the measurement. So the observable inflation,
The VIX
some of the
literally
more,
rallied from 15 to 17
online
though, using
or
that FOMC
quick
anticipation,
sampling
I guess,
inflation
overnight.
numbers are substantially below 2%
The thing was at
already.
15 yesterday. Look, 1570. Look at this shit. 1570, and now it's at 17 out of nowhere. That is crazy. Look at the 15-minute on the VIX. You need to watch that. You can pull back right now, or let the market bounce. But ultimately, higher time frame on the 5 or higher. Maybe.
A very busy day here. We are chewing on a lot of earnings.
KG says cautiously optimistic with stocks and VIX higher, and watch silver and gold
Obviously,
volatility.
a lot of gains we're seeing across the chip space this morning, across memory as well, off the back of a number of these reports. We've got Seagate up 15%. But let's just talk about where these markets stand. Of course, around half an hour into trading, bring in Kevin Green, who joins me now to get across his takeaways in the first 30 minutes here at KG.
Only people having fun on gold are people from 10, 5, 12, 2 years ago that were stacking on gold and silver for literally a rise like this. But I mean, I only think smart money probably got in fucking 2-3 years ago, but like this is crazy.
You have information technology kind of it was leading the way.
Every
It's
day
up
2% up.
5% at this point in time. Consumer discretionary up about 0.9%. You are seeing a bid in Tesla as well as Amazon. You talked about the strength of the Mag 7 names as well. This is going to be the 6th day in a row, maybe, that they are going to be green for this week, or pretty much for this run that we have seen. And I think that's really kind of emblematic of the fact that we are seeing a little bit more of a rotation out of this broad market type of allocation back into technology, consumer discretionary, as well as communication services, those heavier weighted sectors in the S&P 500, which could also drive gains higher. And that's because of the preparation for earnings. We will have earnings today and tomorrow from some headline names. If they're able to beat and exceed the street's expectations, that could once again kind of push the S&P 500 above that 7,000 level and keep us above that 7,000 level. Our fabulous producer also actually mentioned that President Trump just posted that America is back because it hit the 7,000 level for the S&P 500. So you see a lot of enthusiasm here. Let's see if we're going to be able to hold. I'm still cautiously optimistic. If you're looking at the volatility structure, we do have equities up. We also have volatility up. Now we have event risk for today. We have to be mindful of here today, but we do have some skew to the upside, or some call side skew. So everybody's kind of on the bullish trade here. If we get some comments from Chairman Powell that's a little bit more negative, then we could see an unwinding of that, and that could be a rapid reaction to the downside. I'm not sure if we're going to get there, but that's something to keep on the radar.
Of course, so a lot of comments from Trump this morning regarding the dollar, and of course what we're seeing as far as equities are concerned as well. I'm just seeing also looks like the Treasury Secretary is likely
the last time they left the SPX 1 minute gap like this, they popped it on FOMC and filled it.
Where the markets are at.
We're at all-time highs right now.
Just wondering, as far as this chip rally that I mentioned, a lot of attention on the memory space today off the back of what we got from Seagate, off the back of what we got from SK Hynix overnight, smashing records, and then ASML as well, seeing that strong demand coming from some of these names. Just talk us through the price action this morning, because it was an interesting move.
So QQQ and SPX made a gap at 1040, and it's been a hope factor for the bulls to burn them all day long. I literally said, right, one of them is going to be used for a hope, and it's going to be cycle, make bears or bulls hope all day long, right? And they literally were making bulls hope every single bounce on QQQ.
If you look at the options flow yesterday, a lot of call buying activity taking place in the out of the money options, especially around the 420 level.
There is
I
no
think
gap
this is
on
actually a
SPY,
little bit
but
more of
if
a
you
gamma
look on
squeeze
SPX
scenario
at
for
1040, there's a
Seagate, which is
1-minute
why
gap
we
at
are seeing kind
1040
of
right
this
here.
rapid price reaction
So
to the upside. If you look at a lot of these companies that have
there's a
reported,
rapid
especially in the
price
memory space, they
deceleration
are
downward,
seeing a demand
acceleration
being
downward, gap
reflected
down on
within their
SPX
numbers,
and
not only in the
QQQ,
current
and we
quarters,
left
but
the
their
gap.
guidance moving forward. And it's not even just one
They
quarter or
use the
two
gap
quarters
all
looking
day
out.
long as a
They're
hope
looking at a
factor
longer
for
term time
calls
frame
to
out to
go lower.
2027, 2028. They do believe that demand is going to remain actually fairly
Somewhere
resilient,
here.
and their margins are also
690,
expanding. I think the
650.
biggest thing for Seagate is the concern that
$1.50
maybe
above where we
margins will
are.
contract for the next quarter, but they have to spend money in order to kind of basically scale up their business to meet demand, and I think that's probably why you are seeing this reaction to the upside here. A lot of these names have been kind of left for dead 2 years, 3 years ago. Now they're having this catch-up trade, and a lot of them were aggressively shorted. It's not so much the overall short interest, it's the fact that we had some concentration with certain institutions that were shorting a lot of these trades. They're probably getting blown out as well. So good earnings. If we continue to see this follow through over the next couple of weeks, I think that's going to be a tailwind for the market. I don't know how the market's going to react, though, Sam, if Meta and Microsoft and a lot of these hyperscalers continue to ramp up their CapEx spend in order to build out these data centers. I'm not sure if that's going to be a net positive or net negative for them. It will be a positive for these memory names and companies like NVIDIA, AMD, but I'm not sure if it's going to really be a positive thing for the hyperscalers that have already spent a significant amount of money in order to build up infrastructure.
Well, that's right. We want to see proof of all that spend, and that's what we certainly saw last earnings quarter. I mean, particularly was the case with Meta, which sold off after earnings. There seems to be some concerns here on the street about how they are spending, if they do have that spending discipline that certainly the others have across the other hyperscalers. But let's just park that there at the minute, because obviously it's been a nice day, as we mentioned, for some of the chip names. We're also seeing some China headlines with NVIDIA, but we are monitoring what is taking place with crude this morning off the back of some more
leading SPY right here, IWM.
Iran. Just talk us through the headlines
No
there,
direction,
and
doesn't
what
know
sort
what
of
to
impact
do.
we're seeing as far as the price action
Candles
on
spiking up
commodities
and
this
down
morning,
every
AJ.
single minute.
Yeah, well, we are seeing crude oil break through the 200-day moving
IWM is
average.
in
If you're looking at a
charge.
daily chart, that's going to be a key area of resistance. The last time we were there was back in July. We lasted above that level for about 3 sessions, 4 sessions, and then did see a failure here. But we are seeing a price advance because of this geopolitical risk, and then also because of this winter event that has taken place over the last week.
There has to be some sort of purple box now from the top of that to the bottom of that.
That could also have an impact when it comes to inventory numbers that are going to be reported by the EIA over the next couple of weeks. So you are seeing some bidders really trying to step in. Crude is really trying to hinge and try to break out higher here. I'm not sure if that's going to take place, but if you're looking at the options positioning on the futures market, there's definitely more of a bullish skew.
You know what I mean? This is what I mean by smaller cycles are within medium-term cycles, and medium-term cycles are within long-term cycles, and those long-term cycles make up the intraday cycles. So the market truly does, right, rotate and make floors and roofs and time and cycle confirmation.
Just be
The
mindful,
volume
if
is
you
drying
move
here.
up too
I
far,
have
too
not left
fast,
my SPY and
President Trump
SPX.
has been kind of keen on that and tries to dampen down oil prices. So this is definitely a supply story, not a demand story. And there's also this notion that we might be trying to set up a potential blockade for Iranian crude oil tankers as well. That has not been confirmed. If that is going to be the case, then that would actually push prices aggressively higher from here.
Okay, and then across the metals space, another day, another record for gold, climbing above 5,300 this morning. We've got silver back in action as well, ripping almost 9% at this stage. I'm seeing up 115 right now. Copper, platinum, palladium, all up. Palladium's up 8% right now. Talk us through what's driving that this morning.
Yeah, I think it's still speculative trading that's taking place within the gold and the silver space. I mean, obviously we have seen the weakness of the dollar, the comments yesterday. The dollar is now kind of breaking to the downside here, at least for now. We might see a little bit of a reaction back higher,
trying to bounce, and
IWM
is rejecting,
oversold at this point in time. And I think you are looking at this as a safe haven asset. If we could actually bring this up in real time, I would actually appreciate it, though. Either pull up this silver chart or pull up the dollar. We are seeing actually a very sharp reaction for both of them at this point. So maybe there is some comments coming from Besson, or maybe some comments coming from President Trump that's creating the sharp reaction. Actually, silver just dropped about $4, $3 or so in a matter of 2 minutes. So we are seeing some volatility there, and just be mindful that these contracts are trading in an unusual fashion, and you can lose money
Today
really quickly.
has been
you can make money
a
really
good
quickly
day,
here,
bad day,
but it
or
is
a
getting
neutral
a little
day.
bit thin when you're looking at the depth of market and the liquidity levels for both gold and silver.
It's kind
We're
of
just seeing
neutral for
Secretary
me still.
Besant speaking to CNBC right now. Some of the lines coming through
It should be a
saying
great
they're
day,
absolutely
but
not intervening in the currency market. So
in
this is
terms of the
obviously
bigger
something to
picture
keep an
for
eye
me,
on. Says the record stock run. We put in good policies for growth. So they're just some of the lines we're seeing so far. So we'll continue to monitor that as they, of course, will be continuing to interview Besant there.
it is
over
forming
the
some
next
sort of
course a
knife
few
knot,
minutes.
right?
All right,
On
we'll be keeping an eye on some of those
1/3,
developments. Thanks so much
2/3,
for that,
3/3.
KG.
As we were going lower, I said, hey, at some point I'm expecting this shit to 3/3 trap, and it looks like for now they are trying with some sort of a cycle, right? Channel breaking. Not cycle, but like you know how like when there's a knife, there's a downward channel you could draw, right? It's clearly, it's like breaking out of some sort of a line is what I'm trying to say. So what time is that? 12:10 into 12:13, 12:15. So that's what I'm trying to say. I really want to run to the bathroom right now, but the market is such a crucial point that this thing could rip up or down like crazy right here. I think it's some sort of crazy ass play since yesterday. I don't know why, but for some reason I never deleted this shit. What happened yesterday, right? Honestly, to be honest, guys, I'm gonna be upfront with you guys. Coming into today, I even forgot about yesterday. And to be honest, I'm pretty sure everybody forgot about yesterday. And the only reason why I remember yesterday is because I'm still in, and I literally just left this fucking drawn. And look where we are at. Right? Even if we're going lower, like it's just I extended it, right? And we bounced on the top one, we went to the below, and now we're fucking hovering. And this is the void, but like I guess the setup was there. You know what I mean? I just couldn't see it for myself to extend it before until they went lower, and they went lower, and then I extended it. But some sort of setup is there. Okay, some sort of deduction shit cycle is happening. Shitstorm is a brewing, right? Let's leave it like that. Shitstorm is a brewing. Okay. Do you guys want to watch this on the SPX or SPY? I'm not sure what's better. I feel like I want to watch this on SPX, right? We're at the previous day 4 p.m. close right here too. So I really do want to watch it on SPX for about 10 minutes. 12:15. All fucking day long. Is there a divergence at the roof? Let's see. 7,002.24, 7,002.28. Man, if there's a divergence at the roof, I'm gonna be so fucking. Oh my god, there's a divergence at the roof. So SPX 930 is higher than 945, and the SPX and SPY divergence is one of the strongest ones in statistical data to clear together faster. I mean, but man. So I don't know if Daddy Powell comes on and he just presses, oh, I love you, last FOMC, and the thing goes boop, and then it goes down. I have no fucking clue. I don't think it's gonna do it, but you know what I mean? There's a 1 minute gap here too, so I don't think it's gonna do it, but holy fuck, that's the type of shit that gets me scared because I've seen it happen, but not like this exactly, but like with the SPY and SPX divergence happening, and then they reject for 5 minutes, 20 minutes, or 1 minute, and then boom up. I've seen that happen a lot. So these are just things that I say based on experience and the things that have happened to me, nothing else, right? Does nobody want to say anything, right? SPY or SPX? Choose for the next 10 minutes, please. What do you guys want to watch? This chart or the second chart?
Welcome back to Morning Trade Live. It's time now for the big picture. So let's welcome in the team from Charles Schwab. We've got Nathan Peterson, Director of Derivatives Analysis, Schwab Center for Financial Research, and Mike Townsend, Managing Director, Legislative and Regulatory Affairs at Charles Schwab. Nate, we've got to start with you.
Someone said SPX, someone said SPY, someone said QQQ.
Very earnings driven.
I'm going to do what Edison and Donna says, SPX. They both said SPX, so let's watch it on this for 5-10 minutes. I'm running to the bathroom with my phone in my hand. I'm scared.
Sharp move in the metal space as well, particularly that pullback in silver. What's catching your attention this morning?
Yeah, good morning, Sam. Again, if you look at the divergence between, say, the NASDAQ and the Russell, you can see basically over the past 5 trading days or so, there was a bit of an unwind. The Russell had run up and it got to a pretty hot RSI, And over the past 5 days, now we're seeing that money rotate back into tech. That makes sense because we've got mega cap tech that's coming up on deck. And, you were just talking about ASML and Seagate that reported numbers there. I mean, look at the bookings that ASML delivered. I mean, it was almost double estimates. Go back to TSMC that reported last week, and the read-through in terms of demand that's going on this AI infrastructure bill. And then, you got the S&P at all-time highs. You've got GDP clipping 4 to 5%. This is primarily driven by the largest infrastructure build-out in history. It's all the CapEx and investment that is going through. And you're getting all of these data points that are suggesting, if you listen to the executive commentary from a lot of these, whether it's the memory makers or whether it's the semiconductor equipment makers, like we're going to hear from Lam Research today, but like ASML, they're calling this a multi-year build-out. So, it's funny, we're going to have the Fed today, and, there's not a lot of expectations there. We may get 1, maybe 2 cuts this year, but, Sam, as long as we are doing this type of growth and this type of demand, because AI, of course, AI is just not focused, or it's not centered around the tech sector. It goes out into industrials, a lot of blue collar workers, et cetera. And that just has this kind of trickle down throughout the economy, which is really good for growth. And, if we don't get any cuts this year, I don't think that's going to matter as long as, there's this kind of strength that's in the backdrop. Now, underneath the surface, you're going to have to be very selective where you are within tech. We're going to hear from ServiceNow later today, software. Many of those big, large cap names that are very popular, Wix, Workday, ServiceNow, et cetera, Salesforce, they've all been hitting 52-week lows while the market's hitting new highs. So let's see what ServiceNow says. That's going to be an interesting data point as well. And then, of course, in regard to mega cap tech, CapEx is going to be interesting. We probably don't want it, our investors probably don't want it to be too hot, and they probably don't want it to be too cold. So that's going to be an interesting read-through. I'm not sure exactly how markets are going to respond to those CapEx numbers when they come out.
Yeah, well, I mean, the Meta response was a bit of a surprise last time around. So let's see. Hey, Mike, let's just switch gears to you. We've got some comments coming out from Bessent regarding, of course, the next Fed chair, saying he doesn't make recommendations. He just gives options. They have 4 great candidates now lined up. They've been talking about this on the plane back from Iowa. Just talk us through, how you're thinking about what we're likely to get from the FOMC today, and then obviously looking into the future, because I think obviously the decision seems to be pretty well priced in at this stage. It's just a bit of a wild card as to what we're going to get with respect to any of those announcements. I mean, who might be the next Fed chair and how they're thinking about the future path of rates, particularly given what Nate said with this acceleration of growth.
Yeah, Sam, great to see you. What an interesting Fed day. I mean, we haven't had a day when Fed monetary policy decision was quite as much of feels like a non-event as it is today. Obviously, the overwhelming market expectation is that the Fed will hold steady. I am going to keep my eye on how many dissents there are. Of course, there were 3 last time. And we do have 4 new FOMC voters. You got 4 regional Fed presidents from Cleveland, Dallas, Minneapolis, and Philadelphia who are rotating on here at the beginning of the year and will be voters this year. So maybe we'll get some signals on where they are. But somehow that's kind of the least interesting thing going on at the Fed, because, as you said, we've got this ongoing drama around who Trump might pick as the next chair. And he's, everyone's talking about how they got 4 great candidates. There's also this sense in Washington that has been growing over the last few weeks that the president isn't super happy with any of them. And there's this kind of buzz underneath the surface about, is there a dark horse 5th candidate? Is that candidate Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, who's running the search, and of course has said many times that he does not want the job?
Where are we right now?
Trump could persuade him. So I think this is really
10
a
a.m. from yesterday.
situation. You look at the prediction markets.
Honestly,
nobody is at 50% right now. So
temporary bounce, but like I'm kind of surprised.
And I think there's a lot.
I think they're gonna go lower. Fuck.
The other factor that the president
oh my God, I don't want to be fucking biased here. Fuck.
Confirmation process for whoever he chooses, because relations between the White House and the Senate have not
But it's
been
this,
that great
I
over
think
the last couple
downtrend
of weeks,
still.
and certainly in the wake of the Minneapolis situation. So I think that's part of the dynamic
QQQ was
too.
a
That's
nice
why
ass
Rick
fucking
Reeder
play though. I
from
can't fucking
BlackRock
believe
has sort of
632,
moved towards the
literally
top of the list. I
632.
think partly because
I
they
left
think
in the
he is
3/3 somewhere
probably
here.
the
Like,
most
oh my god,
confirmable by
looking
the
back,
Senate. So a
I'm
lot
just
of
happy as
industry
shit.
going behind this. It'll be
I'm happy as
fascinating to
shit.
see if we get a decision
Go
this
lower.
week.
Yeah, absolutely. We'll be watching, particularly given, as you say, some of the timing involved in that. Nate, let's just get back to you. Obviously, the Mag 7 is going to be the next big test for these markets post that FOMC
1,300
meeting.
back to
What
2,000.
does the technical
Holy shit.
setup tell you right now? What are you
Wow.
seeing under the surface?
There's another 1 minute gap. There's another 1 minute gap
Well,
happening
you know,
here.
a lot of divergence within technology.
That's
you know, used to
crazy.
be,
That
Sam,
means the
you know,
Bears
tech
are
is one
still
cohort,
here heavy.
you know,
Where are we?
investors
We're
love
below the
growth,
10 a.m.
they
level of
love
yesterday.
the
I was
Mag
thinking
7 or
that
the
this is
Mag
like
8
some sort of a
or
support.
the Grade
Holy
8,
shit. I
whatever
was
you wanna
not,
call
not
them.
thinking this,
And
but
then
yay! Yay! I'm still in puts, baby.
Softwares have these ecosystems, they have this fortress balance sheet, they have
Man,
this
I was
cash flow.
worried a little
That
bit.
cash flow is
I won't
now
lie.
going to CapEx, and that's
This
what's
shit was
really
looking like a
created
nice
some of
butterfly
this,
butter knife.
discernment within the
And
tech
butter
space.
knife
And
down.
so even within the
I
Mag
was
7,
worried.
we've seen Apple lagging.
Bears
and,
are here.
Microsoft
12:25. I was
lagging as well,
worried.
software-related-ish. Then you've seen Alphabet being,
Going
kind
back
of crowned,
up, trying,
kind
right?
of one of the
Little
winners of
tiny
AI,
pullback
etc.
since
So on the
11:55.
technicals, it's going to depend on which company that you're looking
Time
at.
is
And I think there's just a lot of question marks in terms of
12:25,
what AI impact
right?
is
And the
going
VIX
to
is
be
spiking back up.
on
The Bears
software
are still
or
here.
those types
Roar.
of companies.
IWM
With
trying
regards
lower.
to
SPY
CapEx,
testing the
we
floor.
haven't quite seen exactly
Roar.
that the bottom line type of a translation in terms of the spin just yet. That remains a question mark.
Wow, that's a crazy
There's not gonna
rejection.
be-
I was low-key
everybody's not
surprised
gonna
though. The
win.
bounce was
There's gonna
going
be a
higher
lot
and
of
higher for 5
competition.
minutes
A
and
lot
minutes
of
and
these
minutes.
large
watching
language
on my
models,
phone.
Can be commoditized.
This
So if you're getting this increased
video as
competition
well with
into
you guys.
the space, even when we're talking about the Mag 7, this is kind of encroaching on those moats, those ecosystems that they have. So these are all
Crazy
questions
rejection.
that the market has right
Where
now.
are we
and that's why we've
rejecting?
seen
Some sort of
volatility
algo
underneath the
range from
surface,
yesterday.
Between each individual company.
We were
So
finding support in
we're
the
still
void,
kinda
and the
feeling our
void
way
is
out,
back
Sam,
in the
terms
void.
of just what is an appropriate
void.
amount
Today's
of
stream should
spins,
be
and then when we start to really see some of that show up on the bottom line in terms of productivity margins,
VOID,
etc.,
void.
without
I don't
competition
even
being
know
too
what
much of a
the
threat.
fuck that means. I do know what it means mentally, but like the void.
Yeah, we'll be watching. Big day, as we mentioned. Plenty of headlines to keep an eye on, particularly this afternoon.
Today's title should be the void, but like we went all-time highs and ripped up to 7,000, so it could be 7,000 and the void at the same time. So it's just what it is. FOMC day. Today's what it is. FOMC day. Dude, they're making the FOMC move before FOMC. Can't believe what the fuck is gonna happen into FOMC, right? What the fuck do you guys think is gonna happen into FOMC, man?
The futures this morning, you just had the Dow dip down into the negative there. Dow is now down 13 points. We were higher earlier. S&P is still higher by 13.
Brace for
NASDAQ
possible
up by
volatility.
206.
Possible
All about
my
tech
asshole.
stocks right
All
now.
right, this is
Yields
volatile
right
as a
now ahead of the Federal Reserve's
motherfucker.
rate decision, 2
Volatility
p.m.
is
Eastern
back.
time. As you can see, we're down
Watch
just
the
by
news.
3
CNBC is going to say
basis
volatility is
points,
back at
4.2%.
1:30,
The central bank
1:45,
widely
15,
expected to
20
hold rates
minutes,
steady
5 minutes
after 3
before the
consecutive
fucking
cuts
goddamn
last
FOMC
year.
news starts.
Fed Chair Jay Powell will
We'll
speak
see
at
what
2:30
CNBC
p.m.
says
Eastern
right
time.
now.
Investors going to be watching for any clues on the future.
Dow touches
rate
7,000
cut
for the
path,
first
and
time,
of
then
course, any
retreats as
comments from
traders
Powell around
await
the Fed's
decision.
independence.
12:23
Meanwhile, the
p.m.
president says
2
he's soon
minutes
going to
ago.
announce his choice to lead the
ST,
Federal Reserve,
Eastern Standard
predicting
Time.
that rates would come down once the new
They
chair
want to rip this
takes
bitch
over.
lower.
Let's
The
bring in
news
Piper
still
Sandler,
isn't caught up.
Managing Director and CEO.
They still want to rip this bitch lower. The
There's a
news
lot-
still hasn't
the press
caught up.
conference is going
The
to be
news
interesting.
will help to set up
Is he
later.
going to be asked?
Where the
Obviously, he
fuck
won't
ton
be
of
about
bears
any
here too, but I
DOJ
mean,
investigation into
I think they
him
cook more.
and his comments there. Is he going to talk about his future? Whether he's going to stay on after his chairmanship is over? What do
My
you think?
sense is he'll keep his cards close to the vest on that. On this one, and I don't
QQQ
think
is
he's gonna get into the
officially back into the
investigation.
downward trend line.
He'll be asked about
Market
it.
is deciding
He'll be
whether it
asked
wants
about it, he'll shy away from that. And I think for the Fed, look, today they're going to be on hold. I think now the market's pricing about 2 more cuts this year, which is consistent with where we are.
Puts her
I
back
think it's
to
also consistent with
LOD
this tension that
prices.
you've seen
Crazy
recently
rejection.
with the unemployment rate,
12.20
where
into
it looked like it was
12.26,
heading much higher over the near term, and then we got that
5
nice
minutes.
surprise in the last
Boom.
employment report where it actually
Done.
ticked down a couple of tenths.
1/3,
There's still some
2/3,
near-term risk
3/3.
there. If you look at
Boom.
Conference
Done.
Board yesterday, the
Boom
consumer
and
still
done
doesn't feel
type of
great about the
type
labor
of fucking
backdrop.
trade.
That suggests a higher
Move.
unemployment in the near term.
Water
And
slide
you look
king
at
the
things like
cop.
small business hiring
Holy
intentions,
shit,
and they've
water slide
inflected
king the
higher
cop.
over the
Water
last few
slide
months.
king the
That's the
cop.
best leading
Oh my
indicator of
god.
unemployment with a 6-month
That is
lead
so
time.
crazy hard.
And that tells you unemployment's going down in the next 6 months.
So it's about the data. It's about the data coming.
It's totally about the data, and I think that's why
this
we
is 3/3 bearish cycle. LLD is
the
testing.
cut today.
3/3
and it was really the
bearish
unemployment number
cycle.
that did that.
Adam, I bet Jerome Powell really wants to go back to being data dependent right now.
Oh, of course he does. He wants to get rid of the noise because he has always been a data-dependent leader of the Fed. He's also a gradualist, which is, I think, why he's pausing today. He's made very clear he's not going to do anything that happens quickly or that's jarring to the markets.
I don't even know. IWM is so crazy right now that
about the
it's
time,
higher
do
into
you think,
12:15.
Jake, he's actually going to give us a sense for the timing?
I didn't know if it's
or is he
12:10 or
just gonna be
12:15.
nebulous
That's what
and
I was
say
talking
it's
about. It's
data-dependent?
bearish as
Yeah.
fuck right here.
I think it's totally
That's what I was. I didn't know if it was
because I don't think
12:10 or
they know,
12:15
right?
up here.
The
It's so
unemployment could
crazy.
very well be heading south here. And look, we're getting a ton of stimulus into the economy in the first half of this
IWM
year.
heading lower.
You guys
Market
mentioned
is
tax refunds earlier.
Right.
Not breaking the floor.
refunds plus the lower withholding on the individual side is $200 billion this year.
Smack the like button today, folks. Let's smack the like button today. Let's get that shit up to 120, 130. Let's get the algo pumping.
Year to year in the fourth quarter.
Going for the FOMC meeting, right?
Right. So that's already showing through. And then you've got tariffs, which are going to be lower in 2026.
Today's FOMC day.
Right?
Please
If
hit the
court
likes.
Rules against Trump on IEPA.
FOMC.
We can reconstitute some of those with 122. It's limited in timing. It's limited in scope. I
In
think you're
1 hour
100
and
billion
30
lower
minutes.
in tariffs this year. That's been a headwind to companies vis-a-vis margins. That's been a headwind on employment. You've got almost 2%
FOMC
of
meeting in
GDP
1 hour and 30
in
minutes.
fiscal
Thank you
impact.
so
The
much,
president did say,
Edison.
though, yesterday, he said this
liking the
repeatedly,
message
there
in
are
the
other
WhatsApp group.
mechanisms for
Everybody
tariffs.
that
Even if
sees
the
and
Supreme
hears
Court rules
this,
against him,
please
he's got other
smack
ways.
the
This
like
is
I think-
inclusive of that,
Oh,
right?
you
So
are
if he does
including that in your
122,
forecasting. Okay.
122 reconstitutes about 75% of IEPA tariffs.
Interesting.
Okay, we're still going to be in the lower tariff
I
world.
want to ask you about the dollar because the dollar index sank to a new four-year low. President Trump, though, say he is not concerned. He's instead calling the dollar's decline great. He says he wants the currency to find its own level.
12:30 is bouncing, not 12:25.
I think it's great. I mean, the value.
It's
of
a
the
crazy
dollar, look at the
cycle
business
because
with,
literally barely any cycle
dollars-
confirmation and
dollars
just
doing
went
great.
straight up down to
You
the
know, it's
floor.
very
This is
interesting.
playing
You
at
look
the
at
floor.
China and
If it
Japan.
bounces here, it could
I
create a
used to
small
fight
cycle.
like hell
If
with
it wants to
them
break the
because
floor,
they
it wants to
always
break the
wanted
floor.
to devalue their yen. You know that? The yen
If you're here
and
for the first
yuan.
time, hit the
And
subscribe
they'd
button
always
as well.
want to
Thank you so
devalue
much.
it. And I said, not fair that you devalue because it's hard to compete when they devalue. But they always fought, no, our dollar's very good. I'd want it to be just seek its own level.
I've never seen
which
this
is the fair thing to do.
So we're seeing a decline in the dollar, Jake, but then we're seeing gold and silver continue to hit new record highs.
5,300 is
we look
absolutely
at them price in
fucking
dollars, so that's not surprising, right?
Dollar goes down, so by definition, they have to go up.
Exactly.
Buy more gold.
I would say, though, I'm not concerned about the value of the
So
dollar. So yes,
crazy.
we look at it in DXY terms, and it's at a 4-year low.
It's just so
We
crazy.
can't look at it that way.
I don't
We
know
look
why
at
my
the
Tesla
dollar on a
chart keeps
trade-weighted basis.
resetting,
Look at our
but look at
20
the setup
plus
box
top
they're playing
partners.
today. Keep
And the
pumping up,
dollar
keep
still looks
projecting,
very
keep
strong
pumping up,
historically.
keep projecting
I
2
encourage
times
everybody to look
today.
at the trade
That
weighted
is
dollar, zoom
called
out on the
smart
chart,
money
and look at
setup
where the
box.
dollar is. We're 10% off the all-time high.
Yeah.
I'm
Tesla
not worried
earnings
about
today.
that.
Yeah,
after
well,
hours.
Jake, certainly there's a lot to go. Earnings are coming up.
Insane
I know from an
volatility
economic
today.
standpoint, we're still looking at all these data centers being built out. We do expect more news on that. That's an economic positive.
Absolutely.
for
Not even
2026.
talk about that.
IWM
That's
digging
aside
into
from
the
the
floor.
fiscal stimulus, right, that I mentioned. But you look at the big tech companies and all the
In the
capex
3/3
commitments
bear
they've made
cycle
already
on
for
IWM too.
2026.
Yeah.
That gets us over
Smaller
10%
cycles.
capex growth this
Within
year
medium
alone, just with
cycles.
the commitment. So we'll be
Trading
looking at
the
those
bigger
as
cycle.
the earnings come out over the next few days.
There's going to be a
Guys.
lot of questions about the data center build-outs and AI in general. A lot of earnings coming out.
Jesse
as well,
says
so
back
we're
up
watching
and
it.
down hard,
this
putting
year
that out
in-
there.
in
So what are you
AI
saying?
spending.
Are you
It's
bullish
incredible.
or are you
Trillions
bearish
we
on that?
heard in
What does
Davos.
that
All
mean
right,
for you?
Jake, it's great to
Are you
see
just
you.
saying that because
Jacob Rita, thank you so much
alert?
always for coming in.
You just want people to know, or that's fair too. Or is it making you think bullish or bearish, or is it making you think cautious, right? That's the deductions that smart money deductors do 24/7 at all points, bullish or bearish, in the 1/3, 2/3, over the 3/3. So let's talk about it if you want to. Let's talk about it if you want to. There's rate volatility at the lowest level since
Yes, is also
2021.
optimistic about the equity market. In fact, just added to the firm's overweight, I'm going to bring in J.P. Morgan Asset Management, their managing director, Phil Camparelli. And Phil, let me start where I left off
Look
with the
at
other
the
Phil.
low that they're breaking.
Phil's a wild today.
Yeah,
It
Phil's
actually
a wild.
is so
Italian
bullish.
Phil's. Who
and
knew? I mean,
bearish.
you got to see. Let's talk about the wild cards. Let's do it the reverse way since I've got the screen up.
It actually is so bearish.
Are there any sort of things out
IWM
there on
coming
your
in
radar
bearish.
that could upset the party?
I think the
Nvidia
one
going
thing
bullish,
that we're probably
VIX is
most
coming
worried
in
about
bullish,
in an total optimistic
Tesla's going
view
lower.
is whether the Federal Reserve becomes a shadow kind of cabinet position. And that is a low-risk event, low-probability event. But with of those wild cards, we do think that probably the Federal Reserve is one of the biggest.
It's already political, though, to a degree. I mean, like if Harris won, I think Leon Brainerd would have been in there. I think she would have done Harris's bidding, but not as open. So I think we're edging to that direction anyway. But I hear what you're saying there.
Yeah, because that's an environment where foreign investors that buy our treasuries would say, we need to get paid more to hold your treasuries. And then rates going up kind of upsets the apple cart.
All right. Now let's talk about sort of similar to what the other Phil said. You tell investors, hey, ignore the noise, right? We're going to kind of bring up some of the things that are out there and just focus on what's kind of really happening, right? Fed easing, low recessionary probability. You like the financial conditions here, rate volatility. Let's start with the rate volatility because that's something that a lot of people are pointing out.
Yeah, that's the most important signal for us right now. So what do we mean by that? The equity market has something called the VIX. Everybody knows what that is. That's equity volatility. The fixed income market has something called the MOVE index, which measures rate volatility. Charles, do you realize that rate volatility is at its lowest level since the end of 2021?
Earlier in the morning,
before the Federal Reserve
at
went
10:20 in the morning,
with tightening
right?
policy. That does two things for us. Remember,
Says
I'm an
two people said it was going to trap bulls
us to
all
buy
day long
stocks
into
here, 'cause nothing
FOMC.
gets equity
6 people
investors
said
more
bear trap into
nervous
FOMC,
than there's
and
rate
19 people
volatility.
said
But it
both.
also really
It was about
importantly
26 people
allows the
counting
fixed income in the
YouTube too.
portfolio to have a traditional relationship, negatively
They trapped the
correlated with
bears
equity
yesterday.
defense in the
They trapped
portfolio.
the bulls
Does that offset
today.
the notion that the 10-year won't get below 4?
There's no reason for the 10-year note to go below 4%.
2-hour looks
We have a 2.3% GDP forecast for this year.
Never before seen at all-time highs almost.
Inflation
This is
forecast. 2.3 plus 2.5.
This is almost never before seen at all-time highs ever.
That's about where the
Except
10-year
this
treasury
is
should be.
earnings.
There's nothing
Maybe
controversial about
FOMC
the 10-year.
earnings
There's
doing
an
that shit was
interesting
crazy.
article in Bloomberg about Harvard. You know, they created
This is
this
crazy.
investing style. A lot
I
of
don't care
public
what anyone
investing,
tells you.
particularly overseas.
Otherwise,
and
this
the
is
orange
something
dot
crazy.
folks at Harvard.
It's
so for the
rejecting
last
so
20 years, it's
fast
been amazing. It's outperformed.
at
10 years
all-time highs.
it's outperformed, even 5 years. But more
Never
recently,
has
it's
had-
cracked.
never has
The
happened
reason I
before
brought
when it
this
just
chart
went
is
up in the
because
same
I know you
candle
like
and
the
went down.
60-40 portfolio. I've been frowning on it for the last few years, and for the last
wild.
year, it's kind of come back a little bit.
Yeah,
the
Bearish
70-30
control.
has done better.
Bears are
Yeah,
here
I prefer
on
people have
SPX.
more equities
Bears are here
than bonds, but you're in a
on
different position.
QQQ.
Why is
Bears
it
are
okay
here
now to be in a
on
60-40, a
Time is
traditional 60-40
12:35.
portfolio?
Yeah, and most of it has to do with the 40,
12:30
not the 60.
bounds to
So again,
12:30
fixed income side
created
of the
an algo
portfolio.
range looks
Coming
like
into
and went lower into
2025, Charles,
12:25.
fixed income had a
It is
negative
at the
3-year
top
rolling
of the downward
return,
trend
and there was
line
nowhere to
on
hide in fixed
QQQ.
income. So the 60-40
SPY is in
portfolio
the
we think
middle
is
of the
really
downward
driven
trend
by
line
the 40 and fixed income
at
behaving.
12:35.
But if you do add alternatives, we're
Why?
averse to that. To add
Probably
another
because
50
of
basis points of
IWM.
annualized
Well, like,
Do I
could
know that for
alternatives now?
sure?
I mean, because
No.
there are like we're opening
But
up
it's
private
most
equity
likely
to
to shit
a lot
right
of our
now
viewers,
in this
and there's all
live
kinds of
moment
things that are making
makes
money
the
for
most
folks now that
logical
didn't
sense
before.
because
Yeah.
12:20,
What
12:15
count is
rejected
that?
the 12:30.
Yeah, so alternatives provide aid,
12:15
AID,
right here
and
rejected
alpha source,
12:30.
income, and
Nope,
extra
SPY go
diversification. Things
lower.
like commodities,
You did too,
private
but I
equity.
guess not
In a
too
world where
much.
there's financial deregulation, fiscal activism, alternatives make sense in this environment.
You're overweight U.S. emerging markets,
overweight everywhere.
high yield credit.
Yeah.
So you're overweight. I mean,
Yeah.
you're in this market. I want to ask you, because you had a comment in your notes about the AI trade.
Yeah.
You think it's durable.
Right.
You know, I started the show showing how it spread out. All of a sudden, it's about memory. Someone forgot, hey, we're mining all this stuff. You know, we did the picks and shovels. Eureka, we've got it. Now what do we do with it? We can't store it anywhere.
Yeah.
Do you see it spreading also beyond that? Because now, last year, Caterpillar was an AI stock. I did a story about a toilet maker that's an AI stock out of Japan. You see that continue to...
Government took a stake in Intel last year and all that. Yeah, we do see it broadening out besides just the 7. And this goes back to the One Big Beautiful Bill Act. Permanent extension of the full depreciation of domestic R&D. If you do CapEx on AI, you give yourself a tax break. And that was one of the most overlooked things of the One Big Beautiful Bill Act that we think creates durability. And then even going back to last year, the first half of last year, AI CapEx was bigger than the U.S. consumer there at a time when people are pulling their hair out around tariffs. So we also think it's durable because it's somewhat economic agnostic at this point.
Great stuff, Phil. Thank you very much. Really appreciate it.
The question is higher, right? Smart money gonna say, oh, is this faster rejection meaning something at all-time highs now going into the week or tomorrow or whatever next week? Or they're like, oh, it means nothing and we're gonna go back up. That's the question. I don't know what the answer is. How would I know? Right? I'm just literally just same as the market.
Listen, so far it's another solid session, right? Here's the thing. We've got a lot of pockets of excitement, particularly around the broadening AI trade. Look at this. These are your biggest winners in about the last hour or so. Corning at the top of the list. Remember old Corning? It's reinvented itself.
If it ever breaks some sort of low here in IWM, maybe something, but it has never broken the low.
Keeps going.
So stupid.
$24 billion plan to build a NAND factory in Singapore. And I got to tell you, many people continue to say this is the next NVIDIA. You feel like you missed it? Maybe you haven't. Other memory and storage names, you got Seagate on there, you got WDC on there. You've seen these names over and over again. Also, it's earnings system
bouncing off the trend line, maybe the only
Hospital
hope.
Corps of America, HCA, and General Motors, which is quietly coming on nicely. For the most part, right, though, 2026, let's face it, it's been sort of like Bizarro World. I don't know if you're a comic book fan, right, but Bizarro World, everything was the opposite of our world. And this is what the market is. They say the meek will inherit the earth. Micro caps are killing it this year, up 10%. Look at the bringing up the rear. The big strong Mag 7 getting absolutely annihilated. Bizarro World.
They want to go lower.
This kind of thing unnerves the purists.
Medium-term, long-term calls are in danger since 1235 too, because the divergence at the floor exists. Wind direction is south.
Again, this is how Wall Street
Momentum is south.
Another one of
IWM is
these
south.
charts. There's too much
QQQ
bullishness out there.
south, but trying to bounce.
To have a bull market, folks.
It's
all right,
bearish.
but nothing is really
Download these by the break within 5 to 10 minutes, most likely.
Especially
and
silver.
They want to figure out what the new floor.
From the Mag 7.
Divergence at the floor.
Session was one for the ages. SOV, that's
Low of
the
the day.
silver ETF, traded 68%.
Most likely about to clear.
Almost 69% of its total market
Soon.
cap. To put that in perspective, NVIDIA traded half
Tesla.
of 1%. It's clear.
Today
Silver
earning
is
on
the
Tesla.
hot trade,
Let's see what
and
Tesla
all the
has been
hot money
doing
is
on
chasing
this
it.
gray
But the
box for
question is, what awaits it at the end of the
literally the
tunnel?
last 4 months. Up and down, 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 down, up, down, up, down, up on Tesla. And here we are today. Are the bulls here on Tesla? Are the bears here on Tesla? Nobody knows because it's literally at the setup box, right? Somebody was super bullish into Tesla yesterday, saying it's going to revert back up from the lows of 420 to 430s and go to 450s with earnings, right? But now, I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know. I don't think so. I have no idea, to be honest, what's going to happen in the Tesla earnings. I don't want to watch just any video, but any videos.
Welcome back. A major change at Walmart now, with CEO Doug McMillon retiring at the end of the month after a 40-year career at Walmart.
Bears are still here. They want to break the floor one more time at the minimum. I don't know if that means a push lower big time. I don't know if that means the RSI is already oversold. They want to do a little bit in the bear trap. But
great to see you, and you
that
hand
is what it's
over a
saying.
company that is much different.
Could also
and
cycle
stronger
here,
than when
bring
you
the
took
RSI
over.
volume
Talk
up,
to us
and then
about the
try to
state
be
of
bullish,
Walmart
and then do it
today.
later with the divergence clearance.
Well, it's great to have momentum.
That's not up
and
to
I
me.
want to
That's
thank
up
our
to the market.
associates for all
I
the
don't
hard
fucking
work.
speculate. I
Things aren't
literally wait
stopping
until
here.
the
They're
market
just gonna
does,
keep going
tries to
and
show,
keep changing and keep growing the
and
company.
deduct off
But I'm
the
so
most
proud of what
possible,
they've done over
realistic,
the years, the way they've
live
learned, the way they've
factors, the
changed, the way
primary
they've grown
factors,
the
time,
company
cycle,
to serve customers
confirmation.
and members better. We've kind of focused on the things that needed to stay the same and
That's scary
strengthen
as hell.
those
Volume
things
died.
like our
Doing it
values, our
together.
culture, the
15
purpose of the
minute.
company, and try to drive a ton of change everywhere else to strengthen what we're doing
Still
for
bearish.
customers.
5 minute
And
volume
one of the
dying.
biggest changes, I would
5
say,
minute
is
volume
the
is
digital
dying, and there's no volume on the
transformation
one.
that you
It's looking
oversaw.
terrifying.
Talk to us
It
about
bounce
how
short
you've
term, it
pivoted
bounce
this company
medium term,
into the
but
digital age.
it is in risk.
Yeah, we
It
went
is at
from being
danger
a brick
because
and
of the
mortar
divergence
retailer
at the
really to
floor.
being an
What?
omni-channel
Medium and
retailer.
long
And
term
it started
calls.
out years ago with us
From
just
the
trying to
new
build an
floor,
e-commerce business. But
1235.
what we learned along the way is that the magic is in the way that you put them together
I
so
don't
that you
make
can
these
serve
things up
people
where I did.
in the ways they want to be
I
served.
made up
You know,
mechanical,
there are
systematic
constants,
approach
like
and
people are
rules
always
that
looking for
explain things
value.
for me
These
live
days,
and
they want access to
constantly
an
make sense
incredibly broad
repetitively
assortment. The
every single
experience
day.
of shopping, whether it's
Practicing
in-store or
on
online, needs to
like
just
a
keep
pattern,
getting
you
better
know.
and better all the
Hope to
time.
God I'm right
And then the
7
fourth
out of
dimension
9
is
times,
trust.
7
When
gotta
want to
do
earn
whatever it
everyone's
is 10
trust
times,
with
and
everything
then
that
that
we do.
deduction
And
turns out, and I'm
the
like,
company's
oh,
made
I learned
progress on all
experience for
four of
next
those
time. But
dimensions.
everything that I'm saying,
Why was it important for
IWM, 1
Walmart
minute
to
gap,
launch
SPX, 1 minute
Bitcoin
gap,
and the
SPY, gap,
ETH
LOD
trading
divergence,
via the
floor
OnePay
divergence,
app?
right?
Talk to
Those
us
are
about
all
some of the
setups.
specific changes
Those are
you've
all
made.
things I did not know
Well,
2
we're
years ago,
always
two
trying
and
to
a half
learn,
years
and
ago,
some of the things
maybe
we
a
do
year
are
and a half ago.
experimental. And what
Those
we're
are
trying
all
to do is
things
make
I
sure that
learned
we're
over
positioned
time
to serve people in the way they
since
want to be
the
served.
last all-time
Financial
highs of last
services are an
year,
important part of our
downward
business.
and
We
up
have not only this
at
joint
600
venture
or
here in the U.S.
580
with
SPY
Capital
to
that becomes One
440 SPY, and
Financial,
then
but we
shit ripped
also
up to
have a large
600, now
investment in India
700.
with
Like,
PhonePe. We have a financial services business in
can't lie,
Mexico and in
shit
other
was
places.
literally blinding
And it
and
helps our
impossible
customers be able to pay
until
efficiently
at
and get
some
some of the other
point it was
services they
like,
need
oh, every
just
day is
beyond
literally just almost the
merchandise
same, and
great
every day is
prices.
almost
AI
possible to
has been
deduct
critical.
in a
Talk
correct
to us
and
about
reasonable
Walmart's
and
greatest
safe
transformation.
and
What was it?
logical human being type of
Well,
way.
there's not just one thing.
And I
think
realized that the
we describe
candle
ourselves
trading,
these
the other
days as a
shit,
people-led,
is just
tech-powered
all
company.
fake
I
shit.
think we start by
People rely on
doing things for our
algo
associates,
trading,
whether
whatever
it's
it
what we've
is,
done to increase
candle, whatever the
wages
hell,
or cash
MACD
bonus or
only, and it's
things like
just,
our 401k
nah.
and share purchase plan.
If you're
where the
gonna
company
preach
helps
about
people
floor,
build
if
a
you're gonna
financial
preach
future,
about
but
cycles,
also
if you're
paying
gonna
for
preach about
education. You can
time,
come
if
to
you're gonna
work at
preach
Walmart
about the
today and
roof,
we'll help
you
cover
better
your
be talking about
tuition
that
and books so
every
that you can
day,
get a
every
degree
time.
or work certificate if that's what you want.
Some people
So
don't.
people is where
They
everything
just say
starts. We always say
time
that our
is
people make the
12:10
difference, and that is true
all
today as it's
time,
ever been.
all
And then at the same time, we want to be as good
bears
as
are here,
anyone
bulls
at
are here,
deploying
and they
today's
all,
technology
but it's
to
literally after it
reinvent
has
the
happened.
business. And
Does
we're
that
in some
really
ways a
do
supply
anything?
chain business. We've
Does
made
that
some big
really do
investments
anything for
with
life?
physical automation in addition to what we're
Long
doing
term,
with
not
technology
really.
as it relates to
It's like
AI
guessing.
software and how we use our data.
50-50.
We're trying to save people
This shit
time
is
and
straight
serve
up.
up what they
The
want
president
to
said it best:
shop.
deductions,
Whether it's an
deductions,
item
deductions.
that they're looking for that's
Right?
a
Is the
specific
deductions
item, or
meaning
whether it's the way
financial,
they're
or
trying
the
to
deductions
replenish
meaning
what they're
mental?
doing in the kitchen.
I believe
so
it's
it's
mental.
really about personalization. It's about saving people time. It's about serving up what they need at the best possible
Genuinely.
price.
I mean, one of the big changes just
Thank you. Bounces tried. FOMC reserve. Live streams are being set up and scheduled now.
Guys, I wanted to move on to another important story, of course, involving a private company that we talk about a lot here,
S&P
OpenAI,
500 hit 7,000 for the first time and pulls back like nothing.
fundraising effort that has been underway for some
It's
time.
news.
Remember, it was a $100 billion. We've heard a lot of
Oh
different things.
my
There's been
lord,
a lot of
7,000
reporting
though,
on
we
it
were
at different
reaching for a
amounts,
long
where
time.
it stands.
Dude,
What I can
yesterday
tell you
closed
is, according to people familiar with the
6,980,
situation,
7,000,
certainly
20 points,
SoftBank
and then
is
it
in for
pushed
30
down 30
billion. That
points.
has
That's a
been
50
reported by
point
others
move
as
from
well.
yesterday closing
That
to
is in
now.
addition to the 30 billion that
50-point
SoftBank
move.
provided previously and has already
That's a
closed
decent
on.
move
Remember,
intraday.
it was 41
That's literally
billion
from
in
yesterday
total
closed though.
SoftBank
to
raised, but 11
now.
billion of that was syndicated out. 30 billion was provided to OpenAI,
SPX,
and
50
now
points,
they
baby.
are on deck for another
Today's a 50-point
30
day.
billion directly from SoftBank.
Market is cycling in the
is what my
downward trend
sources
line
tell me, of
on
course, and
SPX.
others have that as well.
IWM.
And they
QQQ
seem
is
to be
trend
close, from what I gather, to
is above
closing
clearly,
a
right? Doing something
$100
above.
billion round. Think about
IWM.
these numbers.
You
At a
tell me.
value of
I'll sit here and listen on
830
IWM. It's
to
creating a
850
bear flag. It's creating a wedge. It's creating trend. It's creating everything.
numbers are
You
staggering.
tell me on
By the way, they
IWM, I'll
have
sit
40
here and
billion
listen,
on
and
their
I want
balance
to learn
sheet
on
already at
IWM
OpenAI.
because
This
I
will
don't know
add to
jack
it.
shit on
Remember, they're
IWM
not
when
the
it does
ones
IWM things.
spending the money to put the
Sometimes
data center in the
you gotta
ground.
just
They're
let
the ones
IWM
committing
watch and do its
to
thing.
buy what comes out
All
of
I
the
know
data
is when
center, namely
IWM is
the
bullish or
compute
bearish in one
and
directional,
tokens,
sometimes that
essentially, every
bitch
time
just
you
goes
ask
nonstop,
ChatGPT
never looking back.
something.
Bullish,
And that is a
right?
good
We've seen that
question
happen
with these-
numerous
with
times the
these
past couple of
reports
weeks.
about,
Bearish, we've seen
where
today,
things stand
happened a
and
couple of
SoftBank
times.
standing up for another another $30 billion.
Handful of
again,
times, maybe like 5,
ending up
10
as
times the
$100
last
billion
maybe
in the
3,
company.
4 weeks.
I also want to add a
But
few
yeah,
other things.
there's been major rallies in
on the more
IWM in
realm, but
between.
I've heard
So
it enough that it seems likely. FT's reported on 2 of these names, that NVIDIA and Amazon both may
why are
be
we
a part
rejecting?
of this
Probably
fundraise round.
top of the trend
I've
line on
also heard
SPX right now.
Microsoft's name lumped in there as well. Again, perhaps competing to be called,
Where's
sort
the
of
VIX?
to leading the round.
VIX
So
is
you've got
pulled back since
significant
1150, bounced
strategic
1225,
investors
rejected at
lining up, in
1240,
addition to
time is
SoftBank
1245.
and the typical money that comes from the Mideast and other places for this round. Now, Amazon, it would be obviously, well, they turn around and they use AWS right, to help for the inference and
Looking
the compute.
crazy.
NVIDIA, we know
Break
the
the floor,
circular
man.
nature there.
Don't use that term.
Well, I'm sorry, Jim, but I'm a journalist, so I use the term.
Oh, what am I, a
okay?
houseman?
Well, I don't know. I mean, why wouldn't you use the term? Does it
Break
upset
the
you?
floor,
Is
man.
it not circular in nature?
Yes,
Why? Just because he says so? Just because he says so?
That's a lazy Susan. I give it to you. Know that's you know what that is?
Why?
Baby, this
You
is
just take what they
FOMC.
tell you and just-
We are not talking about that. We're not talking
This is
Lucent. You're
FOMC.
talking Lucent. You're talking Northern Tel. You're talking Nortel. This is
Lucent,
not
yes.
Nortel.
No, I'm not saying it is. But it is
All right.
giving money to a company that does turn around and buy your product.
Setting up
you
for
thought that way
FOMC
about
2,
Corey
but
this
this
week,
is
didn't
already FOMC
No, I'm
today.
just saying that's a part of it. We had Jensen Wong on answering the question. He says, as a percentage, it's so small.
Right.
I understand that.
Right.
I understand that. That said, if they step up here, by the way, the answer that he gave when we asked about OpenAI, and I read the transcript, I have no idea what. I don't follow it. It was
All right,
$1
then I'm
billion
gonna
to
follow up.
10 billion. I would like you to do
SPX
that.
1
No,
minute
I
capped
just think
up.
that what happens is he's a strategic investor. He's made. Look at his Intel. You think that was? I mean, that Intel investment.
Volume
so
coming in
NVIDIA's
bullish, trend
investment
9 back
portfolio
above
is
trend.
amazing.
6% where?
IWM going
$40.
bullish again.
Hey, you know what? It's better to be lucky
Since
than good. All these things that you call circular.
12:30. This shit is
Microsoft
wild.
already a
It's really wild now.
27, somewhere in there, percent holder of OpenAI. Remember,
Super.
they were their main
I
benefactor
don't
for
mean to be.
many
I'm
years.
sorry. I didn't mean to get mad.
No, we can get heated. I don't worry.
I'm sorry.
I know the love is always there.
No,
I
know.
never
I
question
just,
that.
You know, Jensen is so not.
I know, but I mean, you know, you don't have to. You're always
Brotherly
defending.
love, brotherly love.
Defending the greatest story of all time.
All right.
It's that brotherly love.
Nobody's going to take issue with the fact that. it
All right,
is one
that
of the
fighting
greatest
may be
stories of all
there,
time.
but the
By
love
the
never
way, stocks
goes.
up 1.5,
Love never
1.8%.
disappears.
Yeah,
Brotherly love. You
Decided
call that
that,
brotherly
well,
love?
You know what? Hey, they got China. You know, they got China now. Let's add to that.
By the way, to come back on OpenAI and just where things stand, because we've spent a lot of time on it, because it is, as you pointed out, you didn't call it the canary in the coal mine, you called it something else. But
it's the Achilles heel.
They recently said they added $1 billion in enterprise revenue over the last 30 days. They obviously confirmed the $20 billion annual revenue run rate, so up from there.
Guys, we're at 80 likes. We are so close. Let's smack the like button. All right, let's push it up to 110. Come on, help me push
And
the
they
like.
conceivably are going to be raising $100 billion with not just SoftBank, but potentially Amazon and NVIDIA as a part of it, and even perhaps Microsoft, although it's not clear to me exactly where all of that stands. So I want to make that clear.
Those that have already hit the like, please do me a favor by
we may get,
asking people to hit the like.
understanding
No,
is
kidding.
this may
Hit the
be
like,
being
man. Please, come on.
closed. And
53
again, the
people here.
valuation, Carl, is staggering.
Oh, someone said Oracle up $5 in one candle.
Hi there, this is Tom Lee. I'm the Chief Investment Officer of Fundstrat Capital and the lead portfolio manager for Fundstrat's family of ETFs, Granny Shots. This is
You're
our
all
update
here.
for
Thank
the
you
week
all
of
for
January
being here.
26th.
God bless you all.
First,
Let's
let
get
me
ready
give you
for
some
FOMC.
particulars. Granny, which is the flagship.
We are definitely not listening to Granny Fundstrat.
Hi there, I'm Tom Lee. I'm the CIO of Fundstrat Capital and the Chief Portfolio Manager for Fundstrat's family of ETFs.
Thank you all
Granny
so much.
Shots. This is our update for the week of January 20th. First, let me give you some particulars. For GRNY, the flagship, total assets are $4.33 billion with a price of $25.87. For Granny
Let's see the
J,
poll from
or
earlier
Sleep
in
Cap
the day.
Granny,
6 people said good
the
day, 2
latest
people
price
said
was
bad day, and 11 people said
and total
okay
assets
day.
of $312 million.
Interesting, good
And
poll.
for Granny I, or the income-oriented Granny,
Seems like a lot of people had
the
an
latest
okay
price
or
was
good day.
$20.90 and total assets of $55 million. Let's first start with the performance over the past week. Over the past week,
MACD and RSI is reloading up.
1.25%.
This is the bull's turn to
compared
come up or
a
not.
decline of 0.36% for the S&P 500, or
If
160
not, it's
basis
reloading.
points of relative outperformance. Granny J gained 4.42% over the past week, compared to 1.58%
It's looking like a bounce
for
should
the
come.
Russell 2500, which is 283 basis points of relative outperformance.
Short term or
And
temporary
Granny
or what?
I
generated
divergence
total
at the
gain of
floor.
1% compared to a 0.3% loss for the S&P 500 or 135 basis points of outperformance. And let's look at year-to-date. Year-to-date, Granny is up 4.47% compared to 1.44 for the S&P 500 or relative outperformance of 300 basis points. Granny J is up 12.66% compared to 7% for the Russell 2500 or 553 basis points of relative performance. And for Granny I, it's 3.35% gain year to date compared to a 1% beginning a series of tariffs. Beginning on February 1, a 10% tariff on any goods.
Bro, how
and
old
then
is
on
this shit?
June 1st,
This is old as fuck.
this jumps to 25.
Oh my god. Yeah, it's old as
The
fuck.
move index moved at 95 compared to
Yay.
Artificial intelligence set to take center stage in big tech earnings tonight. But while Wall Street digs through those financials, a different set of metrics may better reveal which companies are actually ahead in the AI race. Our Deirdre Bose has put together a tech check version of an AI scorecard today. Morning, Dee.
Hey, good morning, Carl. So model benchmarks, they're useful for engineers, but Wall Street doesn't price model quality in isolation. It prices conviction too, a number of other things. So we put together this, which is an attempt to pull different signals into one place to create a more complete picture of how the AI trade is being placed as we head into earnings. Now, it looks at the major public and private AI players, but in this case, we use only public because that's what we have, using a mix of spending, adoption, financial performance, market reaction. We assign weightings to each. Not all of them are included here, but we can publish the breakdown for those that are interested. And here's what the data shows. On the public company side, Alphabet is first, and by a wide margin. It has strong model capability and financials, real adoption signals, the most market confidence over the last 3 months, which we measured as change in market cap over the last 3 months. Now, this is what conviction looks like when spending and economics line up. Meta comes next, and its
gap is
profile
being
is more
played with now.
polarized. CapEx to revenue is high. Model scores are weaker on third-party websites. But what it does have is adoption and the highest revenue growth among the 5 companies that we looked at. Now, Amazon and Microsoft, they land in the middle. Both of them benefit from AI flowing through to cloud, but neither have token share data, which means that their AI models aren't just lower on those third-party leaderboards, but they're also not being used in any real visible capacity yet compared to, say, the top 10. Apple, unsurprisingly, ranks last among those big 5. It is spending the least on AI, and it's showing the fewest visible adoption signals. Conviction isn't there yet, but it could be the wild card if AI becomes a platform shift that plays out at the device level. Now, we do have a scorecard. We're looking at the big private AI players. You can't not look at them, but there's less data to go off of because they are private. So we can share that and look at that another time. Guys, this scorecard, though, it's just meant to be a look at the public players to set a baseline for tracking how
this might be greed. I was gonna leave. I said I was gonna leave somewhere here, but I never left.
We'll certainly check in a few weeks after we get those updated numbers
The void
to
is
see
playing big
if
time.
it actually moves any of them in this list.
Dee, I was just looking at the list and trying to eyeball whether stock performance reflects that ranking. Certainly on the #1 spot, it probably does.
Yes, it does. And like I said, we gave them all equal ratings, equal rankings, weightings, excuse me, for the different categories. And yes, change over the last 3 months was one of them. And that was obviously big for Alphabet. That helped, but so did its model technicality, which we looked at LLM-Arena.ai. So did its adoption that we looked at through token usage and how many monthly active users it has. What was a little more surprising to me was Meta coming in second because, it's had a rough quarter. But when you balance that against adoption, it actually landed #1 here because it feeds users through properties like Instagram and Facebook. That's what really helped it.
Yeah, it'd been tested a couple times down to 600 and trying to undo maybe some past investing decisions. Really, really interesting and a nice new way to look at the space, Steve. Thank you.
Bouncing with IWM. For now, yes. Crazy cycles. truly is fighting. Wild. Still a 50-point move, turning into a 60 and 65 as it zigzags up and down. Let's get Jay Powell. Jay Powell on the phone. Man, what a mountain. What a mountain. Like, what the pattern is this? If they go down again, bro, this is oh my god. You gotta be fucking shitting me. What? Wait, what? Yo. Is this crazy or what, folks? let's let's hit the like button and let's do a poll. Is this shit crazy? Right? In your opinion, is this fucking absolutely wild or no? God damn. Is this wild or stable? Alright, what is this shit? Wild, stable, or FOMC cool? That is just looks crazy bullish, and every single bounce is being used to go every single time. Rejecting crazy, just out of nowhere. Literally out of nowhere when it looks bullish as fuck. Ah! 8 people voted wild as shit. Wow. Bro, this is disgusting. What in the fuck? Serious King the Cobb moment. Why do I want to go smoke a cigarette now? I really should not be. This is literally my moment now. Everyone's saying roller coaster, insane. Bulls are not recovering from this. Someone said, "Are you? This is fucking crazy, bruh." To even say, oh my god, look at the fucking rejection. Look at the VIX though. This is the VIX is not even going up. Market going lower. VIX going nowhere. Time is 1 p.m. That's disgusting. You thought that rejection was cool? What the fuck is this shit? Bear burn everyone off the floor and then floor? Alright, there's a divergence at the floor. They're gonna break the floor. They're about to rip the floor off right now. Floor is ripping off right now. And there's a dive. I literally forgot. It's so fucking crazy. There's a divergence at the floor. I literally forgot. That's how crazy this bitch is. There's a divergence at the floor. They want to break the floor and they're gonna go lower and then figure it out. That's disgusting. I completely forgot there's a divergence at the floor. I was saying that shit over and over and over again for 20, 40 minutes, right? And I was like, oh, long term, medium term, whatever, even if they bounce here, blah, blah, blah. I literally forgot because it was so fucking crazy bullish. What the fuck? Yo, the mountain just looked disgusting. I was just like, what the fuck is this? But yeah. It looks like they're targeting the divergence. They did not. Why did it bounce? Because of the SPX gap. I'm pretty sure it did not fill the gap right here. That's another setup. Whether that's beneficial or not, doesn't matter. That's another setup. They were using that and got close inches and then pulled back. And that's burning those people hoping on the gap. The 1 minute gap. And LOD divergence at the floor. Things are cooking today. That's for sure. Things are fucking cooking today. In 1 hour, we have the FOMC coming. Oh, 1 hour. So much time, so little time at the same time. $15-minute bearish, but slowing down. What if this shit bounces? Oh my fucking god, I'll be damned. This if the, what the fuck? What are we doing right now? IWM bouncing off of 1 into 105. What in the fuck are we doing? This cycle is horrendous. Great for some, horrendous. Probably most. It's not even breaking the floor. Like this is actually burning bear and bull right now, and from 11:55. That's actually. Oh my god, is it really cooking it up before FOMC?
Welcome to Morning Brief. I'm Deutsche Bank Chief Global Strategist. Banky, it's always great to see you. It has been a really interesting 2026 already for a whole host of different reasons, but among other things, just sticking to the sort of market level, what's been interesting is this year.
You look at how corporates reasons
And raised guidance. So you did answer that question.
Yeah, I did. Yeah, by the bond market. So this idea of high-term premia takes place in the.
What will issue its first rate decision of the year today, but the bigger focus, of course, for investors will come during the press conference when Chair Powell will field questions on the path forward for rates, perhaps and probably his criminal investigation, and the future of the Fed's leadership. Joining us now, Bridge Karana, Wellington Management Fixed Income Portfolio Manager, to talk more about that. So, what question would you ask if you were sitting in that room today?
Oh, well, I would ask something that he's definitely not going to answer, which is he going to stay on past May? He's refused to answer that thus far. That comes up every meeting.
Well, maybe he hasn't decided yet. Maybe it's going to depend on all of these outside factors.
I think you're right. He wants to create as much optionality as possible. That being said, he has taken more steps recently to defend Fed independence. He had that Sunday statement, press conference video, and then he also was at the Lisa Cook Supreme Court hearing. So maybe this time he is going to, answer that question that everyone wants to know.
Maybe he will. And if he does, what are the implications for markets?
Well, I think that I think it's very important because as much as we're talking about who the next Fed chair is going to be, is it going to be Rick Rieder? Is it going to be, someone else? The point is that this is an institution that is trying to defend its independence, and it is still a committee with a very wide range of views. And I think what you're going to get out of the press conference and the statement is, if you look at where core inflation has moved, it's been about 2.8% for quite some time. So they might comment on the fact that inflation's progress has come down somewhat, and at the same time, the unemployment rate has been relatively stable. So, I think there's a lot of people who are pricing in a lot of cuts into the market's pricing a lot of cuts by the Fed, and those might be disappointed because, there is, as I said, even if we might have a dovish Fed chair, there's still a large views on the committee.
Okay, so maybe you can't answer this next question then, but I'm going to ask it anyway. I'm looking at the poly market odds, which seems to be the thing that we're doing now.
That's right.
Rick Rieder currently at 40%, Kevin Warsh at 32%, and everybody else is sub 10% at this point. If it's Rick Rieder, market reaction.
So I think we kind of are starting to see the market reaction when his probability was even higher a day or two ago. I almost see the exact opposite reaction between a Kevin Warsh and a Rick Rieder. So it really depends what the administration is looking for. Are you looking for lower short-term rates, or you want lower long-term rates? Lower short-term rates, I think, go with Rick Rieder because he's spoken about how he believes we're in this AI productivity boom, this disinflationary growth, which does not need the policy rate to be high because that's slowing the residential investment sector. So
he's also said he thinks those rates need to be lower to help the housing market.
Correct, exactly.
Specifically.
That's right.
Yeah.
And I think because he's a market participant, will be much more using the balance sheet of the Fed to resolve any kind of financial issues. Kevin Warsh is more hawkish, certainly on the balance sheet side of things. So I think, but what's interesting is we have a lot of term premia in the bond market, meaning that as you extend maturities, yields are a lot higher. And I think that's because there's so much uncertainty over who the next Fed chair is going to be and what policy is going to be in the long term. And so I actually think, ironically, if you do get a Kevin Warsh, even if he's more hawkish, you could actually see back-end yields come down compared to a Rick Rieder, who I think back-end yields probably rise, but short-term rates fall.
Okay, so you did answer that question.
Yeah, I did, yeah.
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's all of this going on, and then there's stuff that has nothing to do with the Fed, but much less to do with the Fed that are affecting the bond market. There's what's going on with the dollar. There's what's going on in Japan as well, which is having sort of ripple effects. And so even if the Fed, under whomever, starts to cut more, does that mean that we might not see the longer end of the curve come down?
Well, it is a good point. I mean, since the Fed started their cutting cycle now a year and a half ago, long end rates are higher than they were when they started cutting. And so there is certainly that disconnect. I do think the news that's been coming out of Japan and the Japanese yen is important for bond markets, but maybe in ways that people aren't anticipating. So if you listen to Scott Bessent last week, he talked about the fact that why are U.S. yields rising? It has more about global factors, particularly the fact that Japanese bond yields have risen so much. So he wasn't blaming it on the conversations about Greenland. He thought it was really about Japanese bonds. And so I think this is an attempt by the administration to kind of try to repatriate some capital back in from Japanese investors back into their own bond market. And the view there is if you stabilize Japanese bonds, then you can also stabilize U.S. bonds. So it's an interesting.
But if you're repatriating from the U.S. to Japan, that implies continued pressure on bond prices here in the U.S. and yields going higher.
So it's a bet. It's a bet that I think they're willing to make because.
You mean that washes out and then stops?
Right. So if
50 minutes left until rate cut decision.
Close to 100, 150 basis points.
I'm leaving my zero DT
and so their view is I think this is their view, that if you stabilize those yields and even if you bring them down, even if you have less flow into U.S. fixed income, at the same time, the global factor should reduce rates even more at the back end. That's how I think that's how they're trying to do it.
Is that going to work?
So I do think that one of the reasons back-end yields are so high, it's not just a U.S. phenomenon. It's not just because, inflation expectations are still very low as priced by the bond market. So this idea of high-term premia takes place in the U.S. You see it in Australia bonds. You see it in United Kingdom bonds.
Makes no sense.
Everywhere you have very
just
steep
fucking drop
yield
it.
curves right now. So I do think it's more of a global phenomenon and really being led by Japan.
It's just trapping it all.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So you expect
LOD
then
divergence
yields
at
to
the
come
floor.
down
I don't know how they're
along
going to do
with
it. Look at
benchmark
QQQ. It's
interest rate
so
cuts
high
in the
up.
US.
I think that there's a lot of value at the back end of the U.S. bond curve and other bond markets. If we look at forward rates, which adjust for the steepness of yield curves, which is really how you have to look at things, 10 years treasuries, 10 years in the future,
Bears are
close to
still
almost
here on the
5.5%,
15.
which is very high. It's hard to envision nominal growth
30-minute
staying at
bearish as
this
fuck.
elevated level, given we've had so much fiscal, we've
1
had so
hour
much
turn
consumption.
bearish.
It's hard to imagine that continues for a lot longer. And so I do think there's a lot of value in the back end of curves globally.
All right.
Yeah.
Market
Thanks, Jim.
failing,
Appreciate it.
losing its
Coming
legs,
up on Yahoo Finance opening bid, our executive.
losing its legs. Stumbling. Man, I need a drink. I got my lemonade mango.
Partners, including between all those ingredients. I do hear Bill. One for their muted volatility. These companies are going to have.
Easy guy, before I let you go, toughest question I've asked you so far. Have you used Yahoo Scout for your Super Bowl pick, and who is it?
I've not used it for that pick. I'm a 49ers season ticket holder, so I will not be rooting for the Seahawks no matter what. But I have dabbled with it for, for things earlier in the season, fantasy football, college football betting, things like that. And I would say it's very good.
Can you believe Belichick not a first ballot Hall of Famer? What the hell's up with that?
I don't know, maybe it's recency bias with this North Carolina disaster, but it's a joke. I mean, he should obviously be in. It would be like not letting Bill Walsh in on the first try.
That is correct, or not having you in the Internet Hall of Fame, Jim.
Oh, no,
Jim, good to see you. I will be seeing you very shortly, probably in all hands. Jim, thank you so much. Appreciate it.
All right, Brian.
All right, coming up, I hand it off to Jennifer Schomburger in D.C., who was at the Treasury Department Summit. Hopefully, she's using Yahoo Scout. We'll be right back. A major milestone in financial markets. The S&P 500, the benchmark U.S. stock index, has crossed 7,000 for the first time. Really major news here. But again, I will remind everyone, it's just a round number. Companies are valued in terms of stock valuation, profits and sales, but nonetheless, good to see. Let's go to markets and data editor Jared Blickery for a check on markets.
Thank you. Let's check in on the market here. We got the Dow up about 38 points, inching closer to a record high. I'll show you the really short intraday price action there. Everything in the green so far, but again, this is pretty muted volatility. NASDAQ, though, that's up about 0.5%, and I got to show you the S&P 500 back at record highs. Hit a record closing high yesterday. We got a record
we're wasting
intraday
hella
high,
time.
and it
Algo
was
range
just
created
briefly above
at
7,000 for the first time. Here we go, 7,002.28. That is the high for today and for all time. Let's also check in on the Russell 2000. Small caps up about 0.2% today, and I do want to get a check on the bond market. So we're going to start with
liquidity
the 30-year.
building at the floor. Algo range
up about
happening.
3 basis points to 4.86%. The 10-year is up 2 basis points.
I'm about to go get a
to
crumble cookie, dude.
4.24%.
I really want a
US
crumble
dollar
cookie today.
index, we're going to call that about break even right there, although you can see
After all
overnight
this
spent
shit.
most of the time in the red. And let's check out the sector action where tech has been driving the bus lately. It hasn't been the story all year, but tech is making a comeback recently. Then we got energy, consumer discretionary, and several other sectors in the green. We got a few in the red too.
10-15 is in between
that is
10-10.
leading down. XLV down about 0.5%, followed by industrials and staples, also utilities
is
and
getting
financials
crushed
in the
right
red
now.
there, but not materially. And here we got NASDAQ 100
from
components and NVIDIA in the
11:45
upper left.
to
That is up
time is
1.5%.
1:15 now.
Tesla just behind it. Looks like Broadcom, Microsoft, Amazon, Meta, Alphabet, all in
See what
positive
happens with that.
territory, but under 1%. Apple about 0.2% down. And let's check out semiconductors. I'm seeing a lot of dark green here. So we got Texas Instruments up 7%, Micron up 4%,
Semi's green.
Taiwan Semi. We already covered Nvidia, but Intel here. Intel up 9, almost 10%. And just checking in on the year to date, we can see it is up 30%. Pretty big drawdown after those that earnings announcement last week, but we are looking at some substantial gains there. And we got to check in on the fortunes of software too, because you don't always see both software and chip stocks rallying hand in hand, but they are today. Here we got Oracle up 2.5%, Snowflake up 3.5%, Datadog, Atlassian, Twilio, and Nutanix up over 2%. And I'll take a look at the Dow here. Here we, aside from the mega caps, we got kind of an even spread between red and green. I did mention some strength in some healthcare names. So we got United Health up about 3%. Back to you, Brian.
Thanks so much, Jared. S&P 500, 7,000. Love.
Oh
to see it.
my
All right,
God,
Federal
I
Reserve
hate
set to
this
make its
cycle.
interest rate decision
Fuck.
later today. Investors will be listening closely
Crazy
to Chair
chop at
Jerome
the
Powell's
floor.
press conference for a
Wedge
sense of
breaking
direction
out
for
or
the Fed,
wedging or
which
what?
is under considerable pressure from the Trump administration. I'm going to send it down to our Fed correspondent, Jennifer Schomburger, with a special guest. Jen.
Thanks so much, Brian. I'm joined here
IWM2.
in Washington by Joe Lavorgna, counselor to
painting
Treasury
up and
Secretary
down.
Scott Bessent, where we are at the Trump Accounts event today. Joe, great to see you. Thanks for joining me.
Great to be here. Thank you.
I do want to kick off the conversation with these Trump accounts because I was looking at some projections. These Trump accounts being rolled out on July 4th, the Treasury giving $1,000 to every child born during the duration of this administration. And if you were to contribute $1,000, if you would have that $1,000, I should say, you would earn $5,800 by age 18, $18,000 by age 28, and if you contribute $5,000 a year, you could have over $1 million by age 28.
Right.
How does this work, though, exactly?
So essentially, as you said, you sign up on trumpaccounts.gov, look for Form 45, 47 when you're doing your taxes. Everything goes live, or you get your money effectively around July 4th, $1,000. Then you could contribute up to $5,000 annually. And based on compound interest and historical equity returns, that $1,000 plus the $5,000 per year annual max contribution is worth over $300,000 by age 18. By age 28, it's worth almost $1.1 million. Again, maximum contribution, the initial $1,000 plus $5,000 every year thereafter.
Is it automatically invested in an index fund?
It'll be a low-cost index fund, something analogous to like the S&P 500.
All right. Switching gears, Fed is meeting today.
At 7,000 SPX.
We know that the Fed cut 3 times.
We'll see how this goes in a couple of years.
In favor of cutting rates further. The Fed is expected to stay on hold today. What is the administration's message?
We're going to be at 14,000 in 5 years.
The Fed has talked about rates being high relative to their projections of neutral, and even the central tendencies within the FOMC, their forecasts show that rates are expected to go lower. The Fed has conditioned the market not to expect a January move, and the Fed never goes against strong market expectations. If, however, inflation continues to move lower and we get a disinflationary boom as we believe we're in at the moment, then that would argue for lower rates. So I'm hopeful that if the Fed is applying the right models and methodology, they will lower rates to at least a neutral, if not accommodative rate, because as inflation comes down, holding monetary policy steady means real rates are rising. Monetary policy becomes more restrictive. And we know policy is restrictive when we look at many cyclical parts of the economy, such as housing. Rates are too high.
Secretary Bessent had teased that we could get an announcement from the president on who the next Federal Reserve Chair will be post-Davos. We're at Wednesday now. Granted, we still have a couple of days left in this week, but there are some reports that the president is rethinking whether the 4 finalists have what he wants to be Fed chair. What is your sense of where the process stands now?
The president has 4 great candidates to choose from. You know, the president's talked about doing it sooner, and then he's pushed it out. He wants to be very careful and very thoughtful in his deliberations and his thought process.
Bulls are pushing into 120. All things IWM SPY and QQQ is spiking up in the 33rd with the algo range.
Moving so quickly and trying to always go from one accomplishment to the
LODs
next.
being
So
left by
I think, we put
$1.
historical precedent on it. It's not unusual. We don't know yet, but I would take the president and the secretary at face value. They're thinking about it, or the president's thinking about it, and we'll get an announcement in due course.
Does it worry you that Senator Tom Tillis has said that he is going to block confirmation, block the process until the criminal investigation into Chair
In about
Powell
20 minutes,
is done?
20 minutes before FOMC madness begins, we will do an ultimate
supposed
poll.
to step down by the end of this month, staying on for much longer.
Stephen Myron can stay on until that role is fulfilled. I'm very confident that the president, whoever he chooses, will do an excellent job in running the Federal Reserve, and that person that will be picked will go through the Senate confirmation.
Whatever
process
happens
and be
here, rip up the
successfully
VWAP
elected.
or reject the LOD.
Dragged out because of
It's
what
going to make
believe it'll be
everybody
dragged out.
bullish
No,
or
there's,
bearish.
again, Secretary Powell's term as chair, I believe, ends May 15th of this year. I think that's the exact date. There's a lot of time between now and then, and I'm expecting a successful resolution and the president putting somebody forward who will do a great job running the Fed, whoever that turns out to be.
We're looking at potentially, switching gears, a partial government shutdown at the end of this week if the Democrats don't
There's a
support
purple box we're playing with right now.
DHS. Where do things stand now? What is the
I can't even
administration
draw the
willing to
damn
do
white box.
to move the ball forward on this?
Well, the House has voted on a bipartisan bill, and Speaker Johnson may decide he doesn't want to vote again. Senator Thune is exploring some other options. That's going to be in Congress's, it's sort of in their court at the moment, and we'll see where it goes. I hope it doesn't happen. There are many Republicans that don't support a shutdown, even a partial
SPX
shutdown
has
for
no
that
power.
matter. And hopefully won't revisit anything like we did last fall. But my fingers are crossed, we'll see what happens, but I don't know more than that.
And as I mentioned at the top of this interview, we are here at the Trump Accounts event. And I do want to ask you, because we've seen the Dell Foundation contribute over $6 billion, $250 per child under 10
You already know what's
lower
here,
income
folks.
zip
Purple
codes.
box.
Is the Treasury looking at getting other commitments from other philanthropists and private sector?
Yes. Certainly, and there are other big philanthropists that have contributed. For example, Ray Dalio has committed. Different states are talking about instituting the
We are in
programs
a
and
range
encouraging
lock,
people to
purple
participate.
box.
I would expect as people learn more about it, because the more we've seen people hear about it, oh, this is a great idea, it's bipartisan, I would expect more people to contribute in this to be
Until
a
it breaks
real
up or
raging
higher or
success.
lower in the
We'll have
5
to
or
leave the
15.
conversation there. Joe, thank you so much, as
Thank you,
always, for your
Jennifer.
insights. So
Thank
appreciate
you.
it. That's Joe Livornia, counselor to Secretary Bessent. We'll be right back after this.
Oh, shit. Getting a copyright strike. Ew, I don't even know where to put this. I don't even know where the fuck to put this. White. Make it white. Fuck it. Time is 1:25. Top of the purple box from 120 is rejecting into 125. Candles are minuscule. SPX is back at the algo range box from Tuesday. It's showing bullish volume with the 5-minute in the bear territory. However, the 1-minute turned up. So things are looking scary. Purple box rejection on QQQ2. There's no cycle confirmation rejection. The cycle just extended higher into 130. The real 3/3. SPY, SPX never got higher. SPY has no power today. Zero. QQQ has power. What a fucking tickle. Purple box tickle. Time is 1:30 and 23 seconds. 2 p.m. is ticking closer and closer, and our pull is coming in 15 minutes at 1:40, 1:45. The ultimate pull of the day before the FOMC reserve. 125 is bouncing to 130, creating a cycle within the algo range of 110. This is not bullish or bearish, this is 50-50. I don't know what you asked, Ivan, but according to my charts, the market is deducting live. That's the truth.
It's time for the big three. We've got 3 stocks, 3 charts, and 3 trades. Rick Ducat will take us through the charts here to take us through recently.
We can see that.
What's your thought here?
Well, my first thought
110 area to the upside, but Marley.
Now are just they're unfathomable. They're just unfathomable expectations over here. Everything from the deal flow that they're going to be seeing in this next quarter, return on equity, valuations. It's wild in here. And I'm not looking at anything like PE ratio, but at some point there has got to be some underlying fundamentals to a product. And I think Goldman has literally exceeded all of this with expectations this high. For me, the only place is down. With that, I'm going to take a bearish trade. I'm going to go out to the March 20th expiration. Again, in Goldman Sachs, the March 20th expiration, I'm going to be buying into a
duration and outlook. I mean, if you have a long-term bullish outlook, but you can expect a short-term bearish move and make a trade based on that.
Yeah, he looks like a cartoon character.
I would probably agree more with Don in this case, to be honest with you, based on some of the technical things that I see in this chart. We had a rising wedge type shape here, which is typically regarded as more of a bearish type of setup. We had recent highs. We've broken below the pattern. We are hanging on to the old supportive area of the former resistance that is now supportive.
FOMC in 30 minutes.
918 or so. So that was our old high. That's around where we're making a low point now. Beyond that,
this chart is live, folks. Chart is live.
Probably around 868 and then 840. 840 being that old high from late November. But to the upside, obviously, 984.70 is the mark to beat. If we were to move to our next chart, then what we see is a picture of slowing momentum. We see that the price activity is having a breakdown that corresponds with the RSI. We can see the RSI has broken below its green trend line. It remains above that 50 midline. But we are trending down where we saw some bearish divergence.
Which is above the downward trend line.
Well. Not necessarily meaning a collapse is coming or anything. I don't mean to
all
sound
at the same
that way.
time. Bear flag on IWM.
Is when you're at these highs, you're kind of grinding out less and less of a high watermark each time here. The momentum's slowing. The moving averages are on the verge of overtaking each other with the faster crossing below the slower. Right now, they're coming together roughly around 9:30 for our 5 and 21-day EMAs. Next chart we look at, the volume profile point of control all the way down near 782. But other notable nodes, other heavy trading areas come in at 900 and about 950 or so, 940, 950.
Good afternoon.
All right, 30 minutes till the start of the cash trade, and we may cross 7.
It is widely expected to hold rates steady, and the decision comes as Chair Powell continues to face scrutiny from the White House. Michael McKee, Bloomberg's international economics and policy correspondent, joins us now. He's in Washington for the decision. Mike, what are you going to be looking out for in a meeting where we're likely to get no change?
Well, we might get a news void at
Bearish
the Federal
three-third
Reserve
cycle
Day
happening.
because the Fed isn't
Tiny
expected
cycles.
to change interest rates. Here's what we are watching. Of course, that decision will be announced at 2 p.m.
Three-third bearish cycle
Wall Street
happening
time
from 120.
in a statement released by the Federal Reserve Open Market Committee. And the follow-on question is, do the words additional adjustments to the Federal Reserve rate appear in that document, suggesting that it's still an open question about whether they cut rates again in the future. We'll also be watching to see who else dissents. We're going to start from the proposition that Stephen Myron will dissent, and whether politics or policy dominate what is going on and the questions that are asked of Jay Powell. Now, the dissent or disappear question.
Should we do the poll
posed by
10 minutes
Bloomberg
earlier, or
Economics.
should we wait?
We concede Myron's going to dissent, but there's Chris Waller, because he's considered one of the the Fed chair, and if he doesn't
excuse
might give up. We end up the day with Rick Reeder and Chris Waller off the board. We don't know. It's all Donald Trump. We'll have to find out. But the real suspense, I think, is going to be whether or not the president is, whether or not the chairman is going to engage the president again and talk about his efforts to control the Fed, or whether he's going to try to disengage, figuring it could only hurt the markets at this point, and say he doesn't have much to add to what he's already said.
I wonder why Scott Bessent won't agree to do the job. President Trump has said he wants the Treasury Secretary to run the Fed, and apparently, Bessent has demurred, saying he would prefer to stay at Treasury. Why? Isn't it like an incredible honor to be picked to run the Federal Reserve of the United States of America?
Well, I suppose it could be considered that, and
all right,
many
here comes the
people
poll.
would thus accept the job. But as you know, your friend whom everybody likes, I hear, Neil Dutta, is pushing for Scott Bessent. But Bessent has a job that encompasses a lot more than just monetary policy. If you're the Fed chair, you're going to deal with monetary policy, but that's about it, other than managing the day-to-day operations of the Fed, whereas Bessent can get involved in just about every international
In your opinion,
and national
FOMC
right
market
now, and it
bear
is
flag
probably
will
more
go
interesting to him
bullish
than joining the Fed. However,
or bearish.
because
This
this is
poll
Donald Trump,
represents that
can't
today
rule it
is
out.
bullish
Wow,
or
Neil's ears must be burning
bearish.
this morning. Hey, Mike, thank you so much. Looking forward to your coverage of the Fed decision. Don't miss that. It's our special coverage. Kicks off at 1:30 p.m. New York time. And yeah, it's hard to imagine finding someone besides Bessent who's both loyal and credible. Like, I don't know who else that is besides Scott
Let's see
Bessent.
the
Well, I mean,
poll.
it depends on how you define credible, right?
Credible to the markets, let's say.
Yes, okay. We'll continue to debate that. When we come back, we'll discuss earnings. There's a lot out today on earnings and policy volatility with Citi's Scott Kronert. Maybe we'll ask his pick for Fed chair as well. You can also check out WSL Predict to see what betting markets say. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
I am 100,000% getting copyrighted. The damn music's today. It's just nonstop.
Up 60% in the last 12 months.
Good for them.
Continue to deliver a
They have this
beat and
bitch
raise,
copyrighted.
much as we saw for
very important for a REIT. Up 60%.
ultimately.
So fucking good with it.
ASML or Amazon add jobs, right? Maybe they would help the housing market if it weren't for the fact that the long end continues to rise even as the Fed cuts. So how can the Fed help us out here?
Well, this is a good question. I don't want to get too much into your previous discussions on this, but I think the Fed has its one tool and it's got its dual mandate. And in my opinion, we've been saying this for some time. I think the best place for the for the Fed to live right now is in sort of a neutral territory from a rate perspective. A lot of discussion on where that actually lives, but I think consensus is probably right here. No action out of the Fed today. Whether they lean hawkish or dovish, I'd be surprised if we don't see a balancing act on that one as well. But ultimately, what I think has to happen here to get the employment picture unglued is you need to see a bit more direct impact from a positive perspective on policy action as it pertains to housing. And then I think also as it pertains to the lower income part
In 13
of the
minutes,
distribution,
it's coming live.
which is still being
23 minutes.
in a difficult position dealing with whether it's the high inflation impacts coming out of the pandemic, whether it's the Fed
we have
policy
bullish
or
in
more
YouTube.
recently some of the tariff impacts. So a lot to play
So
out here,
4
but
bullish
I
on
think,
YouTube,
the Fed's
8
got its
people
one
are
tool.
bullish. We
There's
have
no doubt,
bearish.
lower rates are better, but yeah, we need to
We
see
have
the
8 to
10-year
8.
yields coming down. That's a little bit more of an inflation read-through and
Poll's going to
probably a little
close
bit more of a
within
deficit
5
read-through.
minutes.
On that latter
Please
point,
vote
we have ourselves
what
a
you
little bit
think,
antsy in the
personal
short term
opinion, nothing
due to
else
the news
based
flow
on
there, but
candle
generally
colors
speaking,
alone, chart alone,
I think
deductions alone.
what we need to see is ongoing
If you want to.
curtailment of the inflation backdrop so we can
FOMC
see
is here
10-year yields
in
come down,
22
and I think
minutes.
support some of these areas of the economy that really need it.
Hey, Scott, this has been so thoughtful. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. That's Citi U.S. equity strategist Scott Kroner. Let's get a check
Bears
on
are
the equity
coming
market,
in
about 10 minutes in the
fucking
trade.
wild, but is this the
Bad
real
news,
swing?
we've dropped back below
Is this the
7,000.
knockout
Also,
punch?
maybe bad news for the
I don't
president,
know.
who literally just put
Bear
out
flag
on
is
Truth Social
forming,
that
trying
we hit
downward.
7K for the first time ever. And
Wedge is
America
trying to
has
break
exclamation,
downward.
exclamation, exclamation. Unfortunately, we've dipped back below that level. Of course, anything could change over the next hours of the trading day.
Anything could change in the next 20 minutes.
For all
You
of
are
the
right,
widening out,
lady.
that things are wonderful. The S&P has been making new highs on really narrow breath. It continues again today with NVIDIA, Micron, Intel, Seagate, Texas Instruments leading the pack. What do all these have in common? They are chip stocks, even though they are different flavors of it. Texas Instruments, for example, makes analog chips, so that's very different. But they had really good earnings too. Looking
There are
at the
setups right now. There's a
Apple, those
divergence
shares
at
are
the
down
floor.
by almost 1%. They're going to be reporting earnings on Thursday.
That's it.
Amphenol, this
The
is
wedge.
a fiber optics company that had an insanely good fourth quarter. But
I
then
think the
everyone
Bears are here
expected the rest of their
to the
outlook
floor.
to be good, and it wasn't. So did everyone just pull forward their orders? If you look at the bottom
Crazy
column
shit
here,
to say.
healthcare is not doing well. So you get this kind of like classic risk on kind of day where health, real estate doesn't do well, but at the top of the pile, as I showed you in the individual movers, information technology doing well. Energy is doing well too. Oil up more than 1% as the president puts out on Truth Social that in Armada, a bigger one is going to Iran. Iran responds saying that they
Algo
are ready
range
to
is no
respond to
joke.
those tensions,
110 algo range is no
to the
freaking
energy
joke.
shock. And that they're ready to talk. So that was the confusing thing.
Yeah.
First, Iran says we're ready to respond forcefully, and then they say, but we're also ready to talk. And so the oil gains ease off just a little bit, but still gaining, hence the move there.
You know what? If Will, can you put ASML in the hanging wall behind Danny there? I mean,
They want to go
look
lower.
at what happened with ASML? It trades in
How
in
much
Europe,
lower is the real
obviously,
question,
out of
though?
Veldhoven. It came down.
Yeah, I mean, like really sharply too at the open. It had losses. Now it's rebounding back, up almost 1%.
It already went down hella low.
In the pre-market. So yeah, big turnaround for them.
Insane
Lots of
that
volatility.
ASML took a dip after the huge beat on orders. The thing is, it wasn't a massive improvement on revenue or EPS for this company. It was better, but it wasn't exponential. We're going to talk about the chip sector when we come back. We've got Bloomberg
They're going to break the floor and wipe out all the calls on QQQ too, I think.
Mandeep Singh joining us next. This is Bloomberg Open Interest.
Copyright. I'm fucked. Man, we're like right there on the floor. Come on now.
of the group, just below the flat line for the year. So let's go inside out on Meta ahead of earnings. Joining us now is Melissa Otto, head of Visible Alpha Research S&P Global Market Intelligence, joining me around the desk this morning. Hello to you, Melissa.
Hi, Sam.
It's so nice to be here. It's nice to see you. Meta. Let's start with CapEx, because we saw somewhat of a market indigestion last time around. Is it going to be any better this time? I mean, what have they got to say?
I mean, we're excited to hear what they have to say. I mean, right now, Visible Alpha consensus is looking for $110 billion for this next fiscal year. It's a significant year-over-year increase. So how they guide the market in terms of their CapEx will be really important in terms of how investors think about the free cash flow and valuations for the stock.
Yeah, it's about obviously how investors think about that spending discipline, which obviously they think that the Googles, the Microsofts, and even the Amazons of the world are doing a better job at that. Also, some of the more sort of AI partnerships, the more advanced, I suppose, partnerships that it's got and tie-ups that the others have as well. What's different between then and now with Meta? I mean, what's been the story over the last 3 months as to, you know, how it's sort of set up? Because obviously we've seen across the Mag 7 coming off a bit as far as stock performance is concerned, but we've had a lot of updates from Meta, obviously on the nuclear, reallocating some of that capital from areas of the business that aren't working into areas that are working, or they hope that will work.
Indeed.
So what are you hearing there?
So I think there's a couple avenues here with Meta. The AI investment for them is very much about them tailoring more and more of the content into your Facebook feed, your Instagrams, the reels that are seen. All of that is becoming more and more bespoke to the individual user. And the AI is ultimately one of the critical dimensions for that. The other piece of this is that tailoring, in theory, is going to make it much more lucrative from an advertiser standpoint. Now, how long until the rubber hits the road? When we look at what the market is expecting for next quarter, market's expecting 47% operating profit margin for the family of apps business, which is about a 500 basis point year over year on the quarter decline compared to what we were seeing last year. And I think the market may say, hey, what's going on here? You're seeing an uptick in OPEX, we're seeing an uptick in CapEx. When are we going to start to see meaningful earnings growth
Break
and
the
operating
flow.
margin expansion that reflects
IWM never broke the floor.
Yeah, that's right. It's the ROI, isn't it? And then obviously you've got a situation with Meta where you have the Microsofts and the Google of the world that have the cloud revenue, but then Meta relies a lot on the advertising side of the business, as you say. So when you talk about the guidance and you talk about the costs, and I know you have exclamation marks on all of these things in your notes, what is it that they actually have to say?
What do they have to say? They have to be able to demonstrate and walk the investment community through how all of this investment is ultimately going to grow the business and make the business more profitable so that shareholders are
ETA
rewarded.
15
right
minutes.
Now, it feels like we're in a bit of a holding pattern in terms of where the actual trajectory of Meta shares potentially may go.
Right. So we want to see the payoff, certainly in the guidance and, you know, what they're saying around some of the commentary as well. Melissa, always appreciate your insights. Thank you so much for stopping by here at the New York Stock Exchange with us today.
Stay warm.
Barack. Let's go. They're pushing to clear the divergence, maybe. QQQ is so high up right here. Alright, 13 minutes. Alright, we have the rate cut decision coming. 42 minutes we have the live stream happening. It's very important not to be biased here. There's a lot of bears here. The setup says that there's a divergence at the floor, but just because they're going down does not mean they're going to go lower in FOMC. That might be a position of bias that someone might be saying. Algo range is breaking down 110. This is now up to the bears to finish it off with the MACD, bulls trapped, with the candles, bulls trapped, cycles, time confirmation, bulls trapped, and now they're testing the floor. $5-minute today, two bearish. 5-minute RSI cannot come back up today. Bear flagging. Now does the bear flag break down truly or no? IWM is holding like nothing. QQQ is some weird ass fucking knifing up like nothing. SPX is the only thing near the floor. So crazy. Are they waiting for FOMC? Are they cooking that up for FOMC? Uh, life and death. Life and death. What a nasty ass cycle. Algo ranging perfectly. Trapping bulls and bears for now. What There's 10 minutes left. Oh my god. ETA 9 minutes. 39 minutes until Jerome Powell comes live. Damn. Rate cut decision. Fuck, I really fucking need a SIG for this. Fuck, I'm stressed like a motherfucker. Fuck. 8 minutes. I have not left yet. I'm still fucking scared as shit now. I'm holding all fucking day long since yesterday. It's so fucking bad. I'm quitting SIG. I got started like SIGs like started 3 weeks ago again, like years and like just fucking damn addiction. My lord.
Welcome to Trader Talk, and I am Kenny Polcari, and we've got a big show for you today, featuring my guest Daniel Newman and the best recipe for the classic Dover Sulpigata. But
In 8 minutes, guys, I'm gonna go smoke a cig real quick. I'm so stressed.
Input. I want you to email me or send me a video of your Wall Street questions or what you're trying to figure out in this market at yfpodcast@yahooinc.com, and we'll try to answer it sometimes on the show. Now, let's jump into my big take. For years, the market's engine has been the Magnificent Seven, the handful of tech names that dominated risk assets and drove nearly every headline in the S&P 500. That narrative powered the rally for so long that owning those stocks felt like owning the whole market itself. But as we move deeper into 2026, that dominance is starting to shift in a measurable way. Here's what the tape is telling us right now. Market participation is broadening. The S&P 500's rally in early 2026 isn't just about the top handful anymore. Breadth has improved to its healthiest level in years, meaning more of the other 493 stocks are contributing to the gains. And that suggests investors are finally looking beyond the mega cap tech story for opportunities. Small caps are showing real strength. The Russell 2000 recently hit record highs, while tech giants took a breather, signaling a rotation into smaller, less crowded areas of the market. When smaller stocks run, it often points to improving risk appetite and a broader economic recovery story. Wall Street strategists see broader rally. Firms like Wells Fargo are now calling for the market's rally to widen out beyond the mega caps, with sectors like financials, materials, and energy starting to participate more and more meaningfully. And the skeptics, and they're talking ROI over hype. Big short legend Michael Burry is warning that the old way of valuing tech, eyeballing revenue growth driven by AI excitement, could be misleading, and that returns on invested capital need to catch up if this long cycle is going to continue. So here's the bottom line for traders. The peak crowded trade, where everyone owned the same mega cap names, is loosening. It doesn't mean the Magnificent Seven are dead, far from it. But it does mean that you're more likely to find alpha outside of the headline names. Diversification and market breadth are becoming real drivers of performance. And short-term rotations, well, they matter again. Not just long bets on everybody owns it. So if you're still leaning 100% into the biggest names just because they always go up, you might be late to the party. The market's telling us participation has broadened, and that's where the next leg of gains is going to come from. Now, I want to bring in my very good friend, Daniel Newman, who is a visionary at the crossroads of people and technology. He is the dynamic CEO of Futurum Group and a globally ranked top 5 tech industry analyst. He is a 7-time best-selling author and sought-after voice on Fox Business, CNBC, Bloomberg, Forbes, The Wall Street Journal, etc. And he turns digital transformation and AI mastery into strategic advantage for the world's biggest brands while educating the investing public on where the trends are going. With a knack for decoding the future of tech, Daniel doesn't just forecast trends, he creates them. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome my friend Daniel Newman to the show. Daniel, it is a pleasure to have you as always, and I appreciate you making the way up all the way from Texas to do this.
Kenny, it's great to be here with you. Always fun to sit down and chat markets with you.
And we're going to chat a lot. Actually, we're probably going to run out of time because there's so much to talk about. But look, let's start with this big picture in AI, right? You say that we're at the very early stages of a multi-decade super cycle and that we're not in a bubble, right? Something I actually completely agree with you, and I don't think we're in a bubble at all. So just put it on the table and help the viewers understand this kind of mindset.
Yeah, remember when Netflix
This is some bullshit.
shipping DVDs? How novel that was? Well,
QQQ flying and spies at the floor.
We are in the very earliest part of
Does
AI,
this shit
and
make
we
sense to
basically
anybody right
experienced
now?
These LLMs over the last couple of years. It's basically OpenAI and Google have been shipping DVDs
Yes or no?
to our house, and we all said, "Woo, this is
Does
really,
this make
really
any
neat."
sense?
But you remember what actually was
Tech
happening
is rising.
when we thought
S&P
that was the
500
thing.
is at the
Remember
floor.
Blockbuster went chasing down. They started shipping DVDs, and Hollywood Video started shipping
Algo
DVDs.
range is stuck.
Well, the bottom line is that we are just starting to see the possibilities, and the people that are saying it's a bubble are looking at the entire TAM of AI, the entire market opportunity of AI, as being how many subscriptions you can get to OpenAI.
Right. So hold on a minute. Let me just go back and define that. When you say the total TAM, what you mean is the total addressable market.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes. And so that total market is just that's a fragment of the AI
IWM
opportunity.
rejected at
You'll hear
145.
day in and day out right now. You hear NVIDIA and Lilly announcing $1 billion deal together to accelerate drug discovery.
That's how crazy
you see
IWM
the
is
financial
today.
sector, banks modernizing and completely reimagining how they go to market. Huge amounts of growth. Enterprise AI is going to be the trend of 2026. And enterprise AI reflects something like 95% of the world's data that sits behind a firewall.
Can't lie. That's
this
wow.
data is not accessible to any of the models that you're using today. But you know who owns all that data? The enterprises, the banks, the manufacturers, the pharmaceutical companies. And they start putting that to use, and they shorten cycles of developing drugs. They improve the products and services delivered to customers. We've actually already witnessed how well this can work because in spaces like social media, when companies, or like advertising and like Google, they've been using AI for many years to optimize their businesses. And you talked about the mega caps. That was where their advantage came. That's been democratized.
Here it comes, guys.
Every
1
company.
minute
And they've been
and 20
using
seconds.
our data to do it.
Rate cut decision hits.
We were always the data center.
30 minutes until
providing
madness.
everything we did online. They followed us, what we bought, what we sold, where we visited, what we talked about.
What they could share.
What they could.
And the thing is now you've got these enterprises that have all this data about every one of those things that happen behind the firewall, behind the paywall, that either HIPAA doesn't allow to be shared, FINRA or financial regulators or bank regulators don't share. But they know all this data now, so they can build the perfect product. They can deliver the optimal services. They can make sure that your healthcare protocols are perfected for you, because now they can take all that private data and they can use it the way that companies like Meta and Amazon and Google have used it to their advantage for so long.
Okay, that brings up an interesting point, though, because you just said it. They're going to use all this private data.
Yep.
So does that put anyone at risk?
Well, of course,
Because
in
it's
most
private
cases,
data, right?
the data has to be anonymized. It cannot. It's got to be encrypted. It's got to be sovereign.
Tesla
it's gotta be
right
under
now.
Very specific industry regulations. So they're not going to just all of a sudden take all that proprietary enterprise data. And by the way, the people's data is only a little piece of what I'm talking about. You also have everybody's ERP
Fix is
data. So
sleeping.
that's all the transaction data from every
5
every
seconds.
transaction that's coming
4,
done. You've got all
3,
their CRM data
2,
about all the
1.
businesses that they've worked in.
Here we go.
You've got all of the supply chain data to be able to optimize and say, hey, what if I could make my revenue turns?
Weak
How
There's our here.
What you're going to see is huge revenue growth, huge earnings growth.
Candles
all on
are.
the tail of this technology basically allows every industry to optimize its own data in a way that's just never been possible before.
That's right. And so when when people say we're in a bubble, I think we're at the very early innings of this game.
Yeah, and if I could say something about that too is, it's hard to be in a bubble when every single part of the supply chain is constrained.
Right.
So even just getting beyond everything I just talked about, all the demand for compute to build these applications, you also are at a point like where we don't have enough wafers. So in the fabrication of semiconductors, we don't have enough. We don't have enough memory. You've heard about this coming out.
They're
I think
trapping
Micron
like
just announced
crazy.
$100 billion in New York that it's going to invest to build more because we don't have enough.
Right.
We don't have enough turbines.
Right.
We don't have enough
And they're already
energy.
behind
Zero
the eight ball.
DTs,
So now
3/3
you're
created
talking
at
about
2.
demand going out.
So every bit of what we can build is sold. So maybe the concern, if you want to nitpick it, is if we can't expand the capacity fast enough. I mean, we can't expand wafers for chips. We can't build more memory. We can't create more energy, whether that's through nuclear technologies and these SMRs, these small module reactors that are being built, or building coal-fired plants at the same pace as China. But I'll tell you what the one real bottleneck is, and Michael Burry and I agree on one thing, and I tweeted this for the first time ever. I agree with Michael Burry on
Bears are
77
here,
AI,
big time.
regulatory. What
Don't
we
trip.
have to fix is it takes too long to put the shovel into the ground.
1/3, 2/3, 3/3 they
It doesn't
created
matter if
with
it's to
fucking
build,
2 p.m.
more turbines. It doesn't matter if it's to
on
start
SPY.
construction on a project. It doesn't matter if it's to
QQQ
open
already
up
2,
an
3/3.
existing nuclear power plant. If
They
we
wanna
want
go
to be able
lower.
to keep up, energy is
They're
going to be the
about to
bottleneck.
dump like crazy and go break the
regulatory is
fucking
gonna
floor
be a
off and
risk.
motherfucking rip this
And I
bitch off and
suppose,
rip the fucking
we're gonna hear
band-aid and
more
say,
about
oops,
that now is
sorry.
26.
But the demand, to be
Oops,
clear, is
divergence
insatiable.
cleared.
Every single
Holy
one of them
fuck.
is looking
Look at this
AI
candle
as
on
the
1
number
minute on
one
SPX.
enabler of them to continue to meet
Coming
revenue
in
growth and profit
crazy.
growth. and efficiency growth across their businesses. And you can see that.
Hello, deep break, baby. Divergence cleared. Let's go. Back in green.
About
All right.
this NVIDIA Lilly deal, right? Because they're going to use.
Oh
they
my
made
God.
$1 billion investment, I believe, over 5
Time
years.
is 2:02.
That they're going to help to use pharmaceuticals.
28 minutes until Jerome
to
Powell
use
Daddy comes on.
AI to even speed
Hello,
up and
deep broke
better
on SPY.
kind of the healthcare
QQQ,
space.
1
so
minute
talk
gap
about that.
down.
Well,
like
what we know about.
like
High
supercomputing
WM,
has been, like
2
next
p.m.
generation computing
dump.
has long been an enabler. You know, these specialty computers that are in labs.
Let's see, 3 more fucking minutes continuation, baby girl.
You'll hear about it in quantum too. You and I have talked
Baby
about
fucking
quantum
girl.
Basically looking at what is the next thing that gives them an advantage. But
Come
the
on.
long and the short here, Kenny, is if you
I
can speed up
believe
drug
in
discovery,
USPX,
or if you can
S&P
learn more about
500
a certain drug in a certain field and
motherfucking
be able to
baby
get
clear
it
the
through
divergence
trials,
and
through
then figure it out,
simulations,
baby
through
girl.
data, through optimizing and
Oh my
compound,
God. I said at 1:55 p.m. LOD divergence rate and QQQ was in the motherfucking astronomic roof.
You can speed
Look
up
at this shit.
physics, you can speed up
Oh
chemistry,
my
you can
God.
speed up
At the
biology,
floor.
all the things that need to
2
be
p.m.
enabled
traded a
for
4.
business to grow. And really,
Crazy
AI
algo
right
range
now
at
has
2.
kind of peripherally done this for all these fields, but now you can
Time
do
is
this for
2:05 and we are
pharmaceuticals.
inside
You
the
can do this
2
for
p.m. candle,
manufacturing.
the
You can do
low
this
of
for
the day,
automotive. You're already seeing how
and
we're
the spike
stimulating
up.
automotive so that cars, because you can't drive enough miles to be autonomous, but you can do that for vehicles. In financial services, you can do it to take out fraud. You can do it to optimize services. So all the things that AI can enable, like I said, sometimes people think about it too, like it's got to be
Holy shit, they're fighting.
extremely disruptive. But sometimes even just being iterative in your field, like in a pharmaceutical, 1.1x.
All my puts are fucking
What does that mean when
crazy
every
up now,
drug
but
you get
they're
to
fighting
market
like crazy.
1.1 times faster? How much more growth? How much more TAM? How much more
I
margin?
just deleted
And by the way,
IWM.
when you
I
can
don't
do it
know
with
why.
more computing, less humans, shorter trials, all the things that can be done, and safety, you go, oh my gosh, the industry has the opportunity to grow significantly, be more profitable, deliver greater earnings, and continue to be disrupted. And AI is the
2:05 is inside the 2 p.m. big ass candle.
Come right back.
2:05. FOMC. Alive. The divergence at the floor never cleared. Monster scandals. Monsterous. Man, am I the piglet playing in the 3/3 right now? Holy shit. Bears are still here. QQQ. Gap filled. QQQ gap filled. Alright, let's see what happens here. QQQ gap filled to 205. Very important what happens here in the next minutes and 2:10, 2:15. Man, everything turning into a fucking chase right now because of the gap. Look at that QQQ 1 minute gap. This shit is moving crazy fast. It might just move crazy fast until close. Until he's on, and while he's on. Still on the bear flag. Everything's still on the bear flag. Bear flag broke down. It is deciding whether to trap or not. Using 0 DT. Time is 2:10. Algo range created at 2 and 2:05. .210 is breaking the algo range. 2:05 trying on SPY. Man, my puts from yesterday and into Friday and into today. There's 0 DT gaming for sure. IWM 1 minute gap created coming up. Things are moving. Usain Bolt's. Alright. IWM, I think it's about a gap fill. They're going to go down. There's so many bulls here. They're going to create more bears and then figure out, I think. Either it happens or it doesn't in the next 5 minutes. We'll find out here. This does not mean bearish. This is 50-50. IWM is gap filling. This is setup. This is stabilized. Things are slow as shit until that gap fills, and it might be fast as fuck. I was dealing with something on WhatsApp, sorry. Today is FOMC day, folks. Do the shit you are doing on WhatsApp on YouTube. Too dangerous to be doing this shit at 2:10 while FOMC is going on live. Alright, you posted it in the YouTube chat, deleted it, and then came and posted it in the WhatsApp group or something? Please. Only YouTube chat right now. For any sort of, oh, they're doing this and burning. Gotta be careful. Anything before 2 spiked down into 2, and they're trapping since 2, so it's a chase world right now. CPI candle was touching on IWM. Yeah, someone said in the WhatsApp group, all they're doing is data burning, and they're burning bears in the WhatsApp group. I said, please don't do that on the FOMC day. Do that on YouTube. I think that's the fairest thing I could say. If someone has a problem with that, I don't know what to say, but then they're not logical, and I don't care. But this person is clearly logical. He said, okay, understood. So clearly, people are logical. But illogical things, there comes a point where people intentionally cross the line on purpose, or there is no line for them. So that's the things we care about, but there's no lines being crossed anywhere on YouTube or WhatsApp. So let's just be cautious, right? What I'm saying is the absolute truth, is it not? FOMC day, you know what I mean? Time is 2:10. We have 20 minutes left until J Powell talks. We have no idea what's going on, and we just cannot say shit based on candles. Why? Because the candles are going up and down right now. IWM is bouncing since 2. It ripped down since 2, and it's squeezing or bouncing or whatever, right? Bull or bear trap, there's a lot of bulls and bears, right? And they are trapping since 205, 210 into 215. So algo range is playing. Right, this happened during last FOMC too, so it's nothing new, right? All things are fine. It's just we gotta be major focused right now. We gotta have WhatsApp needs to be basically focused absolutely to the max, yeah. So YouTube chat only for those types of comments, please. 215. 215 is deciding what to do on QQQ. Things are moving super fast. IWM is not gap filling and is up at the roof. I don't even know. Can't even call this bearish or bullish. This is just all over the place. Trap in, new money, bulls and bears, all sides until a real direction comes with the algo range deciding what to do with the time is bearish. They're testing the floor. Now they're trapping all the new money bulls from 205 to 210. They want to go test 2 maybe. I don't know. Candle's about to fly, so I don't fucking know. How do I know? What do I know, right? All I know is they're creating cycles and they're doing things, and it's dangerous as shit to be like, oh, they're burning bulls, oh, they're burning bears. They're burning everybody right now, clearly. It's just depending on the cycle and what and how and deductions. So nothing else matters. Right now, right here, there's 15, 14 minutes left until J Powell Daddy comes on. Fed Powell chair. This is most likely one of, if not his last FOMC rate cut decision. So speeches, if not. All right. IWM went bullish off the 2 low into 210. That's a bullish cycle on IWM from 2 to 210. That's the reality. All right. Market is clearly up and down, up and down. Vinny, I think you're talking about Chris, but I'm not talking about Chris, right? I think you're talking about something else. We're completely confused. I'm not even sure if you're in the WhatsApp group, but yeah, I was talking about Rod. But Rod understands and he knows, so everything's good, like I said. But I understand what you're saying too. But yeah, you know what I mean? It's just FOMC. Let it be. And be focused, self-focused. Right, that's the most important shit right now. 215. Let's see what happens. LOD at 2, not on QQQ. Crazy. They're creating cycles, they're creating volume, they're creating liquidity. Still. Yeah, I know. Vinny, I could tell by the way you were talking. Yeah, it wasn't on WhatsApp, so I was talking about a different situation. I was unfocused for a minute or a minute and a half too, but yeah, let's just be focused right now. Too much distractions in the world exist. It is up to the individual to self-focus in those disruptive moments in life at all times. We have a purple box on this 5-minute candle now. Man, that's the godly fucking exit that I wanted though down here. That's crazy. It's literally 30 seconds and pull back, and then psychology. It's like, oh, you want to get bounced on? Oh, bears are here, 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 bearish, 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 bearish. Bears are here. Time is 2:20. Algo range is breaking down. The one on the inside, not the one on the outside. This is double algo range within each other. Fucking so much liquidity though. Fuck, come on. Liquidity bears and bulls. It's not that hard going down. Sorry, it is hard as fuck going down. It's not that easy going down. I mean, fuck did I just say? $220 algo range bounce trine at 205 level-ish. And QQQ 1 minute gap up. And pull back trine or what? I don't fucking know. This is the ultimate pivot point trading. This is the ultimate 3/3 trading. This is the ultimate everything. Risk is absolute. Algo range, double algo range trading. It's just sick. I can't even call it bullish or bearish here. There's so many things. I could change so much shit here at this point. I could call this a crossroads at this point. What did they do? They wiped out the calls. What did they do? The puts are still in the middle of buttfuck nowhere. Bouncing and stopping in the middle of buttfuck nowhere using algo range. Crazy work. Look at QQQ. It gapped up on the 1 minute here. This is another setup. We don't know if it's going to fill now. We don't know if it wants to fill now. Holy shit. Look at the candles. I think the wind direction is south still. There's 9 minutes left until Daddy Powell comes on. QQQ gap filled. QQQ gap filled. QQQ gap filled. Algo range playing like crazy. This is sick work, man. Please. I hope Powell comes on with the red tie, red suit, red jacket, red pants, red shoes, red glasses, everything. Damn, man. I hope he comes out fully decked out red. I love the aesthetic. Man, algo range is crazy. Time is 2:20 for 40 more seconds. 2:25 is here in 30 seconds now. Just because it's his last fucking FOMC, he's like, oh, fuck it. I'm just gonna fucking do the market this time. Or like, fuck it. Oh my god. Probably a purple tie, yeah. I'm expecting massive volatility in 5 minutes, but they're doing it already. Every 5 fucking minutes bouncing and rejecting like crazy, but this is absolutely crazy. Gap filled. Yo, it's such a shit show. It's just a pivot point trading trap. Oh my god, I can't even. I don't even. It's trapping everything. Bulls and bears. No one's safe right now until 5 minutes. The amount of fucking liquidity they're building right now. Oh my! I want to go to a liver FOMC. $3,000 people or something. 8,000 people waiting for the FOMC rate cut decision on Associated Press alone. Everyone get ready to say good afternoon or good evening when he comes on. Oh my. I don't know if I should be fucking out. Like, I'm scared as fuck now. Fuck. Tech earnings at 4 too. Holy shit. That's crazy though. When I look absolutely bullish at 210, IWM gap, and they never fucking gap filled, and market went lower on that, and then it balanced when I look absolutely bearish. 230 is here. Last poll of the day, folks. The ultimate poll of the day. Bullish or bearish? Let's fucking see. Are you bullish? Are you bearish? Oh my god. You could even vote neither if you want. Here we go. In 2 minutes, 1 minute and 47 seconds. Crazy consolidation. Since 12:55 for 3 hours. Crazy consolidation. Man. Bullish, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 bulls I see on YouTube. 7, 8, 9. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 bears I see on YouTube. Holy shit. Now there's 10,000 people watching this shit. 12,000 people. Jesus Christ. Bearish. Bearish, bearish, bearish. Divergence is going to clear. LOD dump. LOD dump. LOD dump. LOD dump. LOD dump. Dump, 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 dump. Oh my god. My fucking stream froze. LOD dump. LOD dump. LOD dump. LOD dump. LOD dump. LOD dump. Didn't even start. Time is 2:30. They want to clear the divergence. Fuck the goddamn bounce. They want to go clear the divergence. NVIDIA drop. Pull back. S&P 500 drop. IWM drop. Fucking dump. LOD dump. IWM dump. 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 Bearish. 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 Time is 2:20. Here they go. Look at that 2 p.m. fucking test. Oh my god.
Good afternoon. My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. The U.S. economy expanded at a solid pace last year and is coming into 2026 on a firm footing. While job gains have remained low, the unemployment rate has shown some signs of stabilization, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to leave our policy rate unchanged. Having lowered our policy rate by 75 basis points over the course of our previous 3 meetings, we see the current stance of monetary policy as appropriate to promote progress toward both our maximum employment and 2% inflation goals. I will have more to say about monetary policy after
IWM ripping up.
economic
QQQ is crazy.
Available indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a solid pace. Consumer spending has been resilient, and business fixed investment has continued to expand. In contrast, activity in the housing sector has remained weak.
I'm adding into NVIDIA puts right now.
The temporary shutdown of the federal government likely weighed on economic activity last quarter, but these effects should be reversed as the reopening boosts growth this quarter. In the labor market, indicators suggest that conditions may be stabilizing after a period of gradual softening. The unemployment rate was 4.4% in December and has changed little in recent months. Job gains have remained low. Total non-farm payrolls declined at an average pace of 22,000 per month over the last 3 months. Excluding government employment, private payrolls rose at an average pace of 29,000 per month.
Ripping up the roof.
A good part of the slowing in the pace of job growth over the past year reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and labor force participation, though labor demand has clearly softened as well. Other indicators, including openings, layoffs, hiring, and nominal wage growth, show little change in recent months.
Flickering light.
Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Estimates based on the Consumer Price Index indicate that total PCE prices rose 2.9% over the 12 months ending in December, and that excluding the volatile food and energy categories, core PCE prices rose 3.0%. These elevated readings largely reflect inflation in the goods sector, which has been boosted by the effects of tariffs. In contrast, disinflation appears to be continuing in the services sector. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have declined from last year's peaks, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal.
Triple algo range at 230,
monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people.
Like 1/3, 2/3, 3/3, but it's
the committee decided to
not
maintain
1/3,
the
2/3,
target
3/3.
range
I
for
mean,
the
this
federal
triple
funds
algo
rate
range happening at
3.5% to 3.75%. Since last September, we have lowered our policy rate 75 basis points, or 3/4 of a percentage point, bringing it within a range of plausible estimates of neutral. This normalization of our policy stance should help stabilize the labor market while allowing inflation to resume its downward trend toward 2%, once the effects of tariff increases have passed through. We're well positioned to determine the extent and timing of additional adjustments to our policy rate based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. Monetary policy is not on a preset course, and we will make our decisions on a meeting-by-meeting basis. To conclude, the Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy: maximum employment and stable prices.
You're doing the exact opposite right now. I don't even know.
Maximum employment,
I was looking at SPY only right here.
Sustainably to our 2% goal,
I was looking at SPY
and
only.
keeping longer-term inflation expectations well anchored. Our
Earnings
success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We at the Fed will continue to do our jobs with objectivity, integrity, and a deep commitment to serve the American people. Thank you. I look forward to your questions.
Hi.
The most craziest thing I've ever seen.
Associated Press. Thank you. I wanted to ask that you attended the Supreme Court hearing last week on the Lisa Cook case, and Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent criticized that as political. Can you say why you attended and what you would say in response to the Secretary's criticism?
So let me start with I don't respond to comments by other officials, whoever they may be. It's just not appropriate to do that. I will tell you why I attended. I would say that that case is perhaps the most important legal case in the Fed's 113-year history. And as I thought about it, I thought it might be hard to explain why I didn't attend. In addition, Paul Volcker went to a Supreme Court case famously in, I guess, 1985 or so. So it's precedented, and I thought it was an appropriate thing, and I did it.
Great. And then just quickly follow on the job market. You mentioned last month that the household survey might be distorted, and you also mentioned the potential for overcounting jobs, which would suggest that we're still in a negative hiring pace. So do you see the drop in the unemployment rate as solid? And what's the basis for saying that things have stabilized? Thank you.
So, yeah, really 2 questions. One is, so we're getting through the distortions in the data from the shutdown, however big they were in November, they're smaller in December. So we're getting to a place where they're
I need
no
a
longer
God candle.
material. They're still there, but it's a tweak here and there. The reason why we changed the statement,
SPX.
let me pull it out, was simply it used to say that judges that downside risks to employment rose in recent months. So we saw data coming in which suggests some signs of stabilization. I wouldn't go too far with that, but some signs of stabilization. There are also some signs of continued cooling. And so we thought that was no longer an accurate description of the data. In addition, the outlook for economic activity has clearly improved since the last meeting, and that should matter for labor demand and for employment over time. So for those two reasons, we thought we would take that language out of the statement.
Nick Timrose, The Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, you've generally avoided engaging with political controversies directly, and the video statement on January 11th was a departure. What made this different, and are you concerned it could draw the institution further into political debates?
So today I'm simply going to refer you to the statement that I made on January 11. I'm not going to expand on it or repeat it. So I'm just not going to. This is really about the press conference and the economy and what we did today, and some ancillary areas, but I'm not going to be getting into that.
Can you say whether the Fed has responded to the subpoenas?
I have nothing for you on that today.
Mike.
Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio TV.
My God.
Have you made a decision on whether you would remain as a governor
Let it fucking
of
go
the
to the
Federal
bottom of the
Reserve?
purple
If
box
so,
on QQQ.
would you tell us what it is? And if not, when might we anticipate a decision?
No, and I really, once again, have nothing for you on that today. That either.
Why would you want to leave it all under the
Oh,
circumstances?
shit.
Again, I don't want to get into this. It's not something I'm. There's a time and place for these questions, but not something I'm going to be getting into today. Thank you.
Thank you. Claire Jones, Financial Times. Thanks a lot for taking my questions. In another one that might,
I'm trying to fucking leave so fast at the bottom if they do. Fuck, man.
We've seen quite big movements in the dollar over recent days.
Bears in
what
control.
do you think is driving the U.S. currency lower?
Under the bear flag.
And have you been at all concerned just by the extent of the volatility we've seen this week? Thank you.
So, Claire, as you probably know, we don't comment on the dollar. Really, the administration, especially the Treasury Department, has the job of oversight over the currency and exchange rates and all that. We don't comment on that. It's not our role. So, I have nothing for you.
But, what's your view on the market movements? What do you think behind them? Is it asset managers diversifying? Is it?
Yeah, I just don't. We don't talk about the dollar. We don't talk about what moves it around. It's just not appropriate for us to do so. Really, the Treasury Department has that. It's their role, their bailiwick, and we stay off it. We do monetary policy and some other things, but we don't.
They're using every single call to go break the floor and clear the divergence, maybe.
Hi, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios. Obviously, no SEP in this meeting, but in light of the slight firming up of the language around growth in the labor market in the statement, should we assume that the timeline for any further rate cuts is pushed back compared to what people might have thought in December?
Well, first of all, if you look at the incoming data since the last meeting, clear improvement in the outlook for growth. The data have come in, and sentiment, the beige book, everything comes in suggesting that this year starts off on a solid footing for growth. Inflation performed about as expected, and as I mentioned, some of the labor market data came in suggesting we're evidence of stabilization. So it's overall a stronger forecast, really, if that's your question. I'm not sure I answered your question.
But in terms of timing or pacing of any additional easing?
So we haven't made what we'd say about this was that after this meeting, after the 3 recent rate cuts, we're well positioned to address the risks that we face on both sides of our dual mandate, and we'll continue to make our decisions meeting by meeting based on the incoming data, the implications for and the outlook and the balance of risks. Haven't made any decisions about future meetings, but the economy is growing at a solid pace. The unemployment rate has been broadly stable. And inflation remains somewhat elevated. So we'll be looking to our goal variables and letting the data light the way for us.
Steve.
Steve Leisman, CNBC, and sticking with questions you might answer, thank you. You had previously, I believe, described the current policy rate being at the higher end of neutral. And if you look at the longer run, the S&P and the longer run rate, 16 of 19 officials are actually below there on their long run. Is the Fed still in a process of bringing it down towards a middle range of neutral? And what would it take to get there?
So the count I did was that 4 of the 19 were at or above that. I mean, maybe I missed by 1, but I thought it was 4. And if you look at the dealer survey, it was 10 out of 50 where we're at or above. So you're right.
The SPX put the call ratio right now in the group.
End of the range. What we say is it's within the range of plausible estimates. This is the higher end of that range, but so for some people they think it's neutral. I think, and many of my colleagues think, it's hard to look at the incoming data and say that policy is significantly restrictive at this time. It may be sort of loosely neutral, or it may be somewhat restrictive. It's in the eye of the beholder, and of course no one knows with any precision.
More calls at the top.
So you had a follow-up.
I get what you're saying, but some officials have described the Fed being in a mode of bringing it down eventually over time. Are you still in that mode, or is this a place to hang out?
Yeah, no, I would say if you look at the S&P from December, most people had additional normalization. But at the same time, we've done a lot of the process of normalizing. A good piece of it is done with 75 basis points, and before that, 100. It's 175 basis points we've cut since we began cutting in September of 2024. So you've moved now to, Fed funds is running just a little below 3.65%. So you've moved a good way, and we think we're well positioned here to watch how the economy performs, look at the data. We're not making decisions about future meetings, but we do think we're well positioned after those 3 cuts to let the data speak to us.
Amira. Thank you, Chair Powell. Mara Mokwe from Bloomberg News. To what extent did the committee discuss the possibility of cutting at this meeting or in March? And how are you all thinking about the conditions that would merit another rate cut? Is there broad agreement on the committee about what it would take?
So
this shit is
mad.
fucking mad.
Committee for holding today, broad, I would say, including among non-voters. So that's where that was. Of course, some people did want to cut and dissented, but committee pretty broadly for holding today. We're not trying to articulate a test for when to next cut or whether to cut at the next meeting. What we're saying is we're well positioned as we make decisions meeting by meeting, looking at the incoming data, evolving outlook, and all that. And we're in a position where we still have some tension between employment and inflation, but it's less than it was. I think that the upside risks to inflation and the downside risks to inflation have probably both diminished a bit. So, we'll be looking at that. It's about how you weigh the risks to the 2 goals and how big those, and quantify them. And so there are different views on the committee, and, we'll find our way forward as the data evolve.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. Has the effects of tariffs already moved through the economy on prices?
A lot of it has. So basically, there are many different estimates, and they're all highly uncertain. But most of the overrun in goods prices is from tariffs. And that's actually good news, because if it weren't from tariffs, it might mean it's from demand, and that's a harder problem to solve. We do think tariffs are likely to move through and be a one-time price increase. So most of the overshoot, if you were to take that out, you'd get, and you would, I mean, inflation, core PCE inflation is running just a bit above 2%, x the effects of tariffs on goods. And the other good news is, if you look away from goods and look at services, you do see ongoing disinflation in all the categories of services. So that's a healthy development. So that's what's going on. The expectation is that we will see the effects of tariffs flowing through goods prices, peaking, and then starting to come down, assuming there are no new major tariff increases that are begun. And that's what we expect to see over the course of this year. If we see that, if we see that, that would be something that tells us that we can loosen policy. Also, if we see something that suggests that the labor market is not stabilizing, that in fact the downside risks reemerge or the data just get worse, we'd have to look at both of those. We have a two-sided mandate.
If I could, if President Trump does pick a new Fed chairman before May, what does that look like? How would you work with that person, and what does that transition period look like?
I don't have anything for you on that. That will depend on Congress's actions and things I can't speculate on.
Howard Schneider with Reuters. Thank you for taking our questions. Given the changes in the statement and all you've said so far, is it fair to describe risks to both sides of the mandate as roughly balanced right now? And is the next move necessarily down?
I'd say that the upside risks to inflation and the downside risks to employment have diminished, but they still exist. So there's still some tension between the mandates. Are they fully in balance? Hard to say. And we think our policy's in a good place. I've just discussed reasons why we might change our
from
policy.
Yesterday too.
And we'll just have to see how the data lead us.
I'm wondering, a minute ago you said you felt expectations were consistent with your mandate, that the 2 and the 10-year break-evens have moved quite notably in the last couple of weeks, I believe. Is there any concern on that front?
I mean, I recently looked at all of the both survey and market-based short-term inflation expectations have come way down. They were in a good place at the beginning of last year. They spiked around Liberation Day, and now they've fully retraced in the last few months. So that's very comforting. And the longer-term inflation expectations have remained in places that are very consistent with 2% inflation over time. So expectations have been solid, and they reflect confidence in the return to 2% inflation.
Andrew.
Apologies if this is a little bit repetitive, but in the past you've said that the reason you cut rates was that the risk to the labor market was greater than the risk to the inflation side. Is that still true?
We haven't made. You're right. We saw the labor market weakening, and we acted, and I think that was the appropriate thing to do. We will always act to address what we see.
I haven't even seen a real move yet.
The economy moving away from our goals.
Shit is sad.
Risks to both of the variables are a little less. I think the upside risk to inflation, again, a little bit less, and the downside risk to employment, a little less. I just would say that I'm not making a judgment about how, one of them is more at risk than the other, just that the risks to both of them have diminished.
Okay, thanks. BIS wrote a paper last summer which concluded that global investors were hedging their dollar exposures in ways that previously they hadn't
right here.
because of policy uncertainty. Do you agree with BIS?
We really don't see much at all about that whole story. There's just not a lot of data that suggests that there's much to that.
Thanks.
Anna Swanson with the New York Times. Can you talk more about what you would need to see in the labor market to conclude it's time to resume easing? Do you need to see further deterioration in the labor market, or would it be enough for inflation to soften?
So we'll always be looking at both things. And so there could be combinations, infinite numbers of combinations that would cause us to want to move. Certainly, a weakening labor market would be an argument for loosening. But what's happening with inflation? If inflation were at the same time getting worse you just have a very difficult situation there. So we'll be looking at both. Clearly, a weakening labor market calls for cutting. A stronger labor market says that the rates are in a good place. We'll have to be making similar judgments, too, on inflation, though.
And if inflation does pick back up and the labor market doesn't show further signs of deterioration, is there a chance that you could raise rates rather than simply remaining on hold? What would you need to see to consider hiking?
We don't take things off the table, but it isn't anybody's base case right now, anybody's base case, that the next move will be a rate hike. But, ultimately we'll do what we think is the right thing. But that's not where people's expectations are right now.
Victoria.
Hi, Victoria Guida with Politico.
QQQ actually
I wanted to ask, you've talked in the past about concerns about the U.S. fiscal trajectory, and we've seen in the Japanese bond market a lot of turmoil recently, in part due to concerns over their fiscal and long-term economic outlook. So do you worry that the U.S. could at some point find itself in a similar situation to Japan, whether for fiscal or demographic reasons?
Over time, you've seen that U.S. rates have remained they haven't moved a lot, really for a while, but they haven't moved a lot because of what's been happening in Japan. So it's more of an over time thing. The U.S. federal budget deficit is, uncontroversially on an unsustainable path. The level of debt is not unsustainable. It's very much sustainable, but the path is unsustainable. And the sooner we work on it, the better. But right now we're running a very large deficit at essentially full employment, and so the fiscal picture needs to be addressed, and it's not really being addressed. So that's important. I'm not in any way connecting it to some sort of near-term market event, but ultimately it's something we'll have to deal with, and that in the end game, that's where you wind up, is in some kind of a difficult thing. But that's not where we are. It's not where Japan is either. But it's certainly not where we are right now.
Does it reduce the effect of your rate cuts that longer-term rates have overall not really budged that much?
I wouldn't say that. The thing is, technically, higher longer-term rates means less accommodative financial conditions. But remember, many things move longer-term rates. It's not mostly what happens on the short end. There can be effects of longer-term rates from moving our policy around, but it's much more assessments of the fiscal path and fiscal policies and risks and things like that move the 10-year around. You can look back at and find periods where we've been very actively moving the policy rate over the course of a year, and over the course of that year, the 10-year is exactly where it started. So there's not a tight link between 10-year rates and the overnight rate.
Elizabeth.
Thanks so much, Elizabeth Schulze with ABC News. Republican Senator Tom Tillis, who sits on the Senate Banking Committee, said he will block any Fed nominee, including the chair, until this investigation into you is resolved. Do you support this move by the senator, and what conversations have you had with the senator?
I've got nothing for you on that.
More broadly, what would happen to American households if the Federal Reserve loses its ability to operate independent from politics?
So really, the point of independence is not to protect policymakers or anything like that. It just is that every advanced economy democracy in the world has come around to this common practice. It's just an institutional arrangement that has served the people well, and that is to have a separation between, to not have direct elected official control over the setting of monetary policy. And the reason is that monetary policy can be used, through an election cycle to affect the economy in a way that will be politically worthwhile. So I'm not talking about the U.S. context. This is every advanced economy democracy of any size. So it's a good practice. It's pretty much everywhere among countries that look at all like the United States. And I think if you lose that, first of all, it would be hard to restore the credibility of the institution if people lose their faith that we're making decisions, only on the basis of our assessment of what's best for everyone, for the wide public, rather than trying to benefit one group or another. If you lose that, it's going to be hard to retain it. And we haven't lost it. I don't believe we will. I certainly hope we won't. But it's very important, and the reason it's important is that it's enabled central banks generally not to be perfect, but to serve the public well.
You're confident it can maintain that independence at this point?
Yes. I mean, I'm strongly committed to that, and so are my colleagues.
Archie.
Archie Hall from The Economist. On that sort of stabilization of the labor market question, how much do you see the weakening we saw over the past 6 months, year, as a kind of data mirage around immigration and the government shutdown and so on that's now resolved? Or how much have we seen a kind of real underlying firming up in the state of the labor market, do you think?
Well, part of it is, to your point, part of it just
Bulls
is
and
that,
bears are both all here still.
labor supply, growth in labor supply has come to essentially a halt from a fairly fast clip of growth over the last couple of years, driven by immigration, and then the halt being driven by a very sudden stop in immigration. So many outcomes were possible with that. You know, supply came way down. It turns out that demand for labor also came down a very similar amount, maybe just a little bit more, which is why the unemployment rate has gone up. So I don't know whether that's a coincidence or not, but that's what's happened with that part. But if you look at other things, like, for example, just to pick a couple, the Conference Board's measure of job availability that came out, I don't know, was it yesterday or today? But, you know, it shows, it's a survey showing that workers feel like job availability it's a very low reading. Just one reading, but it's an indication of softening. People, part-time for economic reasons, which is a category within the broader U6 category measure, has moved up significantly. So there are lots of, I could go on and on, there are lots of little places that suggest that the labor market has softened. But you're right, part of payroll job softening is that both the supply and demand for labor has come down. Growth in those two have come down. So that makes it a difficult time to read the labor market.
Power hour.
You know, so
Power hour
imagine
is
they both
here
came down a
in
lot
1
to the
minute.
point where there is no job growth. Is that full employment? In a sense, it is. If demand and supply are in balance, you know, that you could say that's full employment. At the same time, do we really feel like that's a maximum employment economy? You know, it's very challenging and quite unusual situation.
Thanks. And one more on growth and the kind of strong growth outlook, your strengthening growth outlook you're now seeing. How much of that is the fiscal stimulus we're seeing from the beautiful bill, the tax cuts, and all of that?
So you're seeing it already. You don't have much of the fiscal. I think the outlook, you're right. It's financial conditions, and it's fiscal policy for 26. But you've got strong consumption that's been happening before financial conditions have been supportive, but before the fiscal effects really are shown. So essentially the economy has once again surprised us with its strength, not for the first time.
3 p.m. dump is here.
Consumer spending, although
started.
it's uneven across income categories, but consumer spending overall numbers are good, and we're benefiting from the AI build out of data centers. That's another thing we're benefiting from, but. The economy overall, growth is on a solid footing. It looks like, and it's not just those things. It's just the consumer is filling out surveys that sound really negative, and then spending. So there's been a disconnect for some time between downbeat surveys and reasonably good spending data.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Christine Romans from NBC News. You talked about how consumer spending is uneven. The president calls inflation defeated and solved. The FOMC says it's a somewhat elevated inflation. But you talked about those customer survey or those consumer sentiment surveys and public opinion polls that show that most families say the cost of living is still issue number one. What is the conversation around the table with your colleagues about how wealthier consumers seem to be driving so much of the economy, and why so many families still feel like they just can't make ends meet after 5 years of rising prices? What is that discussion like?
So a couple things. One, there's something to it in that we know that higher income households that tend to own real estate and tend to own stocks, securities, and those assets have been going up in value, and increases in wealth do support spending over time. So And that's clearly a part of the story. We also know that for some time now, for a year or more, we've been hearing from
Bro, this is absolutely fucking
retailers, for example, that serve lower income customers, whether it be food or the big box stores or anything. They're saying the same thing, which is our consumers are looking to economize. They're trading down from brands, and they're buying less, and it's changing their buying habits and that kind of thing. So we're seeing that, and that is a reality of what we're seeing. They're still consuming, but they're feeling it in a different way. I would say more broadly on affordability, we have a vast network through the reserve banks and also through the Board of Governors, where we talk to small and large businesses and households, and so we do hear a lot about affordability, and we take that very seriously, and we take it to heart, because one of our jobs is price stability. And so, the best thing we can do for people who are feeling that squeeze is to keep inflation under control and, frankly, to finish the job of getting inflation back down to 2%.
You mentioned the AI build-out as being a positive for economic growth this year. I wonder, as you look at the weakest year last year for job creation of a non-recession year since like 2003, are you concerned about AI maybe supplanting more entry-level work and entry-level jobs, and how does that play into what you're watching about the labor market?
So everyone, of course, is watching AI and the deployment and, trying to understand exactly what's happening. And there's a wide range of possibilities. It's hard to say. And of course, anyone who uses it is amazed at what it can accomplish, right? So every technological wave will eliminate some jobs and create other jobs. And it's always been the case. If you look back, wave after wave after wave, there will be some disruption, but ultimately technology increases productivity, which is the basis for rising wages. And it may not all happen immediately, but over time, it's what enables incomes to rise over time, is rising productivity. So and we always ask, well, this is going to be different, is it going to be different? And we don't know. And we may, in any case, see in the short term jobs that are being eliminated by the capabilities of AI. We may see that. We just don't know what the overall effect is going to be. So how to think about it in macroeconomic terms, it's very hard. We can look at the aggregate data. We can analyze, for example, there is some connection, it appears, between the low hiring rate for recent college grads and AI, but it's not the main or only driver. You hear large companies, though, many of them saying that they either won't be hiring for some time, or that they're hiring less, or that they're laying people off, and they tend to refer to AI when they do that. So we're all watching and learning, and it could certainly have pretty significant effects on the economy, the workforce, and our society. We don't really have the tools to address the concerns that may arise, but we have a lot of people who focus on analyzing it and try to understand what the macroeconomic implications are, which is our job.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Bei from AFP News Agency. You mentioned earlier that on inflation, the broad expectation was for a one-time price increase and then for inflation to come down. And I was wondering, is your expectation still for inflation to start cooling in the second half of 2026? And if you could elaborate how far we are from target currently. Thank you.
So how far we are from target is, as I mentioned in my opening remarks, we had 3.0% core PCE inflation over the 12 months ending in December, and that's pretty much what we had the year before. So on net, no progress, but the story behind that is modestly positive in that most of the overshoot was in goods prices, which we think is related to tariffs, and ultimately we think those will not result in inflation as opposed to a one-time price increase. Okay, so that's where it is. In terms of, you asked, no one thinks they will, ex ante understand really clearly, precisely when this will happen. But there's an expectation that sometime in the middle quarters of the year, we'll see tariff inflation topping out. So what we do is when a tariff is put in place, we track the effect of those tariffs over a 6, 7, 8, 9 month period, and you can see for that tariff how long it takes to reach a place where it's affected the price level, and that's it. So we're getting better at that, and our estimate is that it'll be sometime in the middle of the year, but I wouldn't look for great precision in that. But we'll be able to see whether things are moving in that direction. I think we'll be able to see.
Richard Escobedo.
Thanks, Chair Powell. I'm Richard Escobedo with CBS News. I want to look outside the U.S. about what's happening outside our shores and how it impacts the U.S. Canada's Prime Minister said last week that there's been a rupture in the global order, and I wonder how you're thinking about geopolitical risk as it relates to the U.S. economy.
So I can't comment on that speech or statement or anything like that. Geopolitical risk for us is a lot of it is around energy, oil. And so far, we haven't, for all the turmoil, oil prices have come down, as you know, and so we don't really see much. Longer than that, it's trade, and the trade, our economy has pulled through pretty well, you'd have to say, given the very significant changes in trade policy. The U.S. economy has pushed right through. Partly that is that the way that
craziest thing is
was significantly less than what was announced at the beginning. In addition, other countries didn't retaliate, and in addition, a good part of it hasn't been passed through to consumers yet. It's being taken by companies that stand between the consumer and the exporter. So that's where that is.
Jennifer.
Thank you, Chair Powell. Jennifer Schonberger with Yahoo Finance. With third quarter GDP growing at 4.4% and the fourth quarter expected to have a 5 handle on it as to what the Atlanta Fed is predicting, at a time when you had a government shutdown and we thought that was going to shave off some growth, you've also got the fiscal tailwinds you've talked about, big tax refunds coming, potential tariff dividend. How could you cut rates and not spur inflation in that environment?
Well, we didn't cut rates today, but it depends on how fast potential output is growing, right? I'm just asking in principle. I'm not saying this is what's happening, but there's growth and there's how fast the potential is growing, and at a time of high productivity growth, potential output is rising. So it really matters whether potential output is growing as fast as actual output, and it would matter over time. The numbers you cite were for quarters, and quarterly GDP is, you need to look at 12 months because quarterly GDP can be very lumpy. GDP was negative in the first quarter last year. So the overall, over the year, the numbers were nothing like that. It was more in the mid-2s for the year.
And how do you explain the divide right now between strong economic growth and the job market? Is it productivity that's filling the gap? And is productivity being driven by AI at this point?
So there has been, you're right, there has been a divide of solid growth, but what looked like a weakening labor market. And that can be explained by rising productivity. But I would say we do see signs of certainly of the unemployment rate stabilizing. So it may be we're seeing the beginning of the resolution of those two things. Also, as you probably know, the lore is that when GDP and the labor market get into an argument, in the end, the labor market data is more reliable. GDP data is very hard to collect and understand, but nonetheless, I think we may be seeing that tension resolving a little bit. Too soon to say with any confidence, though.
Matt Egan.
Matt Egan with CNN. Chair Powell, after today, you have 2 meetings left as Fed chair. You've obviously experienced a lot during your time as Fed chair, served under multiple presidents. I'm wondering what advice you have for whoever your successor might be.
Honestly, I'd say a couple of things. One is, stay out of elected politics. Don't get pulled into elected politics. don't do it. And that's another thing. Well, another is that, our window into democratic accountability is Congress. And it's not a passive burden for us to go to Congress and talk to people. It's an affirmative, regular obligation. If you want democratic legitimacy, you earn it by your interactions with our elected overseers. And so it's something you need to work hard at, and I have worked hard at it. So, and the last thing is, it's easy to criticize government institutions so many ways. I will tell whoever it is, you're about to meet the most qualified group of people you not only have ever worked with, you will ever work with. And when you meet Fed staff, and not everybody's perfect, but there isn't a better cadre of professionals more dedicated to the public well-being than work at the Fed.
Thanks for that answer. If I may follow up, as I'm sure you've noticed, gold and silver prices have experienced historic gains of late. And I'm wondering how much attention, if any, you pay to those moves, and what message you may take from these significant price increases we've seen for precious metals.
Don't take much message macroeconomically. The argument can be made that we're losing credibility or something. It's simply not the case. If you look at where inflation expectations are, our credibility is right where it needs to be. So we look at those things. We don't get spun up over particular asset price changes, although we do monitor them, of course.
Nicole, for the last question.
Hi, Nicole Goodkind, Barron's. Some prominent critics have charged that the Fed's economic models are somewhat backward-looking, but should be more forward-looking, incorporating things like productivity increases from AI. How do you incorporate current and future developments into your analysis and decision-making, and do you have an answer to those critics?
Yeah, so by and large, those criticisms, as somebody on the inside, they just don't make sense, and I'll tell you why. Every FOMC participant writes down a forecast every quarter, right? The summary of economic projections. And that's the basis for how we think about the economy. So, and the other thing is, what an economic model can do is it can grind up all the data for the last number of years, 50 years, let's say, and it can identify what are the relationships between variables A, B, C, D, and all that kind of thing. And it can tell you if you change one of those variables, this is what should happen in the macroeconomy. That's just the way it works. However, the structure of the macroeconomy is constantly changing. For example, we hadn't had a pandemic in 100 years. It wasn't in the model, and we knew it from the very beginning. It was not in the model. A trade war of this scope, we'd never had that in 100 years. And so there's great uncertainty at different points. Another thing I'll say is
at the top of the algo range rejection trying. There is only about 20 minutes left if they want to do anything big at 3:30.
Raise potential output, some kind of technological renovation, revolution like happened in the 90s here and like maybe happening now with AI. We're all over that, and everyone studies those periods, and we're very clear-eyed about the possibility that this higher productivity may persist. And also that it may not. We're not. No one's sitting here unaware of the possibility of higher productivity. We've been talking about it for 3 years. It long predates the current situation. It's been going
even
on
down
for
here, I'll be
5 or
fucking
6
glad we
years.
get the
We've
fuck
had
out of
productivity higher. We've been talking about it that whole time. So it's very much on our minds, and we are well aware that higher productivity means higher potential output. And it changes the way you think about potentially inflation, growth, labor market, and all those things. That's all in our models. I mean, if it's just a question of using better models,
every
bring them
fucking
on.
time they went to the
We'll
floor, it
take
was
them.
so
But
goddamn fast.
I think, we certainly are in contact with anybody who does economic modeling, and we're always looking to do better at that. But that's how I think about that.
And just a quick follow-up. We've been talking a lot about tariffs and passing through, and we've been talking a lot about them for the past few months. The trade landscape is still in a constant state of flux. Announcements, threats, negotiations, they're all frequently changing. So I'm wondering how you actually track these, what data or channels are most critical to follow this in real time?
Trade?
Yeah, the impact of tariffs and how they're changing.
Yeah, I think our staff has done a really nice job on that, and they've kind of put it together in real time. So as I mentioned, a tariff gets put in place, you can pretty much track its effects on pricing and on everything, and so you build a model up from all of the tariffs. At the beginning, it was very much of a forecast. Now it's every cycle that goes by, it becomes more informed by actual data. And you know, our forecasts were not far off. What changed was, as I think I said earlier, what changed was what was implemented was smaller than what was announced. In addition, we didn't see retaliation internationally, and I think people did generally expect that because we saw that in the past, and that really mattered too. And then the other thing is that pass-through didn't know how fast that was going to be to consumers, didn't know how much exporters would take, how much companies in the middle would take, and how much the consumer would take. And it turns out it's a lot of companies in the middle who, by the way, are pretty strongly committed to passing the rest of it through, which is one of the reasons why we need to keep our eye on inflation and not declare victory prematurely.
Thank you.
We're done?
We're done.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Bro! Fuck that music. Copyright music. What a god candle. That's cross. This candle is crazy, man. What the fuck was this? He fucking crushed the VIX into the shit. Fucking did that. What the fuck? Damn, this is unbelievable, bro. Oh my god. 0.5 fib, just like that. Man, at VWAP. Meta earnings call at 4:30. You got Tesla earnings. Like, this shit is just mad. What a shit show. This is literally not even. What the fuck? $230. This candle, man. This FOMC sucked. They just created so many chase candles. Only thing good was from 2, and then down, and then as soon as it spiked down up, I'm like, what the fuck is this shit? It's literally just killing chasing. $320. 5. This is so fucking messed up, man. That's crazy now. Now I'm about to have to close this shit fucking red. Like, what the fuck? From yesterday, they were up fucking nice. I just got greedy as a motherfucker and it reverted ultimately. What the fuck is this? Is some this is actually some bullshit. 230. That's what I'm saying. Man, I'm about to say the I can't even. Let's go, bruh. What we talking about? Bring it down $2. Like what the fuck? There's no time. What the actual fuck? This Cali dude is so obsessed with how much are you down? How much are you down, bro? It seems like you're so obsessed with being down. Kai uploads. Oh, it's your first stream here, bro. That's technically your first question. Well, earnings is here at 4.
Let's bring in Michael Sansatera, Sylvan Capital CIO, who has 6 of the Mag 7 in his top holdings, and they're at each other's throats lately. Michael, welcome. You concerned about this kind of grinding? I hesitate to call it underperformance, but the triple Qs are roughly flat since October.
Yeah, it's sad when flat is underperforming.
Someone said
Right?
they
We've
went
seen
from
such a rip
200
in
to
small
3K.
cap and mid cap that
What the
everybody
fuck?
wants all stocks to work all the time. No, it's okay.
How did that happen, bro?
Earnings, free
How did
cash
you
flow
do
are what matters,
200K?
so they got to let them
How
open
do
their
you do
mouths.
even
And I
do?
think
How do you
as
even
we go into
humanly do
earnings, you're going to
200K
see a lot
in
of
one day?
information coming out of the large cap companies,
FOMC or
particularly
intraday?
these guys in tech. And as they continue to exceed investors' expectations and their fundamentals are strong, I think the stocks continue to do well. It's okay if they're flat for the first few weeks of the year.
Is this a Gemini problem?
No, I don't think so. I think it's really company specific, right? If you look at Microsoft and you look at their last quarter, and they're going to open their mouth tonight, you're left with a company whose supply is not meeting their demand, right? They need more compute power. They're working real hard to add that power, but that's going to take some time. We've seen Azure growth, decidedly better than expected and accelerating last quarter, that 36, 37, 38% type of number. Now, I think we'll see a 38, 39% type number this quarter with another acceleration. There's no problem fundamentally with their business or with their ability to monetize AI. Gemini is doing great, and Alphabet is capitalizing
Show
on
some
it. But
proofs,
I think
man. I've heard of
Microsoft
people
has
losing
its own
70,
issues.
80K.
Meta,
Two
as
people.
an example,
All right,
also
one
reporting
person
tonight.
lost
We own Meta as well
200K at
in the
margin.
Vertis Sylvan
All right,
Focus Growth
he's telling
Fund.
me he's
This
DMing
is
me.
the cheapest of the
The other
stocks
guy
in
lost
the group. Even
70K
after
at
the
market
rally, it's
open
up 20,
doing SPY
22
calls or
times
puts or some
forward.
shit
So
from
you've got a
9:30 to
relatively
like
discounted
10:40 or some
stock,
shit. Yeah, I ain't
but
gonna
they're
lie, that's a
spending
cap.
hand over fist, right? They had a
200K
big
is fuck
capex
ton of
spend
money.
last quarter, and you're left more specifically with, okay, where's the new return going to
first
come from? We
comment,
know
bro.
ad spend is good. We suspect that the ROI on that ad spend continues to climb. But what other what other revenue streams will we see specifically from Meta to justify the massive capex? We need to see some guidance on that too. So not just Gemini. We need a little bit more company-specific stuff to say. Show me what you're doing. Show me where the ROI is. Show me where the capex is going. Show me how you're meeting demand. I think company by company, these companies are going to look better or worse, sort of one at a time.
But I suppose there's 2 schools of thought on this. One is the Yardeni research, where I borrowed that kind of malevolent 7 idea from, which is basically that AI has put them all in each other's previously very well protected moats. So, Microsoft and Meta, everyone's trying to be a chat bot. Everyone's now, even Google and NVIDIA competing on chips. Like, that was not a thing before the rise of AI. So that's one school of thought, which is that some gains are coming at others' expense and they can't all continue to rise in their own lanes. The other school of thought, it sounds like you're maybe more in this camp, is kind of the Sam Lessin idea that ultimately AI will make all of these incumbents bigger, better, faster, stronger. And this is not really a big IPO story or anything like that, and the gains all accrue to the Mag 7. So is that kind of the argument that you're making?
I think you have to go a little bit. I think you have to go company by company, to your point. I do believe that you're right in the sense that these guys are definitely competing with each other in places they hadn't expected maybe 3 years ago. But that doesn't mean everyone will win in each of their spots, right? I don't see Meta, no matter how well they do in model delivery, necessarily, pushing Gemini out of the way and suddenly taking over search. However, I don't see Alphabet taking over the social media the way Meta has. So they're still going to do all right in their lanes. The question then is, how much of the total market can they dominate while the incumbents come up? I think you're going to see more and more pressure for competition in multiple industries across these guys.
What kind
But
of
right
amateur
now,
shit
we're
am I
still
reading
in
in
those
chat
early
right now, bro?
stages, so it's a land grab. Spend as much as you can, as fast as you can, and make your processing, on a watt per token basis as efficient as possible.
He said, yeah, it's
Try
capped.
to
You
get to
never lost that much,
maximum,
unfortunately,
sort of
not for me. So
capacity
you were
cost
capping?
ratio as fast
What?
as you
Like
can,
what?
and you'll compete. I don't know if it's one or the other. I think it's probably a mix of the both. You're going to see winners and losers even in the Mag 7 and even with the guys that are up and coming. I
That's
think
crazy.
it's a jump ball still.
On QQQ and SPX. I'm so confused. Like, were you lying or were you not? Like, like what? Over some time, it would make sense, but in one day, that's something.
We will go to the markets as we await these big events this afternoon. Dow, the only thing in the green, albeit slightly. Everything else is just a little bit red. So we did, Joe, get 7,000. We're 2 hours away from the Fed decision, a handful of hours away from Meta, Microsoft, and Tesla. As we begin those mega cap earnings, you got that. You got gold and silver, which were ripping again today. The dollar is very much in focus, which was down to a 4-year low. The president saying, "Yeah, I think it's great."
I mean, it did go set up
and
to
then
the
the Treasury
0.5
Secretary
fib.
making his comments.
It did go set up to
U.S.
the
always
0.5
has a
fib.
strong
Now
dollar
the question is
policy. Okay, what do you think?
Volatility
much
up
lower can it
4.5%
go?
today. So maybe the message from that increase in volatility is what we've seen in the last several days, which has taken the market to the new highs.
Wow.
It's really concentrated. We've lost that broadening out narrative. It's not in play anymore. So for me personally, in the last several weeks, I've been buying energy names. I bought Twilio. I introduced further positioning in Zoom. So I'm buying over the last 10 days. Here we are today. I think it's a moment where you have to take a pause. You have to take a pause. You have to take a step back. You have to allow for the earnings to come out from the hyperscalers. Let's hear tonight from Meta and Microsoft. Remember something on those stocks. Meta is down 11% since its earnings report. Microsoft is down 10% from its earnings report. Why? It's because there is this perceived risk surrounding spending, and the reality is we need to hear tonight what the return on investment is for that spending itself. So I think the market we achieved, new highs, great, congratulations on that, but we're doing it in a very narrow capacity, and I just think it's time to maybe take a step back, look around. Don't get too excited about taking on more risk.
Well, Bryn, I wish we could show this, which we had yesterday, and maybe we can, the 1 week move in some of these mega caps, because yes, they have underperformed. And if you look at them year to date, it's sort of, whatever. But if you look over the last week, many of them have been running into these prints, Meta included. And I wonder what that does to expectations heading into this afternoon when it all begins.
I don't think it does much right now, because if I actually break these charts down, Microsoft is trading below the 200-day moving average. And Scott, there's an adage, it's pretty correct, nothing good happens under the 200-day. So it would really be great if after Microsoft prints we could get back above that. I think so many people have confidence in Satya and Amy Hood. I know I do. And I think to Joe's point, with Meta, the return on capital, they don't have a cloud business. Are they going to build one? Think about the CapEx spend there. That just seems like a really poor choice of capital at this point in the cloud cycle. And so I just think that Meta and Microsoft specifically are really under the scrutiny of investors to say, what are you doing for me? What are you doing for me? How are you monetizing? I think Microsoft's in a much better position because they do have cloud. They have so many other business units. Whereas Meta, are they going to charge for ads now or charge for premium service on Instagram? Are we actually going to do that? So I think you'll continue to see dispersion among these names all year long.
Jenny, we like when Meta reports because it's the only of the mega caps that you own. So it's our only opportunity to get you into the mix when we talk about these earnings reports and what your expectations are. Again, it was a tremendous disappointment, at least the price action in the name after the last report. And we've had a nice ramp now into this one. So what are you thinking about?
Well, just to be fair and clear, just because I don't own them doesn't hold me back from talking about them. So,
as we've learned.
So, okay, the way Bryn said it, where she said, investors are going to be saying, what can you do for me now? That's exactly where we're at. Bryn summarized it perfectly. So they're forecasted to spend $120 to $130 billion in CapEx this year, and we're watching to see if that's justified. All the rest is easy.
Why can't that candle
They have a reasonable multiple. They trade at 20 some odd times. They have really strong earnings growth ahead. Revenues are expected to have grown 22% in the fourth quarter. So the numbers are easy. It's really exactly what Bryn said. What are you doing for me? How are you going to spend that wisely?
So, Rob, there are those who think that these earnings reports bring the herd right back to the names. And that's what you've started to see in anticipation of these reports being good. Deutsche talks today about fresh highs, attention might swing back to tech, that all of these other names have stolen some of the limelight, but you're going to get the spotlight back on these names. It's very much like what Wolf is talking about today, where they say the broadening out, it stops with big tech earnings because they are the catalyst to get people back into all of these names. Do you agree with that?
I do somewhat, and I think what you have to look at is, was the message received after the earnings last quarter that, hey, we're looking at return on investment, like Jenny said, we're looking at depreciation expense. That's going to be important. And also, I think there are good tells in the economy in terms of advertising and Meta. What are they going to talk about? So I think that's going to be, important. And Microsoft has a software issue, so all the software stocks are not doing well. So the question is, can they talk through that to say, hey, our recurring revenue is increasing?
I mean, if there's one software company that shouldn't be disrupted tremendously by AI, wouldn't it be Microsoft for the most obvious of reasons?
Yeah, and I think the question is, will that happen, and will they show the acceleration of their earnings, which, we're Microsoft holders, and we think of the seven, they're in the best place to grow that.
It's easy to look at Microsoft and to be able to validate the return on investment because you see the growth in Azure. Right. They have the cloud business. I don't know how you get that validation, Jenny, with Meta. Is it ad targeting? Is it engagement?
Everything's going lower.
How do you realize that there actually is a return on the spending? And then if you look forward, and we own Meta, okay, so we see the same things that you see over the long term. But if you're looking to 26, the revenue guidance, that's pretty soft for this company.
Going lower, Nvidia going lower,
emblematic of the bigger problem, which is like, how do you know when that 120 to 130 billion is well spent?
For Meta.
For Meta, but it's a bigger picture thing.
I don't think it is for Microsoft. I think that's kind of the point that Joe's raising. It seems to be.
Okay.
Hold on. It just seems to be easier to track the return on investment for some of these other names rather than a Meta. You're like, okay, we have an open model. It's like, where's this all going? We're going to be aggressive and we're going to spend, but we're not exactly sure how to quantify this return to justify the stock being where something should go.
Fine. So if you want to be really specific, easy to measure for Microsoft. It's certainly easy to measure for a company like NVIDIA, but when I said emblematic for the bigger picture, there's a lot of spending out there, really broadly, names that aren't in the top 10 that we're talking about, and that's the challenge, is we're not going to know until 27, 28, and further.
What's the actual fuck? 5 minutes left until SPY closes. No direction madness.
Steve Leishman, the Fed's call on interest rates now.
The Federal Reserve pausing after 3 consecutive cuts, maintaining the rate of 3.5 to 3.75. There were, however, 2 dissents, Governors Waller and Myron, both dissenting, favoring a quarter-point cut this time. They kept the language that they used last time to signal a pause, saying that in considering the extent and timing of additional adjustments to the target range, that was what signaled a pause last time, perhaps telegraphing a future pause. There was also a noticeable upgrade to the economy and something of an upgrade to jobs. On the economy, they said it expanded at a solid pace, really marking to market what we know out there in terms of what's been happening with GDP. It had said the economy was expanding at a moderate pace. Job gains, they say, have remained low, but they say unemployment has shown some signs of stabilization. Last time they said it had edged up. They also removed some language that said downside risks to employment have risen. That's gone from the statement. They removed language saying there's been a shift in the balance of risks. That balance of risk was towards downside risk to employment. That's gone right now, too. Inflation, they said, remains somewhat elevated, removing the language that said it has moved up. New voters, Hammock, Logan, Kashkari, and Paulson. I want to say the statement overall suggests the heat has kind of cooled down on both sides of the mandate for the Fed. A little bit more relaxed about inflation, though they're saying it's still elevated. More relaxed on employment, removing that downside risk concern. And just a little bit of trivia here. I'm pretty sure this is right. We're second time in 6 months that 2 governors have dissented. Waller and Bowman in July, now Waller and Myron this time around, though the dissent now is for a quarter, not a 50. Perhaps that's a little bit of coming together. The last time before this past 6 months we had that, guys, was 1993. So still quite a bit of disagreement on the Federal Reserve Market Committee, though perhaps not exactly as much as we've had in the past. Kelly?
If you had to kind of sum it up one more time.
What a bullshit. I'm about to roll all this bitch into tomorrow. Just fucking right until 3:45. fucking data burn everything, and then fucking data burning, and then fucking pulling back on the 3/3 on everything.
And a senator who's a friend of mine, you wouldn't believe that because we went through a rough campaign together. It was nasty.
Bro. So whack. The 2 and the 230 and the 240 was so fucking fast. Today is literally the ultimate test of just psychological fucking greed. Fuck. Just the worst FOMC. Like, what the fuck is this shit? The only thing going for me is NVIDIA right now. What the fuck is this? What the actual fuck is this? Barely. What's earnings today? Tesla, what? Microsoft, Meta. Bunch of bullshit. On Microsoft. Earnings today, man. Fucking perfect cook. Bullshit. A bullshit dump. 350 bullshit dump. Who even comes up with this shit, man? Who even fucking comes up with this shit? It's insane. Big ass candle and then big green. Who even fucking comes up with this shit, man? This is fucking absolutely crazy. 350, that is. You've got to be fucking around so goddamn much for this shit. Look at that purple box. Down, up, down, up, down, up, down, up, up, down, up. What the actual? $9.55 is bouncing for 3 minutes, and the 3 minutes traps literally the last 20 minutes. That's crazy. I rolled my shit into tomorrow right before this fucking dropped down, so this shit is crazy. Tomorrow's Thursday. Post earnings, post fucking FOMC. Friday is here in 2 days. And gold is up 4%. So literally a liquidation machine on gold. October 20th, 400 on gold, and now we are at 495, 500. Gotta give it to the motherfucking gold tomorrow, cause this shit is crazy. Market back at VWAP into close. FOMC. What a bunch of fucking horseshit. Like, literally. Pre-FOMC was FOMC, and then after FOMC, FOMC was literally just trap bullshit. Insane work. Look at this fucking shit. I literally left here what I got in yesterday, right? And they fucking are up back at 4. This is some bull fucking shit. What the actual fuck? They're not even fucking trapping. They're not literally just fucking trapping everything from yesterday and the day before. And everything today. All calls and basically all puts from the floor too. That is scary. That's the most scariest shit ever. Damn, though, man. What a fucking advanced way to create a 3/3 at the floor, though. With all the trend, like, what the wow. Wow. Just wow. If we actually look at the pop, though, from here, 20 points, went lower 80 points, and then went higher. $70 points, so 130. Went down 150, 155. It's like 155 points since yesterday close, so I guess the market did move. It's just in a very, 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 very volatile way. Up and then down, up, down, up, down, up, down. Like, wow. What even is this? What even is this? The fuck is even all this? Absolute, man. What the fuck? Most craziest of algo ranges and range locked box for FOMC. Alright, alright. What the fuck? Wiped out all the calls anyway. No, wiped out all the puts anyway. the, the actual fuck. Jesus Christ. Of course. The bullshit. Well, at least I'm shorted tomorrow. What the fuck is this bullshit, man? What this fucking bullshit, dude? Who the fuck comes up with this? Who the fuck? Ain't no way it's that easy though. What the fuck? Oh my god. Microsoft just dumped. Damn, why couldn't they have done this during FOMC? You know what I'm saying? Like, today, honestly, market on the most biggest bullshit of my life. You get what I'm saying here? Like, this is the most bullshit fucking day ever. Because if they did this shit at 2:30, man. Oh, there has to be so many people that shorted from yesterday or some bullshit. Like, this is literally just in the void, and then what the fuck is this, man? What tomorrow now? Wow. Let's see in chat. Is today a good day? Green for you, red for you, a neutral, right? What was today? This is disgusting. You gotta be fucking kidding me. Alright, we're doing a positional pull too. Long, short, and neutral into the market too, if you want. It's a red day for me. Depending on what happens this week, but God fucking damn, dude. What kind of fucking bullshit are they riding on, man? Why can't Nvidia go lower on all this shit? Yeah, we're fucked tomorrow. We are definitely fucked tomorrow. GG's. We are definitely 100% fucked tomorrow. IWM rallying. That's the most craziest fucking candle I've ever seen on my life on Microsoft. What the fuck happened on Microsoft earnings, man? What the fuck happened to Microsoft earnings? Oh, my butthole tingles. That shit makes my fucking butthole tingle. Like, what the fuck is this? Goddamn. Are you fucking kidding me? Like, are you fucking kidding me? Jesus Christ. This is so fucking annoying, man. FOMC didn't do this, but earnings did. Earnings. Earnings. Fuck. Look at the earnings squeeze though. It burnt the 0 DT. It burnt the 0 DT and then it burning all calls anyway. Bro. Wow. It's like we're doing fucking quantum puzzle physics on IWM too. Can someone tell us what the next earnings is? Microsoft is fucked. Dude, they're so fucked. The Microsoft is so fucked. There's no way tomorrow's not bearish off this, right? What the fuck? There's no way. Someone said Tesla's next. Alright. When is this? At 4:05? It may be coming right now. Let's see a fucking crazy dump on Tesla now, man. Come on. Tesla went to 425s. It's in the range of 420s, 430s. Holy shit. Tesla coming in, fucking swinging. Man, I want to see what the hell's going on with the fucking options right now. This shit is fucking. Yeah, it's definitely moving tomorrow's on SPX. That's crazy. This shit's trading until literally 5 p.m. Fucking SPX put literally went from $2,000 to $3,500 on that. What the fuck? Earnings crazy. Yeah, SPX is open until 5 p.m. now. That's the crazy part. So the world is different. This whole earning shit, right, is a whole different world with the after hours trading to 5 p.m. on SPX now too. So maybe that's a part of the system now, right? Because Robinhood is allowing people to do that. So, oh my lord. 442's Tesla. Man, this is crazy. The crazy drop and the crazy pop now by Tesla. Someone said Meta's moving crazy. Let's go look at Meta. Man, Meta looking crazy too. How far is this deep down? Alright, let's see what happens on Meta and Tesla now. Now that we have seen Microsoft. Man, look at the amount of money moving in 2 minutes. Look at the amount of money moving in 3 minutes. Man, you best believe this is playground for Kathy Woods and Dr. Burry type people right now on Tesla. This big fucking shit happening. Look at the SPX put into tomorrow too at 4 p.m. It's going from fucking literally minus 25% to up 20%, and it's now minus 15%. The market is absolutely fucking nuts right now. Super down and then come right back up. You can't even make this shit up right now. Earnings is literally following setup right now too on QQQ and SPX. What the fuck? Meta? Tesla at the roof? Oh my god. There's probably people trading into this shit. Like big as fuck on SPX. So I wonder what the fuck or how they gonna make this bitch out. This is so crazy though. Look at the market.
Talked about how consumer spending is uneven. The president calls in
So
more and
of course is watching, right?
What the fuck is this? 2 to 4 chop. It's like we're in the fucking Euro Greek financial crisis. Like, what the fuck is this little drop and pop, little drop and pop, little drop and pop all day? This is a fucking stupid ass market, I'm not gonna lie. That's crazy though. It stayed down for 5 minutes, like 4:05. Microsoft on the market. 4:05. 410. It's moving crazy in 5 minutes. Like, what the fuck? 405, 410. This is not, it hasn't even been 10 minutes. What the? Hold up. Huh? Oh my, wait, it's moving crazy. I just realized. That shit definitely felt like 10 minutes or longer just now. At 437s to 700. This is a $70 range. They are fighting like crazy. If anyone is long or short on Meta, man, they are ballsy as fuck. I want to see who the fuck is what because, man, who's about to win tomorrow? 437s or 600s or 700s? That is the craziest chart ever. Tesla 426 or 450. That's a $25 range, but the other chart is literally $70. Yeah, sure. I said that before I said that. That's so disgusting. $70. Man, look at Nvidia jumping up too after hours. 192.31 on bullshit. Going crazy up. Oh my god. Pre-market highs though. Oh my god. Madness. What even is fucking doing this shit? Everything? Madness. Fuck. There may be a fuck ton of people that shorted and went long on FOMC now. I'm at the floor too, so what does... Alright, I'm getting off, guys, but this is the most insane day ever. Somebody fucking clip this fucking chart. This is the most insane fucking day ever. In a long time. Jesus. Yeah, have a good day, everybody. This is some bullshit, though. Your 1 DTs got cooked, and then fucking my 0 DTs got cooked, and then 1 DTs fucking get released into 405. Like, that is the most bullshit shit I've ever seen. It's like 2K here. It's like 1,000 something here. Like, that's some fucking bullshit. Crazy game. Crazy fucking game, man. Gold is up 4% too. Nvidia is up after hours, breaking pre-market highs. Wow. It's now at 2.2% for the day. Wonder how Palantir is doing. Palantir is down 5% to 157 today. That's disgusting. Crazy. Tesla Duke after hours. For now, let's see if it holds by the time we wake up tomorrow. Alright, thanks folks. Bye bye. Holy shit, something's flying. Everything. Look at even Nvidia. Every fucking thing is flying now. That's crazy. Bullish fucking wave. MACD bullish into today post market. Oh my god. Man, they went down like how fucking fast.